Not afraid of the school beauty playing with flirtation, I'm afraid my aunt is 30 years old. In the previous life, because of my cowardice and my parents' objections, I missed out on being with Lin Mengyun, who was 12 years older than me and treated me like her life. The only main task in this life, spend my entire life with Aunt Yun. Chapter 1. The most perfect and flawless, white moonlight, should be the white dress from the memory at the age of 18. But it was not the woman in front of me, wearing a form-fitting, tight dress with thick makeup that looked like it had been plastered on, holding a half-grown child, and chattering endlessly Sumuching. Qingshan, could you add me and our son to the beneficiary list of that fund you set up for our parents? Sumuching's voice remained as sweet and soft as ever, like a feather brushing the ear, making my earlobes tingle. Chen Qingshan's face remained calm as he responded, "That's your son, not our son." His voice was as calm as it had been when Sumuching first rejected his confession 18 years ago. Chen Qingshan, we're still young. Can we put the relationship aside for now? Sumuching's expression stiffened, her lips quivering as she wanted to say something but hesitated. By now, Chen Qingshan was no longer the innocent boy from 18 years ago, one who let himself be manipulated by her, played like clay in her hands. My head hurts a little. Can you leave for now and give me some peace? Chen Qingshan furrowed his brows and waved his hand at Sumuching. She left the large study with a sense of understanding. As the door locked behind her, Chen Qingshan took out an envelope from his pocket. Unfolding the letter, a faint fragrance filled the air, one that intoxicated him. This was the scent of Aunt Yun. The first words, "Little Qingshan," made Chen Qingshan's lips curve slightly. Only Aunt Yun ever called him Little Qingshan. The letter was short, only 20 words, but they made Chen Qingshan feel as though he had been plunged into an ice pit. I was born before you, but by the time you were born, I had already grown old. I am far from you, while you are at the ends of the earth from me. Signed, Lin Mengyun's last letter. The deep black ink formed blood-red characters, and a cold sweat broke out on Chen Qingshan's back. His heart twisted painfully as he struggled to breathe. Was a 12-year age difference really such a big deal? Was being with Aunt Yun, someone with no blood relation to him, really such a betrayal? Even if his parents opposed it, why couldn't he have been brave enough to fight for it? Chen Qingshan tremblingly dialed Lin Mengyun's number. The phone was off. He immediately called his mother. As soon as the line connected, he screamed hysterically, "Where is Aunt Yun? Where has she gone?" On the other end of the line, he heard his mother sobbing, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingshan Mengyun has passed away. She left a letter for you and your father. She said she wishes you a happy marriage, but she didn't want to see it with her own eyes. She said she wanted to be buried on Qingshan Mountain in her hometown. She loved the name Qingshan because it was the same as her lover's name. Qingshan, your father and I were wrong. We shouldn't have stopped you from being with Mengyun. We shouldn't have stopped her from loving you. We shouldn't have." Bang! The phone crashed to the floor. Chen Qingshan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the phone fell to the carpet with a heavy thud. In his final moments, he saw Sumuching kneeling in front of him, helplessly performing CPR, her voice desperately calling his name, as if it was tearing her heart apart. Did Sumuching love him? Probably not. In the adult world, there was no love, only the gain and loss of interests. Did he love Sumuching? Only Chen Qingshan knew. In fact, their white moonlight he had tirelessly pursued for 6 years. Sumuching was just a version of Aunt Yun, with 3 parts of her resemblance. The greatest sorrow of a husband is a heart deadened by betrayal, and the death of a person is but a secondary tragedy. While you were born after me, I was in my prime when I loved you. You are buried on Qingshan, while I am buried at the end of the Yangtze River. If he could live again, he thought. Suddenly, Chen Qingshan woke with a start, his body drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled out of water. What is this? Didn't I die? Confused, Chen Qingshan looked around. This familiar yet strange place gradually overlapped with the memory of his childhood bedroom from 18 years ago. On the right side, there was a calendar. It read April 7, 2012. The most prominent line on the calendar wasn't the date, but a countdown to the college entrance exam. There were 60 days until the 2012 exam. At this moment, Chen Qingshan's mind was still in a daze, and he subconsciously pinched his thigh. The pain felt so real. Did I, reborn? Hello. Chen Qingshan. Sumuching's voice came from the other end of the line, with a touch of youthful innocence and sweetness, a voice that in the future would be called a girl's voice. "What's up?" Chen Qingshan frowned and replied. The cold tone, so different from his usual gentle warmth, startled Sumuqing. Only 3 words, yet they made her feel the distance Chen Qingshan had put between them. Maybe he's just woken up and still has a little morning grumpiness, Sumuqing unconsciously made an excuse for him. To believe that Chen Qingshan no longer loved her would be harder than believing that she, Sumuqing, had truly fallen in love with him. "Chen Qingshan, have you always liked me?" The clear voice of an 18-year-old girl, even in a simple whisper, carried a unique charm. But Chen Qingshan's response was rather blunt. The 2 straightforward words, "no," cut off any further words from the girl. Strange. Sumuqing unconsciously pulled the phone away from her ear, checking the number to make sure she hadn't dialed wrong. No, it was correct. "But if you, Chen Qingshan, keep being so ungrateful, I won't be able to play this game anymore." Sumuqing was surrounded by a group of people, watching her talk to Chen Qingshan on the phone, seeing how she teased him, the lovesick dog. Little did they know, the school beauty, Sumuqing, had already been put in an awkward position by Chen Qingshan twice. Sumuqing's expression didn't change. She laughed softly to mask her embarrassment, then continued with her original script, "Chen Qingshan, I'm at the money cabinet KTV. Come over. If you have the courage to confess to me today, I'll accept you." When Chen Qingshan heard the words, "money cabinet," his mind rushed like a flood, and countless fragments of memories began to piece together. He finally remembered what this call from Sumuqing was about. He also remembered the series of butterfly effects this call had caused in his previous life. Back then, after hearing Sumuqing's words, he had nearly burst with excitement, rushing straight to the money cabinet KTV, practically crawling his way there. He even bought 11 red roses on the way. After all, romance needs to be ceremonial. But as soon as he charged into the private room, everyone laughed like maniacs, while he felt like a fool. Here, he really came. The way he rushed in, he looks like a dog. LOL. He even bought roses. Does he really think Sumuqing would like him? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Chen Qingshan, you should take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you're worthy of Sumuqing? Countless insults and dirty words flooded toward him. Back then, Chen Qingshan felt so embarrassed, he just wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. However, the one who had started this cruel prank, Sumuqing, didn't laugh at him like everyone else. Instead, she stood up and walked over to him. Her peerless, elegant face was filled with regret. Her fair, snow-like hands cupped his face, her eyes full of tenderness and sympathy. Chen Qingshan still remembered what Sumuqing said. She said, "Chen Qingshan, I'm sorry. I lost a bet with them, and if I didn't get you to confess, I'd have to drink a whole glass of beer. So, I'm drinking, and you'll feel sorry for me, won't you?" At that moment, 36-year-old Chen Qingshan wanted nothing more than to drown Sumuqing in a barrel of beer. But the 18-year-old Chen Qingshan only wanted to protect the fleeting light before him for the rest of his life. This was the method Sumuqing used to make Chen Qingshan wholeheartedly pursue her for 6 years. If it were just one-sided efforts, Chen Qingshan would have given up long ago. But Sumuqing occasionally gave him some positive feedback, like the carrot dangled in front of a donkey pulling a millstone, always making Chen Qingshan believe that one more step would bring the fresh, delicious carrot to his mouth. It didn't matter that he made a fool of himself, but it was this farce at the money cabinet KTV that set off a chain of events, eventually leading to the downfall of his best friend Li Honghu, who ended up dead in prison. Chen Qingshan had originally been a firm materialist, with only one belief: science, the true God. But after his rise in his previous life, Chen Qingshan witnessed some mysterious things and people with his own eyes. His respect for the mysterious arts, feng shui, and destiny grew a little. Sumuqing might be his nemesis, a plague that, every time he got involved with her, his life would turn upside down. For this person, Chen Qingshan just wanted her to disappear completely from his life's trajectory. On the other end of the line, Sumuqing didn't get a response from Chen Qingshan for a long time. Is he dumb now? Can't even speak? She called out again, Chen Qingshan tilde. Her tone was clearly tinged with dissatisfaction. Normally, Chen Qingshan would pick up on this signal and find ways to humble himself and make her happy. But this time, Sumuqing completely miscalculated. After a brief moment of daze, Chen Qingshan quickly regained his composure and said to Sumuqing, I'm sorry. I've disturbed you these past 3 years. I've thought it over, and we're still young. We should focus on our studies. The words you once said to me, I'm now returning them to you. The smile that had always adorned Sumuqing's face, a smile that was always so gentle and sweet, disappeared for the first time. Her crescent-shaped brows slowly furrowed. The concern she had when the call first connected seemed to be slowly turning into reality now. Even the hand holding the phone tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her tone was no longer as sweet as it had been earlier. Chen Qingshan, do you know what your words mean? Don't be childish. You know that out of all the guys who pursued me, I've spoken the most to you. And not only did I give you my phone number, you're even on my QQ friend list. Don't you understand how special that is? Are you still being greedy? Chen Qingshan couldn't help but smile. Being Sumuqing's precious QQ friend was really a huge honor for me, Chen Qingshan. He not only scoffed at Sumuqing's common, shallow words but also laughed at his younger self, who had been overjoyed just because he added Sumuqing on QQ. That night, he even picked out names for their future children. Is this what 18-year-old love is? How pure and foolish! Chen Qingshan no longer wanted to play these childish games with Sumuqing. He wanted to completely sever the connection with her. He wanted a clean break, to never cross paths again. He said seriously, Sumuqing, listen carefully. Let us pretend we never met. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Qingshan. What exactly do you mean? A sharp, explosive sound echoed through the private room. It was the first time anyone had seen Sumuqing, the usually gentle and graceful school beauty, lose her composure and act like a shrew. The sight made everyone's hearts race, and they couldn't help but wonder what Chen Qingshan had said on the phone to make the usually composed Sumuqing so furious. The only response to Sumuqing was the cold, mechanical sound of a disconnected call. After hanging up, Chen Qingshan immediately added her number to his blacklist. Oh! And also the QQ friend list he had once taken pride in. Get out of my world, Sumuqing. After severing ties with Sumuqing, Chen Qingshan stood up and walked out of his bedroom. The unchanged layout of his home, which hadn't changed in over a decade, made him feel as though he had stepped into a different world. Dad. Mom. No response. It was then that he remembered his mother, Zhang Saixia, had gone to work the night shift. Before leaving, she had reminded Chen Qingshan to study well at home. His mother worked in a textile factory, with shifts from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and this week she was on the night shift. There was rarely a day off. It was hard work, but it was like that for all the jobs back in their hometown. His father, Chen Weigua, used to be a worker at a state-owned enterprise. After the mass layoffs, he had worked various jobs before finally settling down in construction. He usually finished work around 6 p.m., but today he had to work overtime on the construction site, so he might not be home until the early hours of the morning. A very ordinary family in Dragon Country. Since his parents weren't home, Chen Qingshan had no desire to listen to their usual nagging. He quickly left the house and headed toward the neighbor's door. With a nervous and expectant heart, he rang the doorbell. Chapter 2, Aunt Yun, I respect you as I would a deity. As the footsteps slowly approached, the door opened. There, before Chen Qingshan, stood the beauty he had longed for day and night, the face that haunted his dreams. His Aunt Yun was, without a doubt, extraordinarily beautiful. In fact, she bore a resemblance to his first love, Sumuqing, the campus belle. The reason Chen Qingshan was so infatuated with Sumuqing was simply because she resembled Lin Mengyun by 3 parts. However, compared to Sumuqing's ethereal beauty, Lin Mengyun's grace was more dignified, elegant, and poised like a delicate peach in spring, or a chrysanthemum in autumn. Her face was like a crescent moon, her features sharp and delicate, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her eyes deep like autumn waters. Her nose was straight and elegant, with soft pink lips that could have come straight out of a painting captivating like begonia flowers bathed in sunlight. There was a small beauty mark by the corner of her eye, adding a touch of allure. She wore a grey cotton and linen blend short jacket on top, and loose-fitting long pants with simple black flat shoes on her feet. Since Chen Qingshan could remember, Aunt Yun had always dressed this way modestly, with a monk-like style. The only exception was during the hottest days of summer when she would switch from long sleeves to short sleeves, and during the winter, she wore a white mink coat. She was considered an oddity by the neighbors, but to Chen Qingshan, she was the epitome of beauty in the mortal world. Chen Qingshan knew that Lin Mengyun was highly educated, well versed in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. On her left wrist, she wore a string of star and moon body beads, which were already a dark golden color, a sign of having been worn for many years. Those who used body seeds as prayer beads often recited mantras with them, gaining immeasurable blessings. Lin Mengyun had the aura of a bodhisattva, and in his past life, Chen Qingshan had always revered her like a deity. Chen Qingshan and Lin Mengyun lived in the same residential complex called Ziyun Community. The place was quite old, with wooden doors on the inside and iron gates on the outside. After Lin Mengyun opened the inner wooden door, she pushed open the iron gate that stood between them. Looking at Chen Qingshan, who was standing there in a daze, she furrowed her brows. Upon confirming that he had been reborn, Chen Qingshan had imagined countless scenarios for their reunion during his walk to see Lin Mengyun. It was supposed to be passionate, intense, and reckless. He would rush forward and embrace Aunt Yun, kissing her desperately, without hesitation, lost in the moment. But when he finally saw Aunt Yun, he didn't make a single move. Instead, he just quietly stared at her. Love is freedom, but true love is restraint. Those impulsive actions would only scare her. Chen Qingshan stood silently, his face pale and sweat dotting his forehead. Lin Mengyun noticed this and, with concern, pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. She then reached into his shirt and placed her hand on his back, feeling his perspiration. "Nightmare sweat?" she asked softly. Her voice was smooth and gentle, not shrill like a bird's song, but rich and resonant, like a mature woman's voice that soothed the soul, like the fragrance of orchids. Chen Qingshan explained, "I fell asleep while reviewing. I had a long dream, and when I woke up, I realized I was sweating so much." Indeed, it felt as though he had lived two lives. Either he had been reborn, or perhaps it was just a dream that spanned 18 years. "What did you dream about to scare my little Qingshan like this?" Lin Mengyun teased as she led him inside and shut the door behind him. "I dreamt of you, Aunt Yun." Lin Mengyun was always referred to as Aunt Yun by Chen Qingshan's parents, but Chen Qingshan himself simply called her Aunt. It was a term of endearment, just like how Little Qingshan was his nickname, known only to Lin Mengyun. They had special nicknames for each other, and though there was no blood relation, their bond was still deep. When Chen Qingshan's father was a worker in a state-owned enterprise, he had a mentor, the chief designer of the company, who was also Lin Mengyun's father. So naturally, Lin Mengyun became the younger sister of Chen Qingshan's father. When Lin Mengyun was 13, Chen Qingshan was born, and his father, looking at the infant, told her, "You have a little nephew now." At 6, Chen Qingshan became close to Lin Mengyun, who was 18, and that year, she was the top scorer in the art stream of Bihar County and entered the prestigious Qingbei University. It was also the same year that Lin Mengyun's parents tragically passed away in a car accident. After handling the funeral arrangements, Lin Mengyun disappeared without a trace. Even Chen Wei and Zhang Caixia, Chen Qingshan's parents, never knew where she went. When Lin Mengyun returned to Bihar County 4 years later, Chen Qingshan was 10 years old. The adult Lin Mengyun could no longer carry him in her arms like when he was a child. Now, she could only hold his hand, her face filled with a gentle smile. "Little Qingshan, Aunt is back. Did you miss me?" Lin Mengyun's house, like Chen Qingshan's, was an old employee apartment, 56 square meters in size. Given Lin Mengyun's father's position at the company, she could have chosen a larger apartment, but she deliberately chose the one opposite Chen Qingshan's family, so they could be neighbors. Both families had 2-bedroom apartments, but Lin Mengyun's home was a far cry from the cramped and cluttered feel of Chen Qingshan's. The spacious living room only had a dining table, 2 chairs, a cushion, and an old wicker chair that she used to sit on while basking in the sunlight on the balcony. There was no TV, no sofa, no social gatherings. It was wide and serene. The 2 dining chairs were there only because Chen Qingshan sometimes ate at Lin Mengyun's place, as one would have sufficed. She had perfected the art of minimalism. When Chen Qingshan entered the room, he naturally walked towards the cushion. But Lin Mengyun stopped him and pointed to the wicker chair. "Lie down there." Chen Qingshan didn't object. After all, it was Aunt Yun's house. He could lie around, roll on the floor if he wanted, and she would only laugh and scold him for being shameless. She would never get angry. After lying down, Lin Mengyun lit a stick of incense and placed it in the burner. The delicate fragrance of sandalwood filled the air, soft, warm, and subtle, like the smell of pinewood in the winter sun. This incense was handmade by Lin Mengyun. Sandalwood was one of the most precious fragrances in the world, often said to be worth as much as gold. Most families could never afford such luxury. Though Lin Mengyun seemed to live simply, rarely leaving the house except to buy fresh vegetables and meat, Chen Qingshan knew that she was far from poor. Aside from the inheritance from her parents, she also had other sources of income. Her apartment had 2 rooms, one was her bedroom, and the other was her study. Chen Qingshan had once seen Lin Mengyun writing novels on her computer in the study. He never asked if it was an online novel or something for print. In addition to writing, Lin Mengyun also painted. She had begun with Western sketching and oil painting, and later mastered Chinese ink painting. At 18, Chen Qingshan might not have understood her art, but at 36, he realized that her paintings were valuable enough to be auctioned. Chapter 2, Aunt Yun, I respect you like a deity. As the soft sound of footsteps approached, the door opened. Before him stood the stunning beauty that Chen Qingshan had yearned for day and night, the face that had haunted his dreams. His Aunt Yun was, naturally, incredibly beautiful. She was the very image of his ideal, his white moonlight, Sumuqing, the school beauty. The reason Chen Qingshan was so infatuated with Sumuqing was that she bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mengyun. However, compared to Sumuqing's elegant and ethereal beauty, Lin Mengyun's grace was dignified, charming like a peach in spring, her purity like a chrysanthemum in autumn. Her face was like a crescent moon, her complexion radiant, her brows as distant mountains, and her eyes like autumn water slightly furrowed but serene, as though veiled in mist. Her nose was delicate, with soft, pink lips, all of which painted an enchanting portrait, like the beguiling sight of begonia flowers bathed in sunlight. A small tear mole at the corner of her eye added an extra touch of allure. She wore a grey short-sleeved tunic made from cotton and linen blend on her upper body, paired with loose-fitting pants and black flat cloth shoes. Since Chen Qingshan could remember, Aunt Yun had always dressed this way like a Daoist priestess, at most swapping long sleeves for short ones in the summer, and wearing a white mink coat in winter. She was considered an eccentric by the neighborhood, but in Chen Qingshan's eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He knew Aunt Yun was highly educated, having mastered Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. On her left wrist, she wore a string of starry body beads that had turned dark golden with use. For those who use body beads to chant, the benefits are immense. Lin Mengyun had the appearance of a bodhisattva, and in Chen Qingshan's previous life, he had always revered her like a deity. The small neighborhood where they lived was called Xian Community. The houses were old, with wooden doors inside and iron doors outside. After unlocking the inner wooden door, Lin Mengyun pushed open the iron gate that separated the two. Seeing Chen Qingshan standing frozen in place, she raised an eyebrow in concern. On his way to meet Lin Mengyun after his rebirth, Chen Qingshan had imagined countless scenarios of their reunion. He had envisioned passionate, reckless actions, pulling her into his arms and kissing her fiercely, as she struggled, passionately kissing her lips with abandon. But when he finally saw Aunt Yun again, he didn't move, instead, just quietly watching her. Desire was indulgence, but love was restraint. Such intense actions would frighten Aunt Yun. Chen Qingshan murmured softly to himself, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Mengyun noticed and furrowed her brow. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, gently dabbing the cold sweat from his forehead with a tender touch. Her right hand even slid under his clothes, rubbing his back, wiping away the sweat. Nightmare sweating? She asked softly. Her voice was smooth and rich, not the chirping of a bird, but the mature, full sound of a woman, gentle and melodic, with her hair softly brushing her ears as she exhaled like the fragrance of orchids. Chen Qingshan, following her lead, explained, I was studying and must have dozed off. I had a long dream, and when I woke up, I realized I was sweating so much. It seemed that, though he had reincarnated, it might have been just as likely he had dreamed for 18 years. What did you dream about, to scare my little Qingshan like this? Lin Mengyun teased as she motioned for him to come inside, closing the door behind them. I dreamed about you, Aunt Yun. Lin Mengyun was Chen Qingshan's aunt, and his parents also referred to her as Aunt Yun. However, Chen Qingshan just called her aunt. It was a term of endearment, much like how she would sometimes call him Little Qingshan. The two shared this unique relationship, though they were not related by blood. When Chen Qingshan's father worked at a state-owned enterprise, he took the company's chief designer as his mentor, and Lin Mengyun was the daughter of this mentor, making her his junior. When Lin Mengyun was 13, Chen Qingshan was born. His father had said to her, "You have a little nephew now." When Chen Qingshan was 6, Lin Mengyun, who had just turned 18, had become the top scorer in the liberal arts in Bihar County and entered the prestigious Qingbei University. But that same year, Lin Mengyun's parents died in a car accident. After dealing with her parents' funeral, Lin Mengyun disappeared without a word, and no one knew where she went, not even Chen Qingshan's parents. She returned to Bihar County 4 years later, when Chen Qingshan was 10. By then, Lin Mengyun was no longer the young woman who could playfully tease him. She could only hold his hand and smile warmly at him. "Little Qingshan, Aunt Yun is back. Did you miss me?" Lin Mengyun's house, like Chen Qingshan's, was also an old employee residence, about 56 square meters. Although her father's position in the company could have afforded her a larger house, she specifically chose the one across from Chen's family so they could be neighbors. Both houses had 2 rooms and 1 living room, but while Chen Qingshan's house felt cramped and crowded, Lin Mengyun's was spacious and minimalistic. Her living room contained only a dining table, 2 chairs, a mat, and a worn-out wicker chair placed on the balcony for sunlight. There was no television, no sofa, no socializing. It was sparse and peaceful. The 2 dining chairs were there only because Chen Qingshan occasionally ate at her place. She would have only needed 1. She had taken minimalism to the extreme. Upon entering the room, Chen Qingshan naturally walked toward the mat. Lin Mengyun stopped him and pointed to the wicker chair, saying, "Lie there." Chen Qingshan didn't refuse. After all, at Aunt Yun's house, even if he stripped down and rolled around, she would only laugh and call him shameless, never angry. Once he lay down, Lin Mengyun lit a stick of incense, placing it in a holder. The scent of delicate sandalwood filled the room, not overwhelming but as comforting as the fragrance of pine wood in the winter sun. This incense was handmade by Lin Mengyun, made from agarwood, one of the most prized aromatic materials, said to be worth its weight in gold. Though she appeared to be a stay-at-home woman, buying groceries and staying indoors, only Chen Qingshan knew that Aunt Yun had considerable wealth. In addition to the inheritance from her parents, Aunt Yun had other sources of income. The 2-room house had 1 bedroom for Lin Mengyun and a study. Chen Qingshan had once seen her writing novels on her computer in the study, though he never asked if they were online novels or published works. Apart from writing, Lin Mengyun was also an accomplished painter. Having trained in Western sketching and oil painting, she later mastered Chinese ink painting. At 18, Chen Qingshan didn't understand her work, but at 36, he realized her paintings could be sold at auction. Chapter 3, The First Day of Rebirth, Making Breakfast for My Parents. Chen Qingshan returned to his home, which was still empty. He called his father, Chen Weiguo, but there was no answer. He was probably still working overtime at the construction site. Chen Qingshan left the living room light on for his father and then returned to his bedroom. On the desk, he saw his unfinished 5 years of high school, 3 years of simulation workbook. Chen Qingshan leaned against the desk but did not resume his studies. Instead, he replayed the memories of the next 18 years in his mind as if watching an ultra-long movie. For certain specific time points, he had specially noted them down not on paper, but in his phone's memo, with a password lock set. Chen Qingshan didn't want anyone discovering that he was a reborn person. The next 18 years would be a turbulent period, with for major trends apps, live streaming, e-commerce, and short videos allowing countless grassroots individuals to rise into capital, leaping from cop to dragon. In his previous life, when he passed away from a heart attack, these for major trends had already started to close, and the opportunity for grassroots individuals to make it had grown increasingly slim. Making money, improving his family's living conditions, and relieving his parents from hard labor were naturally on his agenda, but the immediate priority was still the upcoming college entrance exam in 60 days. Although a popular saying online claimed, "A degree is a high platform I cannot descend from, and also the long robe that Kong Eg cannot take off," Chen Qingshan, as someone who had experienced it, knew that a degree was more like a stepping stone. In his past life, his college entrance exam results were not great, only getting him into a second-tier university in the capital city. Fortunately, he followed his Aunt Yun's advice and studied computer science. After graduating, he became a programmer. Thanks to the salary benefits at the time, he accumulated his initial capital, and later started a company that developed a low-fee international long-distance calling app, earning his first pot of gold. In this life, however, he felt like walking on thin ice. Was it possible to reach the other shore? Obviously, in his past life, Chen Qingshan's entrepreneurial journey ended abruptly halfway. Since fate had given him another chance, he felt that his perspective should be broader in this life. When poor, one should focus on self-improvement. When successful, one should help the world. In his past life, he had chosen to escape his poor hometown. In this life, he wanted to help his hometown escape poverty. Baijian County, located in the Central Plains province, is a place with hard-working people who didn't deserve to live in such circumstances. Chen Qingshan knew that the goal he had set for himself tonight was the hardest road, but he still wanted to try. The main task for now: spend a lifetime with Aunt Yun. Short-term side task: prepare for the college entrance exam, study hard for the next 60 days, and make the most of his youth and dreams. Long-term side task: make money relentlessly, seize the upcoming opportunities of the era, improve his family's living conditions, and give back to his hometown. With these tasks in mind, Chen Qingshan fell into a deep sleep. At midnight, Chen Weiguo, who had just returned from the construction site, quietly opened the door. The light in the living room was still on, but the master bedroom was dark. His wife, Zhang Caixia, was working at the factory spinning yarn. He felt a sense of gloom. He felt incapable for making his wife suffer alongside him. After removing his yellow-dusted rubber boots, Chen Weiguo walked to his son's bedroom, gently opened the door, and didn't dare to turn on the light, afraid of disturbing his son. He stood outside the door, listening to the calm breathing of Chen Qingshan while he slept, a goofy smile appearing on his face. As long as his son could grow up safe and happy, life didn't feel so hard. Fatherly love was silent. Chen Weiguo stayed at the door for 3 to 5 minutes, listening and smiling, before reluctantly closing the door to his son's room. He took a quick shower, put on his big shorts, and entered the master bedroom. Soon, he was snoring loudly. At 6 a.m., Chen Qingshan woke up, and at the same time, the alarm went off. The first thing he did was check his phone. It was April 8, 2012, 6:01 a.m. He was so afraid that everything from the previous night was just a dream. Thankfully, he was truly back. He put on his clothes, splashed his face with cold water in the bathroom to fully wake up, brushed his teeth, and then left the house. On his first morning of rebirth, Chen Qingshan wanted to make breakfast for his parents. In his past life, after starting university, he had been living alone and only returned home once a year. When he turned 30, he went home and was shocked to see his father's hair had turned grey. It was then that he suddenly realized his parents had grown old overnight. In that moment, he remembered a saying: the bond between parents and children is a journey where you constantly watch them grow older and farther away. In his previous life, Chen Qingshan had thought too little and done too little. He owed his parents and Aunt Yun a lot. At the local market, the crowds were packed with people buying fresh produce. Baijian County might not be economically developed, but there were plenty of people. He bought bean sprouts, green vegetables, tofu skin, and a pound of pork. He also stopped by a noodle shop to buy some noodles and lamb bone broth. At exactly 7 a.m., Zhang Caixia finished her shift, rode her electric bike, and rushed home. In half an hour, her husband, Weiguo, would be getting up to go to the construction site. She needed to hurry and make him a bowl of noodles. Today, her son was also home, so she planned to steam some buns for him and cook his favorite braised pork for him to take to school. As she thought of her son, Zhang Caixia unconsciously twisted the throttle of the bike, her face beaming with an uncontainable smile. Her son was the pride of their family, a good student. He attended the best school in the county, Baijian No. 1 High School, and was even in the advanced class. At 1.83 meters tall, with fair skin, he looked every bit the scholar. Every neighbor praised her for raising such a wonderful son. When she grew old, she would enjoy the fruits of his success. The only problem was his English was a bit weak, but that was the only flaw. Everything else was perfect. At 7:15 a.m., Zhang Caixia parked her electric bike, ran home in 2 steps, opened the door, and kicked off her shoes, searching frantically. Hey! Where did my apron go? Just then, Chen Qingshan walked out of the kitchen, wearing her pink polka dot apron. Seeing her son, Zhang Caixia's nose tingled. At this moment, her mother hadn't yet had many white hairs. She grinned and happily called out, "Mom." Zhang Caixia looked at her son in surprise and said, "Qingshan, why are you wearing my apron?" I'm making breakfast. You? Making breakfast? Zhang Saixia didn't believe it for a second. Mom, you're looking at me through the crack of the door, thinking I've become small. Mom, sit down first. I'll wake up Dad, and we can eat together. Chen Qingshan said, walking toward his parents' bedroom. In the master bedroom, Chen Weiguo was already awake and getting dressed. When he saw his son, he skeptically glanced at the time on his phone. 7:20. Qingshan, why are you up so early today? Oh. Chen Qingshan was speechless. I'll be waking up early from now on. Dad, wash your face and come out for breakfast. Chen Weiguo fastened his belt, jumped out of bed, and said, Your mom didn't cook this time. You bought breakfast from outside. No, I made it today. It's your favorite stewed noodles. Huh. Chen Weiguo looked at Chen Qingshan in disbelief. You know how to make stewed noodles. Chen Qingshan couldn't help but laugh at 18, to his parents, he was still considered a child who hadn't grown up yet. When Chen Qingshan placed 2 steaming bowls of stewed noodles in front of his parents, Zhang Saixia grabbed Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo let out a small yelp, and only then did Zhang Saixia mutter, Weiguo, this isn't a dream, right? Chen Weiguo felt greatly comforted and proud. He stirred the noodles with his chopsticks, letting out steam. My son has grown up. He can make stewed noodles now. Slurp, he took a big bite. To be honest, it was a bit salty. But Chen Weiguo still ate it happily. Even if it was too salty or sour, he would finish it all. Zhang Saixia looked at the steaming bowl of noodles and her eyes turned red, tears falling. At 18, with 36 years of life experience, Chen Qingshan thought he was already immune to all emotions, but when he saw his mother cry, his eyes instantly reddened. Perhaps there are no angels in this world, which is why mothers exist. Zhang Saixia wiped her tears but still tried to comfort Chen Qingshan, laughing and crying, saying, Qingshan, I'm crying because I'm happy. It's not because the noodles are bad. When my son makes noodles, there's no way they can be bad. The 3 of them had red eyes by the end of the meal, even Chen Weiguo was no exception. However, as the head of the family, Chen Weiguo's feelings for his wife and son were clumsy and reserved, and he was reluctant to express them with words. He shoved 4 crumpled red bills into Chen Qingshan's hand. Chen Qingshan studied at by her number 1 middle school. In the final year of high school, the school gave a break every 2 weeks, but only half a day off. On weekends, school would end at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday and students needed to be back in class by 1 p.m. on Sunday. The 400 yuan was Chen Qingshan's living allowance for the next half month. Dad, 300 is enough. Chen Qingshan tried to return the extra 100 yuan. Chen Weiguo frowned and said angrily, Take it. You can use it to buy some extra meat dishes. It's crucial to grow and do well in your exams. It's natural for a father to earn money and for his son to spend it. He showed the authority of the head of the family. This was very much the way a father would act. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhang Saixia had already cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen. When she heard her son approach, she murmured, Qingshan, from now on, I'll be the one to make the meals at home. Your studies come first. Just having you help out makes me so happy. Okay. I'll listen to you, Mom. There's still some noodles left in the pot. Take a big bowl, cover it with plastic wrap, and put it in the fridge. Mom, this is for Aunt Yun. For Aunt Mengyun. Zhang Saixia turned around, wanting to ruffle her obedient son's head, but her hands were still wet, so she retracted them. She smiled with satisfaction and said, No wonder Aunt Yun spoils you so much. Pack it up, and take it to her. Chen Qingshan took a large bowl of stewed noodles from the pot and, holding it carefully, went next door. He gently knocked on the door with his forehead. A soft sound of footsteps slowly approached. Aunt Yun's footsteps were as light as a cat's. She opened the door and, seeing Chen Qingshan holding the bowl of noodles, Lin Mengyun's expression remained calm as she pushed open the iron gate and let him in. Once inside, Chen Qingshan quickly placed the bowl of noodles on the dining table. He pinched his earlobes with 2 fingers. It's so hot. He jumped around, like a monkey. With that behavior, how could any girl like you, little Qingshan? Lin Mengyun walked over to Chen Qingshan's side and softly asked, Where did you burn yourself? Chen Qingshan honestly crossed his thumb and index finger, making a heart shape with his hand, and extended it toward Aunt Yun. Lin Mengyun didn't understand the gesture. She puffed her cheeks, blew on his fingers, and said, "Auntie, this too is burnt." Chen Qingshan cheekily extended his left hand as well. Though she knew he was being naughty, Lin Mengyun couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't not spoil him. She blew again. "Auntie, hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Try my cooking," Chen Qingshan urged, proudly pulling Lin Mengyun to the table. "You made this stewed noodles?" Lin Mengyun asked in surprise. "You didn't just help your sister cut some green onions, did you?" "Auntie, who are you looking down on? From buying the vegetables to cooking the noodles, I did it all by myself." "Whoa! Has my little Qingshan grown up overnight?" Lin Mengyun sat at the dining chair, looking at the steaming noodles, the bean sprouts, vegetables, tofu, the thick broth, and the soft noodles. The smell of lamb soup and noodles filled the air. The noodles were topped with a ring of green onions and cilantro. The color, smell, and taste were possible. She took a spoon and took a small sip. This is Qingshan's cooking. Zhang Caixia's salt wouldn't tea have been so heavy. Is it delicious, Auntie? Chen Qingshan eagerly asked, staring at Lin Mengyun. His expression was like a little child in kindergarten, standing straight and eagerly waiting for the teacher to give him a red flower. "Isn't it obvious?" Lin Mengyun looked back at Chen Qingshan, her expression calm. She said, "It's delicious. This is the best stewed noodles I've ever had in my life." "Really?" Lin Mengyun nodded again, affirming, "Really. Auntie's a half-priestess, I don't lie. Then I'll make it for Auntie every day." Lin Mengyun's heart skipped a beat. The noodles were indeed too salty. But if it's Qingshan who cooked them? She softly replied, "Okay." Sitting on the other chair, Chen Qingshan grinned widely, propping his left hand on his arm, staring at Lin Mengyun eating the noodles. The delicate red lips pressed against the white noodles, the broth's oil clinging to the edges of her lips, like rain on a begonia, glistening and beautiful. She occasionally brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her tiny, flawless ear, as clear as jade. Her delicate nose, with sweat beads forming due to the heat, seemed to drip any moment. What made Chen Qingshan's heart race was when Lin Mengyun closed her eyes, frowning slightly as she bit through the noodles. Her long lashes seemed to pierce straight through his heart. "Auntie, how can you be so beautiful?" Chapter 4, Goddess. She still eats, poops, and burps. Smooth talker, frivolous and unruly, Lin Mengyun scolded, her face serious. Just moments ago, she was as gentle as a bodhisattva, but now she looked more like a fierce warrior. With a single raised eyebrow, Chen Qingshan immediately felt guilty and touched his nose. Clearly, Aunt Yun's authority was no joke. In Chen Qingshan's eyes, last night's self-imposed mission seemed like an act of blasphemy. Under the heavens, a woman's heart is the hardest to guess. He couldn't tell if Aunt Yun was shy or if he had been too hasty. So, he tried to tone things down. Lin Mengyun, eating her noodles calmly, still seemed serene, like an immortal, but her eyes occasionally darted toward Chen Qingshan. Seeing him revert to his usual respectful demeanor, she couldn't help but feel disappointed and began to blame herself. "Lin Mengyun, why do you always keep that stony expression?" After finishing the bowl of noodles, Lin Mengyun wiped the last drop of soup from the bowl. She felt stuffed. She wanted to rub her slightly bulging stomach, but since Xiao Qingshan was here, she refrained from making such a crude gesture. Burp. A long and loud burp broke the illusion, pulling Lin Mengyun off her high pedestal. What's the big deal with a goddess coming down to earth? She still burps, poops, and farts. "Don't laugh," Lin Mengyun scolded, embarrassed. Chen Qingshan immediately straightened his face. Before Lin Mengyun could make a move, he quickly gathered the dishes from the table and washed them clean. "This bowl is mine to wash, not even Jesus can stop me," he thought, trying to demonstrate his status as the head of the household. While he washed the dishes, Lin Mengyun took the opportunity to make 2 cups of hot tea. "Aunt, can I use your computer?" Chen Qingshan asked, sipping his tea. "It's in the study," she replied. Lin Mengyun, holding the hot tea, stood behind him. Watching how skillfully he operated the computer, she teased, "Looks like you frequent internet cafes, huh?" She didn't realize that as soon as Chen Qingshan bypassed the firewall, her teasing expression turned serious. How do you know how to bypass the firewall? Well, I am a programmer. Bypassing firewalls is pretty routine for me, Chen Qingshan said, shrugging. But he was still young, so he tried to keep things vague, muttering, I used to stay up all night at internet cafes and saw some interesting programs online, so I figured out how to do it. Huh? Still not satisfied with internet cafes? Now you want to use Aunt's computer to watch those kinds of programs? Lin Mengyun flicked his forehead with her fingers. Ouch. Chen Qingshan yelped in mock pain, though it didn't hurt. He found it kind of sweet. Aunt, can you check out this website for me? Chen Qingshan asked, pointing to a page on the screen. Lin Mengyun, frowning slightly, looked at the website cowardice, which was a BTC trading platform. It mentioned BTC transactions and gave the current price, 1 BTC equals for $20. She turned to him, what is this BTC? I don't get it. Chen Qingshan explained Bitcoin to her in simple terms, making sure to keep it brief. With his explanation and the information on cowardice, Lin Mengyun quickly grasped what Bitcoin was. So, do you think BTC has room to appreciate? She asked. Chen Qingshan nodded confidently, absolutely. And a lot. She raised an eyebrow. Did you learn this online? Yes. Tell me, how much do you want Aunt to buy? Despite Bitcoin's potential for high returns, it's not a simple matter of just buying it. It's a future market worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. Capital needs to believe it's worth investing in. Take your time with the tea. By the end of the year, I think 100,000 BTC would be the maximum. 50,000 would be good too, depending on your mood, Chen Qingshan suggested. The total amount of BTC is only 21 million, so buying 100,000 would already be a significant portion, about 1/210th of the total. Lin Mengyun nodded, understanding. She trusted Chen Qingshan's judgment completely, just as he trusted hers. In the past, when it came to choosing what to study, my father wanted me to study medicine, and my mother wanted me to become a teacher. But Aunt just said, study computer science, that field will be in demand. I followed her advice without hesitation. They had an unspoken, almost blind trust in each other, relying on each other's words as absolute truth. Aunt, I need to go to school now. Millimeter. You should be gone already. It's rare that you're home for a day, and you're causing me trouble. Chen Qingshan smiled sheepishly. You predicted my next move. Behind the iron door, Chen Qingshan stood outside while Lin Mengyun stood inside. He stared at her one last time before saying goodbye. Aunt, will you miss me? Of course, I'll miss you, Qingshan. Lin Mengyun replied with affection. But it's not just that kind of miss I want, Chen Qingshan said, his eyes mischievous. What kind of miss? Lin Mengyun raised an eyebrow, blushing slightly. Before she could respond, Chen Qingshan had already slipped away, back to his house. His mischievous grin made Lin Mengyun clench her teeth in frustration. After closing the door, she lit some incense but still couldn't calm her mind. All she could think about was Chen Qingshan's cheeky behavior. Chapter 4, Goddess. Still eating, shitting, and burping. Smooth talker, frivolous and reckless, Lin Mengyun scolded sternly. Just a moment ago, she was as gentle as a goddess, but now her gaze was as fierce as a wrathful warrior. A simple raised eyebrow made Chen Qingshan feel guilty, instinctively rubbing his nose. It was clear that Aunt Yun's authority was not to be underestimated. In Chen Qingshan's mind, the task he set for himself last night felt like a sacred quest. Under the heavens, a woman's thoughts are the hardest to understand. Chen Qingshan couldn't tell if Aunt Yun's comment about him being frivolous was her own shy modesty, or if he had been too hasty in his actions. So he decided to tone it down. Lin Mengyun, who was still slurping her noodles, had a serene expression as though she were an otherworldly fairy, but her peripheral gaze kept sweeping over Chen Qingshan. Seeing that he had reverted to his usual respectful demeanor, she couldn't help but feel slightly dissatisfied and began to scold herself inwardly. Lin Mengyun, why do you always keep up this pretentious air when there is no need? She finished the entire bowl of noodles, not leaving a single bite behind, even scraping the last bit of soup with the spoon. Full. She wanted to pat her round little belly, but with little Qingshan around, as an aunt, she had to refrain from making such a rude gesture. Burp. A long, loud burp broke the illusion, reminding her that even celestial beings still had their bodily functions. Don't laugh, Lin Mengyun said irritably. Chen Qingshan immediately straightened his face. Before Lin Mengyun could make a move, he quickly tidied up the dishes on the table and washed them clean. He was determined to clean the dishes today. No one, not even Jesus, could stop him. He exuded the authority of the head of the house. Meanwhile, Lin Mengyun took advantage of his distraction and brewed 2 cups of hot tea. "Aunt, may I use your computer?" Chen Qingshan asked, sipping the tea. In the study, Lin Mengyun, holding her tea, stood behind him and teasingly remarked, seeing his expertise at using the computer. "It seems like you spend a lot of time at the internet cafe, huh?" It wasn't tea until she saw him skillfully bypassing firewalls that her teasing smile faded into a more serious expression. "How do you know how to bypass firewalls? After all, I am a programmer, bypassing firewalls is just part of the job." But since he was only 18, he had to humble himself and awkwardly explain, "I used to stay up all night at internet cafes and sur forums talking about all sorts of exciting programs, so I learned how to do it." "Huh? Not enough from internet cafes, and now you want to use my computer to look at exciting stuff?" With a flick of her finger, she tapped his forehead. "Ouch." Chen Qingshan yelped in exaggerated pain, but secretly he thought it was sweet. "Aunt, could you check the contents of this website for me?" Lin Mengyun, with a slightly displeased expression, held the tea in one hand and gently twisted his earlobe with the other. "You naughty boy. It's not enough for you to watch on your own, now you want me to join you? I told you to study, and you came back with a bold and reckless attitude. This is so unfair." Even though it was all a misunderstanding, he sighed internally, but continued, "This is a legitimate site. Could you check if this is a BTC trading platform?" BTC trading platform? Lin Mengyun didn't quite understand, so she looked at the website Chen Qingshan had opened. Coinbase. It did indeed state that it supported BTC trading and displayed the current exchange rate 1 BTC equals for $US.20. The trading process was simple, with options for bank transfers or credit card payments. BTC would be stored in a digital wallet, and the platform offered both public and private keys for security. "Little Qingshan, what is BTC?" For the first time, Lin Mengyun stepped into the territory of her knowledge gap, where each word was familiar, yet difficult to fully grasp. Chen Qingshan briefly explained Bitcoin to her, but he didn't want to go too deep. Instead, he switched to his profit mode. Lin Mengyun listened to his explanation and, after reviewing the site, quickly understood what Bitcoin was. She then guessed his intention. "Do you think Bitcoin still has room to appreciate?" "Not just room. Bitcoin is practically a case of getting rich overnight. Even in 2012, when the price was only $4 per Bitcoin, it didn't exceed $10 by the end of the year. But by 2017, the price had soared to $20,000 per Bitcoin. In 2021, it hit an all-time high of $69,000. If that doesn't sound terrifying, let me put it in perspective. Invest $1, and in 5 years, you'll have $5,000. Invest $10,000, and in 9 years, you'll have $170 million. The potential for appreciation here is comparable to the legendary treasure pot." Chen Qingshan nodded confidently, "Yes, and a lot." "Did you find this information online?" "Yes." "So, how much do you want me to invest?" Although Bitcoin has impressive returns, it's not something that can be bought without careful consideration. This is a market worth hundreds of trillions of dollars, and capital won't enter unless they think it's profitable. Just like the well-known saying from the A-share market, "You can't buy enough, I think they are trying to sell me the entire company." Take it slow, aunt. By the end of the year, buying 100,000 Bitcoin would be the maximum. 50,000 could also work. It depends on how you feel about it. If you're optimistic, buy more. If you're cautious, buy less. There are only 21 million Bitcoins in total. Even buying 100,000 would mean owning 1/210th of the total, which is already a significant amount. Beyond that, Chen Qingshan worried there wouldn't be enough capital to support further growth. "Do you really believe in Bitcoin that much?" "It's a sure thing. The question is, will you make big profits or small ones?" Lin Mengyun nodded in understanding. She didn't question his judgment. After all, even if it involved hundreds of thousands of dollars in trades, if little Qingshan said to buy, what reason would aunt have to refuse? It was the same blind trust that Chen Qingshan had in her. In his past life, when he had to choose a major for college, his father, Chen Weiguo, wanted him to study medicine, while his mother, Zhang Caixia, wanted him to be a teacher. But Mengyun simply said, "Study computer science, it will be a promising field." Without hesitation, he followed her advice and chose computer science. Their trust in each other was almost irrational, and blindly so. "Aunt, I have to go to school. Millimeter. It's about time. You've been home for a day and already disrupted my peace." Chen Qingshan grinned foolishly, sensing that Mengyun had predicted his next move. Outside the iron gate, Chen Qingshan stood, gazing at Lin Mengyun. They said their goodbyes. "Aunt, will you miss me?" "Of course, I'll miss you, little Qingshan." Lin Mengyun replied, indulging him. "But I don't want just any kind of miss, I want that kind of miss. Which kind of miss?" Before she could finish speaking, Lin Mengyun's eyebrows were already tinged with a blush. "You naughty boy, now you're even daring to tease me." Before Lin Mengyun could scold him, Chen Qingshan had already dashed back to his own home. His rogue-like behavior made Lin Mengyun gnash her teeth in frustration. She closed the door, lit some incense, but still couldn't calm her thoughts. All she could think about was Chen Qingshan's mischievous grin. She nervously played with her prayer beads, biting her lip, with her starry eyes half closed and her lashes fluttering as her breath became uneven. Chen Qingshan's smile froze when he saw the colorful skateboard under Li Qingqiu's feet, and his expression darkened instantly. Li Qingqiu, startled, felt a shiver in her heart. Why did he stop smiling when he saw me? Is it because that Zumuqing put a curse on him, forbidding him from associating with me? That little bitch is always causing trouble. If she dares to do that, when we get back to school, I'll rip her mouth apart. Of course, the reason Chen Qingshan's expression darkened had nothing to do with Li Qingqiu's strange thoughts. The moment he saw Li Qingqiu's skateboard, his mind went to a darker place, thinking of the tragic fate that awaited her. After Li Honghu was imprisoned, he had entrusted his younger sister, Li Qingqiu, to Chen Qingshan. Then, after Li Honghu mysteriously died in prison, Chen Qingshan's guilt over his friend's death transformed into an overwhelming sense of indulgence and care for Li Qingqiu. Especially after he had achieved some success in his career, this indulgence knew no bounds. "Qingshan Ji, I want to see the sunrise at Mount Namjagbawa. I want to visit Wudang Mountain and see the Thunderfire Refining Hall. I want to visit the Jiangnan, just to hear you say spring is never late, and then I'll be in true Jiangnan." At first, it was just traveling around the country, and Chen Qingshan would help her with the itinerary, giving her a black card for her travel expenses, though he never accompanied her. Later. "Qingshan Ji, I want to go skiing. Qingshan Ji, I want to go skydiving. Qingshan Ji, this is wingsuit flying. You're so old-fashioned, this is the most thrilling extreme sport." Li Qingqiu would tease Chen Qingshan, laughing at his outdated views, but inwardly, she'd whisper, "At that moment, the wind and I were both free. Only when I'm flying, do I not think about you." Until one day, Li Qingqiu was once again chirping like a little sparrow in front of him, her face full of excitement. "Qingshan Ji, I'm going to fly over Tianmen Mountain." As usual, Chen Qingshan petted Li Qingqiu's little head with affection, murmuring, okay, whatever little Qingqiu wants to do, I support you. "So, will you come with me?" "Oh. I have a business trip abroad coming up." "How much does it cost to visit Tianmen Mountain?" "I'll transfer the money to your account. This time it's free." "It's fine if you don't come, I'll film the whole thing from the first-person perspective. When you come back, you'll have to watch the video with me of me flying over Tianmen Mountain." Okay. "Once I'm done with this business deal, I'll watch it with you all day." Chen Qingshan didn't understand why every promise he made was never fulfilled. Li Honghu did this, and even you, Li Qingqiu, are the same. Weren't we supposed to watch the replay together when I came back? Didn't you tell me wingsuit flying was safe? When Chen Qingshan heard the news of Li Qingqiu's tragic death at Tianmen Mountain, he collapsed instantly. When he woke up, his first thought was to die with Li Qingqiu. Now, standing in front of him were Li Honghu and Li Qingqiu, one grinning foolishly, the other smiling like a blooming flower alive, not in a dream. That skateboard instantly brought back painful memories for Chen Qingshan. If you dare play with a skateboard today, tomorrow you'll be flying in a wingsuit. Li Qingqiu had always been chasing the thrill of new and exciting experiences, and it was clear now that her love for such dangerous adventures had been present from the very beginning. How could Chen Qingshan not be upset? His face darkened, his brows furrowed as he stared at Li Qingqiu, his tone stern as he said, "Who allowed you to play with a skateboard?" Chapter 5, If you are indecisive, it will be the most painful part of life. Li Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of grievance surged in her heart, and her delicate and beautiful rosy lips pouted slightly. It wasn't he because of Chen Qingshan's scolding tone and stern demeanor, but "You haven't been this mean to me in 3 years," Li Qingqiu said aggrievedly. Because of her brother, Chen Qingshan filled her childhood. Li Honghu is the kind brother, Chen Qingshan is the strict father, and she is the most favored one. Li Qingqiu thought they would be bound together like this for the rest of their lives, but 3 years ago, a girl appeared and broke the iron triangle. All Chen Qingshan's attention was focused on the girl named Su Muqing. So, Li Qingqiu pierced her ears, dyed her hair, and wore avant-garde and sexy clothes that were completely inappropriate for her age in front of Chen Qingshan, gradually becoming a problem girl in the eyes of others. All it did was to attract Chen Qingshan's attention, even if he scolded her or even beat her so hard that she couldn't get out of bed. Li Qingqiu's tearful murmur was like a battering ram hitting Chen Qingshan's heart. It was not until this moment that he could barely grasp the reason why Li Qingqiu had changed so much. In my previous life, how much beauty did I miss out on because of Su Muqing? Li Honghu was also stunned, feeling that Chen Qingshan today was a bit like he was 3 years ago. Did you attain enlightenment in Longchang? Li Qingqiu didn't say anything. Since Chen Qingshan didn't allow it, she had no reason to disobey Chen Qingshan. He simply threw the skateboard under his feet into the trash can next to him without any souvenirs. The purpose of skateboarding was to attract Chen Qingshan's attention. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to look for another person while riding a donkey. Then, Li Qingqiu naturally sat on the back seat of Chen Qingshan's bicycle. "Brother Qingshan, I don't have any means of transportation, and you don't have the heart to let me walk back to school." The aqua blue tight-fitting narrow leg pants perfectly outlined Li Qingqiu's tall figure, which was slender and straight, with her legs standing side by side without a single gap. Li Qingqiu's words, "Who is more beautiful, me or Su Muqing," were not a joke. She did have the capital to compete with Su Muqing. Girls with long and slender legs usually don't have the kind of body that attracts attention. This lore also applies to Li Qingqiu. Fansu has cherry-like lips and a slender waist like a willow. It is so light that it cannot be held in one hand. To describe Li Qingqiu, one should not use wild words like huge or peerless. She is like a piece of art created by God himself with the golden ratio. The word pretty is graceful and evokes endless reverie. The moment Li Qingqiu sat on the back seat, Chen Qingshan clearly felt the front of the car tending to lift up, so he quickly used his own weight to push it down. The girl, who looks slender and thin, actually has quite a lot of weight. As for why his own sister got into Chen Qingshan's car, Li Honghu was no longer surprised. Anyway, since she was a child, Li Qingqiu has always liked to stick to her brother Qingshan. In her eyes, her biological brother is nothing. Chen Qingshan kicked the ball, a bell rang, and 3 people in 2 cars drove towards by her number 1 middle school. On both sides of the road, a row of camphor trees were in full bloom. The spring sun shone through the gaps between the camphor leaves onto the concrete floor, creating spots of light. The thunder of Jingzhi brings everything to life. The drizzle of Qingming brings the spring and the flowers bloom. The pretty young girl sits sideways on a bicycle, swinging her legs, like a girl picking water chestnuts and washing her jade feet in the river. A pair of white jade-like hands grasped the young man's blue and white school uniform. His red lips were slightly pursed, like a crabapple blossom in spring. She started by humming softly, and the sound of the chain teeth clicking when the boy was riding was her prelude. "Who is singing the song Mudanjiang outside the door? I listen to your melodious voice. The wind chimes are shaking and ringing. The small village by the river is as peaceful as a nap." Singing softly, with infinite tenderness. As the singing continued, the girl's hands, which were grabbing the boy's clothes at the waist, became bolder. She changed from grabbing to pulling, and then from pulling to clasping, as if she wanted to knead Chen Qingshan into her life. The faint scent of laundry detergent on the boy's blue and white school uniform represents her entire youth. Chen Qingshan felt the changes in Li Qingqiu's movements from front to back, but he didn't think too deeply about it. After all, he and Li Qingqiu are good friends, but they are more like close siblings. It was inappropriate for the sister to be a little intimate with her brother, but it was not exaggerated to the point of shouting at them. The 3 of them rode to by her number 1 middle school, where senior high school students were returning to campus one after another. The security guard at the door conscientiously checks the student ID cards of students entering the school. Chen Qingshan and the other two also got off the car at the school gate and pushed the car into the school. Li Qingqiu was a grade younger than them. As a sophomore, he had a full weekend off and didn't have to come to school so early. But Li Qingqiu would always give up this half-day vacation and go back to school with Chen Qingshan. At least, the section from Xi'an community to buy her number 1 middle school, Chen Qingshan belongs to her, Li Qingqiu. After entering the campus, the three parked their bikes and walked to the cafeteria. On Sunday noon, the cafeteria of By Her Number 1 Middle School is closed, but it is still open in order to provide a dining seat for students who bring lunch from home. Chen Qingshan took out the white flour steamed buns and braised pork that his mother had prepared for him. The reason why Zhang Caixia prepared 8 steamed buns and a big bowl of braised pork was because she knew that in addition to her son, there were also 2 siblings from the Li family. Li Qingqiu took a bite of the white flour bun filled with braised pork, looking very satisfied, but still choking and mumbling. Wow! Auntie's braised pork is unbeatable. I want to eat it forever. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. You can eat it for the rest of your life if you want. Anyway, my mother treats you like half a daughter. Chen Qingshan doted on him like a father looks at his daughter. I have spoiled Li Qingqiu for half my life. As long as she doesn't try weird extreme sports like wingsuit flying in this life, there's no harm in spoiling her for another lifetime. Okay. I'll live in your house from now on and call Auntie Mom. Chen Qingshan didn't notice the hidden meaning in Li Qingqiu's words. He laughed in his heart, thinking, you were such a shameless person in your previous life. Calling you mom is sweeter than what I say. After the three of them finished lunch, Li Qingqiu took the initiative to take on the cleanup work. It was visible to the naked eye that the originally flat belly had a bulging outline. Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu had to go to class at 1 o'clock, so Li Qingqiu said goodbye to them and went back to his dormitory alone. His roommates had not arrived yet, so he washed his lunchbox by himself and then cleaned the dormitory again. Although she is a daughter of a wealthy family, she doesn't have the slightest bit of a spoiled personality. After Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu said goodbye to Li Qingqiu, they walked side by side towards Class 1 of Grade 3. By Her Number 1 Middle School, Class 1, Grade 11, By Her Number 1 Middle School. Class 1 in each grade at By Her Number 1 Middle School is the top science class with a fixed number of 50 students. It is known as the county magistrate's son, and also has to be in the top 50 in the grade to get into the class. Determined by midterm and final grades each semester. Although they are not as mysterious as the classes of Tsinghua and Peking University, the students in Class 1 of Grade 12 of By Her Number 1 Middle School are basically all top candidates from 985 and 211 universities. That year, Chen Qingshan got into a second-tier university, which lowered the score line of the entire Class 1 and was a shame for Class 1. During the first few years of class reunions, I would be dragged out and beaten to death by my classmates. This situation did not ease until Chen Qingshan became successful in his career. Those classmates who once mocked and ridiculed me now seem so affectionate, warm and generous again. It's just like what Huang Bo said, when you have money, you will be surrounded by good people. The two walked into the classroom. Most of the students had already arrived. A few were chatting, but most were bent over their desks, seizing every minute to finish the test questions. Anyone who can still stay in Class 1 at the end of senior year must be a crazy student. The saying that our class teacher Mu Xinghong often says is if you are not crazy, you will not be able to survive. As long as you don't die from learning, keep learning until you die. With his height of 2 meters, Li Honghu naturally sat in the last row of the class. As his best friend, Chen Qingshan chose him to be his desk mate, and he also took root in this rumored area of the class full of talented people. The spotless desk that I had just tidied up yesterday before leaving school had not been seen for one night. The newly issued test papers covered the entire desk, with black words on a white background, giving it a kind of messy beauty. The two of them sorted it out. After folding it in half along the center line, it was about half the thickness of a book. There is no such thing as a genius or a top student. They just do more papers than others. Li Honghu sighed. Attracting resentful glances from the people around him, Chen Qingshan directly punched Li Honghu's iron arm, which was thicker than his thigh. Get out. You're exposed. Anyone in Class 1 can say this, except you, Li Honghu, who really doesn't he deserve to say it? Needless to say, Lee Hong-hoo's physical condition makes him a good candidate for sports. He started practicing javelin in his first year of high school and became a national first-class athlete in his second year. As long as he could pass the first-tier line in academic subjects, he would be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. It just so happens that apart from his abnormal body, this guy also has a very good brain. He was admitted to Class 1 based on his academic performance. And his ranking is not low. Except for Su Muching, who has always been at the top of the list, no one else in Class 1 dares to say that their academic performance can surpass Lee Hong-hoo. The most important thing is that Lee Hong-hoo achieved this result by doing half physical training and half studying. Even after passing the national first-level javelin test in his second year of high school, Lee Hong-hoo could have devoted himself to his studies, but he would rather join the school team to play basketball than come to class. Chen Qingshan suspected that if Lee Hong-hoo studied seriously, it was not impossible for him to defeat Su Muching. The classroom was filled with the sound of students doing their homework. Seeing that there was still some time before the class started, the two of them felt embarrassed to disturb the students around them who were doing their homework, so they went to the aisle outside the classroom. Take some fresh air and take a look at the bright campus. I haven't been back to my alma mater for many years, and it's getting newer and newer. It is said that when you meet someone new, everything is different. I, Chen Qingshan, am so lucky to be able to live again and make up for the regrets of my previous life. The two of them leaned on the railing. Lee Hong-hoo looked at Chen Qingshan, who was full of energy beside him, and smiled unconsciously. He always felt that his brother had changed, as if he had returned to 3 years ago. At that time, his brother had not met Su Muching yet. A sunny and cheerful boy chasing the wind. Here. For you. Lee Hong-hoo's words drew Chen Qingshan's attention back to himself, from where he was admiring the spring scenery on campus. Chen Qingshan looked puzzled as he watched Lee Hong-hoo take out a letter from his trouser pocket. The letter was written on pink paper and folded into a heart shape. No matter from which angle you look at it, what Lee Hong-hoo handed over was a love letter. I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as a suppository. Lee Hong-hoo, are you still a human being? Chen Qingshan's dumbfounded expression and his retreating movements almost made Lee Hong-hoo treat him to a hit from Goro Damon's Izumo Toss, followed by Heaven and Earth Return and Mist Mountain. She threw the love letter directly at Chen Qingshan's face and cursed, "Get lost. This love letter was not written by you to Su Muching. You said Su Muching liked the thin gold style and asked me to hand copy it. You went to offer the treasure." Chen Qingshan sucked his teeth and said, "TSK. It's really like this. I also practiced calligraphy with Aunt Yun for 2.5 years. Although my handwriting cannot be said to be ugly, it can only be described as mediocre." As for Lee Hong-hoo, Auntie Yun quite approves of him, especially his slender gold script, which Auntie Yun commented in red, "It has 1/3 of Huizong's charm." Chen Qingshan glanced at Lee Hong-hoo's huge palm that was like a palm leaf fan. One punch could smash his brains out. But the hand holding the small brush was like a martial arts champion using an embroidery needle, and the writing was extremely steady and the strokes were extremely soft. "Did you practice the sunflower manual secretly behind my back?" Chen Qingshan unfolded the love letter folded into a heart shape and folded a paper airplane. Under Lee Hong-hoo's astonished and horrified gaze. "Go!" The paper plane soared into the sky, made a beautiful turn in the air, and then crashed at high speed. Until this moment, Lee Hong-hoo still couldn't believe that Chen Qingshan would be so resolute, and asked in a puzzled tone, "Let it go." Chen Qingshan did not pay attention to the paper plane falling straight down, but instead looked towards the distant sky. Feng Bo Bu Jing said, "If this heart drags on, it will be the most painful part of life." It seemed that he had really let it go, and Lee Hong-hoo's originally nervous expression also relaxed. "I feel like drinking. I want to toast my brother, to celebrate his escape from prison." The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Suddenly, a sharp explosion was heard downstairs. Who threw the garbage? The two of them grabbed the railing and leaned their heads out to look down. The paper airplane that had just crashed happened to be stuck in the hair of the cleaning lady who was cleaning up garbage and debris in the flower garden downstairs, like a paper hairpin. Do you have any sense of public morality? Do you really treat the school as your own home? Do you treat Auntie as your mother? Don't let me catch you, or I'll deduct 3 points from your class's moral education score. The cleaning lady grabbed the paper airplane off her head and looked upward with her hawk-like sharp eyes, scanning every student in the corridor of the teaching building in front of her. The main culprits Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu dared not show their heads. They immediately retracted their heads and squatted down with a guilty conscience. The two of them were squatting, looking at each other, feeling a little ashamed, but unable to help laughing out loud. Flying paper airplanes downstairs is nothing. When they were young, the three of them even pooped in a pumpkin. And as long as they put the cut pieces of pumpkin back in, the pumpkin would continue to grow. The two people's giggling attracted the attention of a girl. In other words, when the girl stepped into the corridor, she saw Chen Qingshan wearing the blue and white school uniform. Chapter 6: The Tenderness of School Belle Sumuqing. The girl was wearing an off-white knee-length dress, looking ethereal like a fairy. Carrying a Japanese-style campus backpack. There is a sunny doll hanging on the zipper of the school bag, with a simple drawing of a smiling face, cute and bright. It was made by Chen Qingshan. There is always someone who is just a passerby in your life, but who amazes you for the whole time. Ever since Sumuqing entered by her number 1 middle school, the 2 classes above, the 2 classes below, and her own class, a full 5 years have passed, and the term school belle has no longer been controversial. She was just a wisp of wind blowing through the hall unintentionally, but her arrogance caused a mountain torrent. There is no need to explain Sumuqing's beauty. She is the fairy-like beauty that has come from afar to behold the feast of the human world and the beauty of the prosperous world. She is the only one that stands out among the crowd, and her color is as white as dust. Her existence is a blessing for the boys in her class, but a tragedy for the girls in her class. As soon as Sumuqing appeared, she attracted the attention of all the boys in the corridor. Sumuqing has long been accustomed to this. If life is a movie, she is born to be the protagonist of this movie. Sumuqing did not show any displeasure at all towards the admiring, timid or greedy looks from her classmates, and she would respond with a gentle smile from time to time. Some bold boys would even call her school beauty Su. Sumuqing would not get angry. When she was in a good mood, she would even nod in response to this slightly frivolous name. The reason why Sumuqing suppressed 5 classes of girls from by her number 1 middle school was not only because of her beauty, but also because of her gentle personality. Her every frown and smile was like a spring breeze. Class 1 of grade 3 is located at the end of the corridor. When Sumuqing walked through this corridor, she was like a star walking on the red carpet, attracting everyone's attention. Until he reached the end of the corridor, the door of a classroom, and in front of Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu who were squatting on the ground. In front of Chen Qingshan, Sumuqing finally stopped. Sumuqing looked down, Li Honghu looked up, and Chen Qingshan looked straight ahead. From now on, you go your way, and I go mine. Chen Qingshan's words last night are still ringing in my ears, like thunder exploding in the sky. After Chen Qingshan hung up the phone, Sumuqing immediately called back, but the only answer she got was a female voice from the mobile system. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. I was actually blocked by Chen Qingshan. This was an outcome that Sumuqing could never have anticipated. Why did he block me? What was his reason? Sumuqing didn't understand. Even after singing the song, she returned home and reluctantly called Chen Qingshan, but the only response she got was the mechanical system voice. In response to this, Sumuqing explained that Chen Qingshan was just throwing a tantrum at her. Har har. I'm not as willful as you when my relatives come to visit me. What a headache. I have to give Chen Qingshan a small reward again. Just like training a dog, you need to hit it with a stick and give it a piece of meat, use both kindness and severity to make it obedient. It's just that Chen Qingshan, you've been a little greedy recently. 2 days ago, I hung the sunny doll you made by hand on my school bag. That day, you smiled all day. Every time I looked back, I could see you looking at me. Did you never take your eyes off me? Sumuqing stopped in front of Chen Qingshan, half lowered his body, tilted his head and observed Chen Qingshan with interest, with the Japanese-style backpack behind him. This frame of picture looks very much like the scene in the movie Memories of the Future, where Shizuka Kudo is shaking her head while carrying a school bag. Bright as a flower, with peerless beauty. With a smile on his face, he reached out from the bag behind him, took out a long rice ball and handed it to Chen Qingshan. Here you go. Your favorite purple rice and salted egg yolk rice balls, with some crispy fillings. The moment Sumuqing handed over the rice ball, all the boys in the corridor blushed completely. If looks could kill, Chen Qingshan would have been cut into pieces long ago, leaving no trace of his body. Although they all knew that Chen Qingshan was Su Muqing's most loyal pursuer, the tenderness he showed to Su Muqing 3 years ago was as vast as the ocean and as boundless as the stars, and could not be described in words. He can be said to be the most romantic person in her #1 middle school. But in the eyes of everyone, it is just your duty, Chen Qingshan. And Su Muqing's return gift of a purple rice bowl was a huge blessing to them, a blessing for 8 lifetimes, and a glory that you, Chen Qingshan, should remember for the rest of your life. This completely unequal input and output is as ridiculous as the Tang-Nyo inequality. The moment Su Muqing handed over the purple rice bowl, Li Honghu knew something bad was going to happen. His brother finally came to his senses and folded the love letter he wrote to Su Muqing into a paper airplane and flew it into the sky, declaring that he had completely given up. I'm afraid all the efforts will be ruined because of a purple rice bowl. It's always like this. You, Su Mu, don't respond in the morning or in the evening, but when my brothers are disheartened and want to break off ties with each other, you give Chen Qingshan a little hope. There is always hope, but it is never obtained. But this time, Chen Qingshan did not take the rice bowl immediately, which was beyond Li Honghu's expectation. Su Muqing next to him was also quite surprised. This time, Chen Qingshan's temper was a little too much. He could actually be angry for so long. He really showed his ability. The tender white hand holding the rice bowl passed it to Chen Qingshan again, almost to Chen Qingshan's mouth, without looking at him, her eyes dodging, and she said with a little arrogance, "Don't think I bought it specially for you. I just happened to pass by and had some change in my pocket, so I bought it." This tactic of saying one thing and thinking another, playing hard to get, which innocent man can resist it? Rubbing ears together is certainly ambiguous, but wouldn't a man be obsessed with this kind of proud and coquettish hum from a young woman? Li Honghu sighed in his heart. He had already admitted defeat on behalf of Chen Qingshan. Su Muqing's gentleness can melt even the cement seal on your heart. It's no wonder that his brother has loved her for 3 years without regrets. If Su Muqing only relied on her face, spoke harshly, and acted unreasonably, she would not be worthy of being the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in her #1 middle school. The jealousy in the eyes of all the boys around seemed to burn Chen Qingshan to ashes. Did you really catch the school beauty, Su? However, Chen Qingshan's next response was beyond everyone's expectations, as if it was a slap in the face to everyone. Facing Su Muqing's kindness, Chen Qingshan kept his gaze straight ahead from beginning to end, until Su Muqing handed the rice bowl in front of him, blocking his view of the white wall tiles opposite. He frowned and hit the rice bowl with his backhand, sending his so-called favorite purple rice and salted egg yolk rice bowl flying half a meter away. His fingertips also hit the back of Su Muqing's hand, making a crisp sound. In an instant, the tofu-like white and tender little hand turned red and showed 3 fingerprints. It turns out that you, Su Muqing, have a rare physique that is easily scarred. In some circles, this is similar to an innate holy body. It's just that I, Chen Qingshan, don't really like playing this kind of game. Chen Qingshan's flick startled Su Muqing, Li Honghu, and everyone present. It almost made their eyes pop out. For 3 whole years, I searched all over her #1 middle school, but couldn't find anyone who dared to get angry with Su Muqing. And you, Chen Qingshan, just took action. Is this still the rumored his deepest love? Crazy. You, Chen Qingshan, must be crazy. Love that cannot be obtained turns into hatred. You have a twisted and dirty mind. Fortunately, school beauty Su did not agree to be your girlfriend. Now your true colors are revealed. The people around felt sorry for Su Muqing and felt fortunate. Chen Qingshan ignored the contemptuous, disdainful and disgusted looks around him, stood up, and stepped on the rice bowl under the gaze of everyone. My demands have always been simple. Chen Qingshan said, Su Muqing. Wasn't what I told you last night clear enough? What I want is that there is no connection or contact between us anymore. There are still 60 days before the college entrance examination, and I just want to study with peace of mind. After the college entrance examination, you can treat me as dead, and there is no such person as me in the 3 years of high school. If you are dissatisfied with my previous entanglement, then I can say to you I'm sorry. No one expected that you, Chen Qingshan, would be so determined, almost like burning your boats and burning your bridges, leaving no way out for yourself. His eyes instantly turned to the pitiful school beauty Su. How on earth did you hurt Chen Qingshan's heart to make the most romantic man in by her #1 middle school say such heartless words as, "Let him die," which meant that they could part ways and live happily ever after? There are many crossroads in life, you go to Xiexiang and I go to Qin. Sure enough, the ending of all stories is ultimately a grand aesthetic. They really didn't want to see Chen Qingshan and Su Muqing walking together, as that would be a blasphemy to the white moonlight in their hearts. But what they don't want is for the two of them to end up with a situation where they meet but have never known each other before, and then they become strangers. Doesn't young love deserve a good beginning and a good ending? Everyone's view of love was elevated to another level in Chen Qingshan's final farewell. Li Honghu couldn't help but shed tears, but he was even more grateful in his heart. He wanted to kowtow to Su Muqing and say, thank you for letting my brother go." Su Muqing didn't say anything. She covered her right hand that was photographed with her left hand, and looked at Chen Qingshan with tears in her eyes and a panicked expression. That pitiful, delicate and fragile posture is enough to arouse the desire to protect every man in the world. Sure enough, the flower protector jumped onto the stage like a clown. Chapter 7. When enemies meet, they are jealous of each other. A loud shout. Chen Qingshan apologized to Su Muqing. Chen Qingshan looked at the person who spoke. It was his classmate, Zhe Jinan. He had above-average grades, good looks, and a well-off family. He never lacked a girlfriend during his 3 years of high school. But Chen Qingshan found out later that Zhe Jinan's family background was more than good. His father was not the richest man in Bihar, but he was firmly in the top 10. Later, Li Honghu was imprisoned because of him. If I had gone to the KTV with flowers and confessed to Su Muqing like I did in my previous life last night, apart from being a clown, Su Muqing's soft whispers while holding his face would have made Zhe Jinan, who was also in the KTV, resentful of me, and he slapped me on the spot. He felt a sharp pain in his right ear at that time, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he endured it after Su Muqing's persuasion. But in the following week, his right ear still felt like it was being pricked by needles. He could not bear it any longer and went to the hospital for a checkup accompanied by Li Honghu. Right eardrum perforated. Loss of 80% hearing function in the right ear. When Li Honghu and I took the inspection report to Zhe Jinan to ask for an explanation, Zhe Jinan denied it on the spot and even turned around and accused me of blackmailing him. "It's been a week and there's no evidence," he said fearlessly. "Go ahead and sue me. I will pay whatever the court orders me to pay. I want to see how much your ear is worth, Chen Qingshan." That arrogant and domineering attitude. Li Honghu slapped him hard in the face. "I'm paying it back for my brother. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Li Honghu's view on right and wrong is very simple. This slap sent Zhe Jinan to the hospital. The next day, he was said to be critically ill and went abroad for treatment. What he received in return was a medical report issued by a foreign hospital, stating that Zhe Jinan was brain dead and had become a vegetable. Li Honghu was thrown into prison and sentenced to life imprisonment. It's impossible. Although half of Zhe Jinan's face was swollen when he entered the hospital, he was still alive and well, and there was no sign of being in a vegetative state at all. The following year, Li Honghu died in prison for unknown reasons. Miraculously, at the 15th anniversary reunion after graduation, Zhe Jinan appeared in front of everyone full of energy again. At this time, he had settled abroad, married a foreign wife, and had a pair of mixed-race twins, a boy and a girl. He could be said to be a winner in life. He even boasted to Chen Qingshan that foreign medical technology was simply a miracle and could even cure a vegetative state like him. Without saying a word, Chen Qingshan beat Zhe Jinan into the hospital again. If the people around him hadn't stopped him, Zhe Jinan would have been doomed to die at this class reunion. By that time, Chen Qingshan had already achieved success in his career, and Zhe Jinan also fought back, so the incident was classified as a mutual fight. Perhaps because he had already married and had children, Zhe Jinan became concerned and agreed to the mediation. He then returned to his new homeland and never came back. You, Zhe Jinan, can leave, but your parents are still in the country. How could Chen Qingshan swallow this? In the following 3 years, he quietly investigated the Zhe family and finally found some clues about how Zhe Jinan's father made his fortune. Before Chen Qingshan could take any action, he was reborn. Zhe Jinan, who obviously has the capital of a rich young man, now looks like a gangster, and some girls of the same age like this look. As for Chen Qingshan, no matter what age he was disgusted by this kind of ruffian tone. Fortunately, Li Qingqiu had never been in love in her previous life, if one day she dared to bring a yellow-haired guy home. Chen Qingshan could only point at the pieces of meat on the ground and confess to the officer, "Comrade, I swear, he came in pieces when he entered the door." The scene seemed to have settled down, but because Zhao Jinan suddenly came in for no apparent reason, the crowd watching the excitement suddenly became excited again. As we all know, people who like to have fun never care about the life or death of the parties involved, and they even want to make the two sides fight each other. The corridor seemed to be completely silent, but in fact everyone was cheering for Chen Qingshan and Zhao Jinan. "If we don't use the Noxian guillotine, I'm afraid there will be no end to this." Seeing Zhao Jinan again was like meeting an enemy with eyes full of jealousy. Chen Qingshan looked coldly at their classmate in front of him. The cold and sinister look made Zhao Jinan feel extremely uncomfortable, as if the person in front of him was not the cowardly and incompetent loser in daily life, but a black mamba that would choose its prey to eat, which was terrifying. The uneasiness in his heart made Zhao Jinan even more irritated. He roared fiercely, "Chen Qingshan, do you take my words as fart? I order you to bow and apologize to Su Xiaohua right now." While roaring, Zhao Jinan rushed to Chen Qingshan in one step, stretched out his right hand, and was about to grab Chen Qingshan's collar to teach him a lesson. But there was someone who acted faster than him. Almost at the same time Zhao Jinan raised his hand, a tall figure stood in front of Chen Qingshan. He stopped Zhao Jinan directly. He patted Zhao Jinan's shoulder with his right hand, put on a brilliant smile, and said, "Are you going to attack my brother?" Li Honghu is 2 meters tall and weighs 220 kilograms. Zhao Jinan, who is only 1.75 meters tall, is like a little chicken in front of him and immediately becomes timid. However, Li Honghu's hands did not leave Zhao Jinan's shoulders, and even tightened slightly. The simple smile on his face slowly turned into a grim smile. He was thinking whether he should teach Zhao Jinan a lesson. Let him understand that some ideas are best not even thought about. For 3 years, Li Honghu, who always had a simple and honest smile on his face, gave people around him the illusion that Li Honghu was the kind of person who looked like the god of hell but had a heart of a merciless Metria. Only Chen Qingshan knew how horrific Li Honghu's destructive power was. But with the experience of his previous life, Chen Qingshan would never let Li Honghu make the same mistake again. He patted Li Honghu's arm and said, "Let go." Li Honghu turned his head and looked at Chen Qingshan, saying, "I can't stand this. This kid, how can you be so magnanimous? When someone called you Big Fool Li in front of you, you didn't get angry at all. I had to curse back for you. How come you come to me? Judging from your attitude, you won't stop until you break one of his arms. Let go." Chen Qingshan said again. Seeing Chen Qingshan's face darken, Li Honghu reluctantly released his grip on Zhao Jinan. Zhao Jinan, who was finally freed from the shackles, felt relieved. The pressure Li Honghu had brought to him just now was no less than encountering a 300-pound brown bear in the wild. Zhao Jinan felt like he was walking on thin ice and was terrified. He felt that he would die in Li Honghu's hands in the next second. He didn't even bother to be a hero and save the beauty, or stand up for the school beauty Su, and return to the classroom in shame. "I originally wanted to pretend to have big breasts in front of the school beauty, but I didn't expect to end up with big breasts." Chen Qingshan didn't care about Zhao Jinan, who was running away in a panic like a sore rat. Looking at Li Honghu, who was still smiling innocently, he warned him seriously, "Next time you encounter such troublemakers, don't do it. I will do it myself. Do you understand?" "Hee hee." Li Honghu laughed and scratched the back of his head, looking even more stupid. No matter how much Chen Qingshan pressed her, she refused to agree. "I just thought to myself, brother, if I agree to this, Aunt Yun will skin me alive." As for Zhao Jinan, who sneaked back to the classroom, it is reasonable for him to avenge his past life in this life, right? In his previous life, Chen Qingshan already had some evidence of the crimes committed by Zhao Jinan's father. He couldn't execute the entire Zhao family, but it was more than enough to send several members of the Zhao family to prison to eat government food for the rest of their lives. However, if only a few of Zhao Jinan's direct relatives went in to enjoy the benefits, wouldn't that be too easy for Zhao Jinan? A family should be together. Zhao Jinan boasted in class that he had been studying English hard recently and was preparing to go abroad after the college entrance examination, either based on his college entrance examination scores or by taking the IELTS. Based on the Zhao family's financial resources, if that accident had not happened, Zhou Jinan would definitely have gone abroad to study. When they reach the other side of the ocean, the Zhou family will collapse and their source of income will be cut off. Given Zhou Jinan's lavish lifestyle, he will probably have no choice but to sell his butt to survive. There are so many $0 purchases there, and brother Ni is such a good shooter, it makes sense for him to practice his shooting skills while robbing someone, right? It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I, Chen Qingshan, do not consider myself a gentleman, so I will give you a discount. 2 years. I, Chen Qingshan, will try my best to send your Zhou family on their last journey within 2 years. Behind him, Su Muching, who had been silent all the time, looked at Chen Qingshan, who was completely different from before. She pursed her thin lips, and her bright starry eyes were filled with mist, which made people feel infinite love and affection. But in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a burning heat called madness. Chapter 8, Chen Qingshan, the teacher who worried him. In class 1, the students were whispering to each other. What happened in the corridor just now caused an uproar among the students. The infatuated man is no longer infatuated. Dr. Li has also begun to show his talent. After being in the same class for 3 years, why did Chen and Li feel more and more unfamiliar to them? Seeing that it was almost time for class, Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu also sat back in their seats. Chen Jun, a classmate sitting in the front seat, turned around and gossiped, Chen Qingshan, are you really not pursuing Su Muching anymore? Chen Jun, with your Chinese score of 130 plus, you should not have failed to understand what I just said. Seeing Chen Qingshan nod affirmatively, Chen Jun shouted excitedly, my time has finally arrived. Chen Qingshan, to be honest, I like Su Muching too. When we are together, don't be anxious. It is good for people to be confident, but being arrogant is not so good. Chen Qingshan just smiled and said, it's okay. After you two get together, I will block you too. Anyone who has anything to do with Su Muching will be on my blacklist for life. This guy really defeats me. After perfunctorily dealing with Chen Jun, Chen Qingshan sorted out the teaching materials and textbooks. The Zhongyuan Province College entrance examination science subjects consist of a total of 6 subjects and 4 exams, namely Chinese 150, Mathematics 150, English 150, and Comprehensive Science Physics, Chemistry, Biology 300, with a total score of 750. According to the score lines of previous years, the first-tier score for science subjects is just over 500, 211 is 560, and 985 is just over 600. The college entrance examination in Zhongyuan Province is indeed a bit competitive, but it has to be competitive. There are too many monks and too little porridge, so you have to fight for it yourself. Social Darwinism, where the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive, may sound cruel, but its shadow can be found everywhere in the operation of society. Chen Qingshan's scores in the last monthly exam were Chinese 135, Mathematics 142, Comprehensive Science 265, English 53, and a total score of 595. A top candidate from 211, just one step away from reaching the threshold of 985. Chen Qingshan's Chinese language skills came from Aunt Yun's influence since childhood, while mathematics and physics were his natural talents, almost at competition level. The only subject he was weak in was English. Every teacher who taught Chen Qingshan in high school always commented that they loved his talent but were angry at his lack of fighting spirit. If you can improve your English score, you can get into not only 985 but also Peking University or Tsinghua University. His homeroom teacher and English teacher, Mu Xinghong, was even more worried about Chen Qingshan. When she dragged Chen Qingshan to her office for a small meeting, she even asked him bluntly, do you want the teacher to kneel down before you in order for you to learn English? If Chen Qingshan hadn't stopped her, Mu Xinghong would have really knelt down. Chen Qingshan never liked to learn English since he was young. He had no talent for languages and couldn't even pronounce the phonetic symbols correctly. Words with more than 6 letters were simply incomprehensible to him. When I was in junior high school, I could still rely on my cleverness and choose the longest of 3 long and 1 short to get around 80 points. But after entering high school, my English grades plummeted. The worse his grades were, the less he wanted to study. He would even rather do college calculus in his English class than listen to Mu Xinghong's lectures. They say that I am a Chinese with noble spirit and will never worship foreign things. However, after entering university, the school required that English scores must pass the level for school score line in order to obtain a diploma. Chen Qingshan was forced to pick up the English book and start learning from scratch. It was also when he was struggling to memorize English words in college that Chen Qingshan realized how stupid he had been. Those childish words were nothing but his excuses. The only reason why he didn't want to learn English was that he knew clearly that even if he worked hard to learn English, his English performance would not be as good as his performance in other subjects. He was just worried that his label as a child prodigy would be exposed. Deceiving yourself in your comfort zone. As long as I don't study, I will have an excuse even if I get 0 points on the test. My middle school self was so stupid that it was outrageous. Now that he is back in school, Chen Qingshan has already let go of his prejudice against English. This time, his goal for the college entrance examination is only 985, even the top 985 universities such as Tsinghua University, Peking University, Fudan University, Zhejiang University, and Zhejiang University. There are only 60 days left before the college entrance examination, and with 6 subjects to complete, time is tight and the task is heavy. Ding ling ling, the ringing of the class bell interrupted Chen Qingshan's thoughts. As the bell rang, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a dark blue jacket and a test paper tucked under his armpits, strode into the classroom. At first glance, Chen Qingshan recognized him as his high school math teacher Qin Feng, Teacher Qin. He is humorous in his lectures, looks gentle and elegant, and is very popular with students. In Chen Qingshan's impression, all the math teachers he had were very elegant and handsome, with fair skin, and liked to wear plaid or white shirts, just like himself, with the charm of an engineering man. The Chinese teacher, on the other hand, is older and always holds a glass cup filled with strong tea. He likes to play chess in pairs and has the lifestyle of an old man from the streets. As for English teachers, they are always at the forefront of fashion, just like his head teacher Mu Xinghong, who wears different clothes 7 days a week, a small western skirt with a scent of fragrance, black stockings, and a waistcoat when the spring and autumn are a little cold. The 18-year-old boy was full of imagination. Of course, that does not include Chen Qingshan. At that time, Chen Qingshan was completely focused on Sumuchen, and he would not give up until he saw the Yellow River and would not cry until he saw the coffin. This is the mock test paper from the neighboring province of Shandong last month. I took a look and it's about the same difficulty as last year's college entrance examination. Let's take a test. Qin Feng unfolded the whole test paper in his hand, which had been divided into 4 parts before class. He threw it to the first row of seats in each group and waved his hand. The students passed it to the back consciously. We won't have a break between classes this time. With 2 classes and a break, the time is just right. If you need to go to the bathroom during the exam, raise your hand and tell the teacher. There are 60 days left until the college entrance examination. All the lessons that should be taught have been finished. What follows is the work of giving an outline, summarizing, and filling in the gaps. Some students have even started to take leave to study at home, but Chen Qingshan does not recommend this way of studying. Firstly, it requires extremely high self-discipline, and secondly, nothing can be achieved by working in isolation. Without a teacher to lead the way, studying alone is like a blind man groping in the dark. But Chen Qingshan's situation is a little different. Having just been reborn, he needs a checkup to see how much high school knowledge he has mastered. This mock exam is a suitable opportunity. After getting the test paper, Chen Qingshan first glanced through it quickly. He hadn't done a test paper for more than 10 years, so it was indeed a little unfamiliar. However, when his eyes swept across the test questions, mathematical formulas and subsequent solutions popped up in his mind. This was probably Chen Qingshan's keenness in mathematics. Some talents are engraved into human genes and may fade away, but when needed, that memory can be instantly activated. At the beginning, Chen Qingshan's skills were still relatively new, and he stumbled and wrote drafts again and again. But the closer he got to the end, the more proficient he became, and he became more and more comfortable with it. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, but the classroom was silent except for the rustling sound of students writing papers. After finishing the last big question, Chen Qingshan looked at the time and only an hour had passed. As usual, he should have checked it again, but Chen Qingshan did not do so. Instead, he just raised his hand. Qin Feng thought Chen Qingshan was going to the bathroom, so he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Go ahead." Chen Qingshan took the test paper and walked up to the podium, whispering, "Teacher Qin, I have finished the test paper. Can you help me mark the next paper? If it is convenient, can you explain the wrong questions to me directly?" Racing against time, Chen Qingshan had to complete 6 courses in 60 days. His time was tighter than anyone else present. If we follow the normal process, with an exam today and a lecture tomorrow, this routine would be too slow for Chen Qingshan. It would also be a waste of time. Chen Qingshan's words attracted Qin Feng's sidelong glance, and also attracted strange looks from the classmates who were writing furiously in the class. Some students handed in their papers halfway through the exam, but I have never seen anyone start grading the papers halfway through the exam. But who is Chen Qingshan? He is the top student in mathematics in the class. If it weren't for his poor English score, Su Muqing would not have been the top student in the class. When it comes to this kind of gifted students, teachers say they are not partial to or give them preferential treatment, but that is just lip service. They simply don't understand the value of students at the level of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Not only do the students bring honor to the family, but the teachers also have to look good. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then agreed. Okay. Let's go out and mark the papers so as not to disturb the students taking their exams. As he spoke, he picked up the red pen and Chen Qingshan's test paper, and they walked out of the classroom together. They began marking the test papers while standing on the railing at the door. In the classroom, the little accident did not cause much commotion. After taking a few glances, everyone started writing again. Since I can't match Chen Qingshan's talent, I will have to work twice as hard as Chen Qingshan. Outside the classroom, Qin Feng was reading the papers, but his brows were furrowed. Chen Qingshan, what's wrong with you? How can you get the simplest trigonometric function wrong? And here, you don't know the Bayesian formula. This is simply outrageous. What on earth are you doing? Qin Feng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. What the hell are you taking the exam for? You are the top student in the class with the highest math score and a competition-level student, and you gave me a test like this. To put it bluntly, Chen Qingshan, you are simply feeding me shit. The final score was 120 points. Qin Feng almost threw the test paper directly at Chen Qingshan's face. He was so angry that he got a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Laugh. Still laughing. How dare you laugh? Chen Qingshan, I don't know what you are thinking. Not only do you not study English well, but now you can't even keep your math score. If you continue to decline like this, you might as well go home now and find a junior college in the province to apply for. Do you want to go to Bihar Vocational High School? I'll make a call and you can go now. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more severe the criticism. The reason why Qin Feng was so angry was that Chen Qingshan's test results were too outrageous. For this kind of test paper, if you, Chen Qingshan, did not score more than 138 points, it would be considered a poor performance. How could you still get 120 points? Qin Feng was so angry that his hands were shaking as he took out the cigarette box. However, Chen Qingshan smiled as he looked at the test paper with 120 points. It didn't matter if he got a few questions wrong, as long as he could get the rest right, it would prove that his math foundation was quite solid. All he had to do next was review the math formulas from the 3 years of high school. Teacher Qin, don't be angry. Chen Qingshan comforted Qin Feng. How can I not be angry? You are just giving up on yourself. Qin Feng was so angry that he almost cursed. The more angry he was, the more it proved that Qin Feng really liked Chen Qingshan as a student. The heart of a loving mother. Teacher Qin, have you ever seen Jet Li's version of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Huh. Qin Feng's eyes widened under his gold-rimmed glasses. I'm talking to you about the test questions, and you're talking to me about movies. Why don't you ask me if my eyes are dry? Qin Feng wanted to swear again. Swearing is not entirely a sign of low quality. It is just venting the anger in his heart that is difficult to suppress in the most gentle way. If there weren't still a few lychees left, Qin Feng could have strangled Chen Qingshan's throat. In response to Teacher Qin's rage, Chen Qingshan explained, Teacher Qin, in this movie, when Zhang Sanfeng taught Zhang Wuji Tai Chi, he didn't ask him to remember, but to forget. After Chen Qingshan said this, Qin Feng instantly remembered this classic clip and asked suspiciously, You mean? That's right. Chen Qingshan said confidently, My current state is the same as Zhang Wuji back then. When I forget everything, that will be the time when I achieve great success. How can you be so ridiculous? Qin Feng really wanted to scold him, but when the words came to his lips, he suppressed them and looked at Chen Qingshan's confident look. I couldn't help but murmur in my heart. Are the ideas of geniuses really so different from those of ordinary people like us? Geniuses on the left, lunatics on the right. After all, Qin Feng was never a genius. He just graduated from Zhongyuan Normal University. His grades were neither good nor bad when he was in school. He had never experienced the thought process of a competition-level player like Chen Qingshan. For a moment, I was inclined to believe what Chen Qingshan said. Maybe he will really succeed. There was still a hint of doubt on his face. Are you sure? I have lied to Teacher Mu 800 times, but I wouldn't dare lie to you even once. Chen Qingshan replied with a wry smile. That's true. You are quite respectful to your teachers. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He opened a cigarette box in his hand, took out a 20 yuan golden leaf cigarette, took out a cigarette and held it between two fingers, glanced at Chen Qingshan, and handed the open cigarette box to him. Would you like one? Although it seems a bit misleading that the teacher is passing cigarettes to students, Qin Feng knows that there are many students who smoke in the school, and many of them do not smoke to show off, but to relieve stress. Speaking of the harm to their body, some students in number 1 middle school only sleep 6 or even 4 hours a day in order to study. This kind of staying up late to study is hundreds of times more harmful to the human body than smoking. But what can we do? If you don't fight, there are others who will. Fight for 3 years to get a bright future. Whether it is worth it or not is up to their heart. Chen Qingshan was about to graduate, so smoking a cigarette to relieve stress was no big deal. Teacher, I don't smoke. Chen Qingshan pushed his hands away and declined. In fact, Chen Qingshan was a heavy smoker in his previous life, but the young body of Chen Qingshan who was reborn was not dependent on nicotine, so he quit smoking. After all, this thing is not a good thing. There are so many ways to relieve stress. Even if you just go for a quickie, it's better than smoking. Seeing that Chen Qingshan didn't smoke, Qin Feng was about to put the cigarette back into the box. How could a teacher let students be exposed to second-hand smoke? That was not right. But Chen Qingshan was one step faster than him. He took the lighter from Qin Feng's right hand, pressed it with his thumb, and held the small flame in his left hand and moved it closer to Qin Feng. He smiled and said, "Teacher, go ahead and smoke. You are under a lot of pressure too." The student lit a cigarette for the teacher. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes were slightly moist. Especially when he heard Chen Qingshan say, "Teacher, you are under a lot of pressure too," he felt a sense of relief that he was finally understood. What a great student! Qin Feng did not refuse Chen Qingshan's kindness. He lit a cigarette and took a puff happily. Wow! After all, it was a student who lit the cigarette. It feels so good. I feel so comfortable all over. Glancing at Chen Qingshan beside him, he said, "Chen Qingshan, there are still 2 months before the college entrance examination. Please make one last effort in English. I beg you to do so." Chen Qingshan's teachers in various subjects have mentioned this to him thousands of times. They thought that Chen Qingshan would just respond with a perfunctory "okay" or "okay" as always. Unexpectedly, this time, Chen Qingshan nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, Teacher Qin. I will work hard to improve my English grades." "Yeah, okay." Qin Feng seemed to be accustomed to Chen Qingshan's answer, so he answered perfunctorily first. Halfway through the conversation, it became clear that Chen Qingshan was not answering perfunctorily this time, but was answering seriously. She almost jumped up with excitement, held Chen Qingshan's arms with both hands, and said excitedly, "Really? You are really willing to learn English? How come my math teacher is even more childish than me?" I smiled helplessly and said, "Really, Teacher Qin, after I finish reviewing Chinese, math, and science, I will focus all my attention on English." Chen Qingshan, Qin Feng didn't know what to say. He felt very emotional in his heart that his student had finally grown up. "Thank you on behalf of Teacher Mu. This is a harsh statement. Studying is my responsibility. I don't study for the teacher, I study for myself." Puff. Qin Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette, thinking, hesitating but still speaking, "There are some things the teacher said, you may not like to hear, but the teacher has to say it. Teacher Qin, you talk, I listen. The next 2 months are the most critical. You don't have a strong foundation in English, so it will be difficult for you to learn it now. You will definitely need to put in a lot of effort. Time is very tight, so you need to know your priorities. Some things should be put aside. It's not too late to fall in love when you are in college. Are you talking about Sumuching? Chin Fong didn't respond, and even felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't want to get involved in things like premarital love. Everyone has gone through that when they were young. Although campus romances rarely have a happy ending, what if Chen Qingshan and Sumuching are the one in a million? It is better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Chin Fong did not want to be such a villain. But Chen Qingshan has already woken up and is willing to study English seriously. He is clearly a promising candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. Chin Fong would really feel sorry if he fails in the end because of Sumuching's distraction. That's why I mentioned it. Chen Qingshan gave Chin Fong a reassuring pill. Teacher Chin, don't worry, I have already told Sumuching. From now on, we will not bother each other. From now on, no one can stop me from studying. Har. It's a deal, double happiness. After getting Chen Qingshan's affirmative answer, Chin Fong's face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He took the last puff of his cigarette with relish, stomped out the butt, and put it back into his jacket pocket. He happily explained the wrong questions to Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan, let's change seats. You come here and listen. The teacher's jacket is windproof. Stop wasting time. The get out of class is almost over. Try to finish these questions. Ding-a-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang on time. Chin Fong finished explaining the last wrong question to Chen Qingshan, patted him on the shoulder, reminded him to study hard, then walked into the classroom and collected the papers. I'll finish grading the papers today. We'll discuss this set of papers in 2 classes tomorrow morning. After Chin Fong left, the students finally stretched their muscles, some drank water, some went to the toilet, and some did exercises. Sumuching, who was sitting in the first row, glanced back at Chen Qingshan who was sitting in the last row, but the other party still did not look at her. She bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and there was a look of unwillingness in her eyes. After rummaging in his backpack, he smiled and said to his deskmate Huang Jusin, "Jusin, shall we go to the bathroom on the 5th floor?" Huang Jusin, who was doing chest expansion exercises to stretch her body, was stunned when she heard this and whispered, "Qingqing, are you going to smoke again?" The smile on Sumuching's face was still sweet. "Why do you want me to go smoke again?" "It's obviously me who goes with you, Jusin, to smoke." Chapter 9, Learning Math in English Class. Stand outside as punishment. The 5th floor that Sumuching mentioned is the top floor of the teaching building and also the experimental building. The computer room of by her number 1 middle school and the laboratories for physics and chemistry experiments are all on this floor. The classrooms on this floor are usually not full, and are often even empty. So it will be much quieter to go to the toilet there. The expression on Huang Jusin's face was full of rejection, but Sumuching's soft and tender voice rang in her ears. "Jushin. Didn't we agree that we are best friends? So, are you going to abandon me too?" Although she wanted to refuse in her mind, Huang Jusin's body involuntarily followed Sumuching to the women's restroom on the 5th floor. Just as Sumuching expected, the toilet was empty. They found a squat toilet at the back and walked in. After Sumuching inserted the latch, he took out a cigarette. 7-star popping beads, blueberry flavor. Huang Jusin lit up a cigarette awkwardly. Even though she had smoked with Sumuching so many times, Huang Jusin still felt guilty about this behavior. This is not a habit that a good student should have. Sumuching doesn't smoke often, sometimes he doesn't smoke 1 cigarette in a week. There is only one situation in which she smokes, and that is when Sumuching is in a very bad mood at the moment. 2 white and tender fingers held the cigarette butt, the red butt flickered, a large cloud of green mist rose, the pungent smell of smoke was mixed with a hint of sweet blueberry scent. She lifted one leg and supported it on the door panel, with her head slightly raised, her charming eyes revealing a hint of enchanting fox light. Looking at the rising green smoke, he was thoughtful. In the eyes of others, Sumuching will always be the delicate and elegant princess of the castle. When smoking, Sumuching is more like a rebellious girl in a cyberpunk movie. Even though she is still wearing the white princess dress, her inner temperament is infinitely close to madness. Huang Jusin stared blankly at Sumuching who was enjoying the burning tobacco. Her profile was so delicate that it didn't look like that of a human being. She unconsciously felt inferior again. Sumuching was prettier than her, had better grades, a more cheerful personality, and even had a standard C-cup breast, unlike her, which was a cumbersome and ugly D-cup. Apart from the fact that my family background is slightly better than hers, I have no other advantages. Her mother had always told her to keep company with outstanding people since she was young, but in front of Sumuching, Wang Jusun was really a little humble. Ching ching ching. Wang Jusun called out Sumuching softly. Hum. Sumuching responded. Wang Jusun mustered up her courage and said, "You are unhappy today because of Chen Qingshan, right?" Hum. Sumuching lowered his eyes, observed Wang Jusun's expression from left to right, and couldn't help but sneered, "Chen Qingshan. Is he worthy of affecting my mood?" But Chen Qingshan said outside the classroom that he would not pursue you anymore. He loves you so much, for 3 whole years, he has always been by your side, working hard without complaint. If you leave him all of a sudden, wouldn't it be as painful as having a piece of your heart missing? The book says, when you lose someone very important, your hands will tremble, your chest will feel tight, and you will lose your appetite. And Qingqing, you. That's enough. Sumuching shouted sharply to stop Wang Jusun from saying anything else. She was no longer as calm as she was at the beginning and said viciously, "Shut up." Wang Jusun immediately became intimidated and lowered her head. There are very few truths in the world, but why do some people like to hear lies? That fierce expression stayed on Sumuching's face for only a moment, then he looked at Wang Jusun with a smile and said, "There are so many people pursuing me, I don't need Chen Qingshan, just one more." Jusun, you seem to have gradually fallen in love with Chen Qingshan as we interacted. Is it because of his looks? Or is it because his grades are better than yours even though his English is so poor? Or do you like Chen Qingshan's infatuation of giving everything to the person he loves? It turns out that Sumuching knows everything. Wang Jusun's face was full of disbelief, her pupils were shaking like an earthquake, her hands were tightly clutching her clothes, she was extremely nervous. He said with difficulty, "Since Qingqing you don't like Chen Qingshan, can I get in touch with him?" "No." Sumuching refused. "Why?" "It's obvious that you have never been together, and Chen Qingshan has clearly stated that he doesn't want to have anything to do with you anymore. I don't allow others to pick up the things I throw away." Sumuching threw the cigarette butt into the sewer and then pulled the latch. Just as the two of them walked out of the bathroom, 2 more girls walked in arm. "Sumuching, Wang Jusun. You are here too. I actually met my classmates." The 2 girls greeted each other, and then they smelled the pungent smell of cigarettes, and the smoke that had not yet dissipated. Very surprised. As the goddess of the whole school and a well-known model student, is Sumuching hiding here to smoke? Sumuching also saw the shocked expressions on the 2 girls' faces and knew what they were thinking, but Sumuching did not deny or explain it immediately. Instead, do the opposite. First, he protected Wang Jusun behind him, with a sweet and timid expression, and said, "I smoked the cigarette, it has nothing to do with Jusun." The 2 girls understood instantly. I was even so moved that I wanted to cry. "Wang Jusun, you are so lucky to have such a good friend like Sumuching." Wang Jusun also wanted to cry. What Sumuching said was obviously the truth. Why did you look at me with such contempt? In the following years, there was a drink specifically used to describe girls like Sumuching. If you want to make it more vivid, you can also add a profession after the drink. Ding-a-ling. The bell rang for class, and the 10-minute break was as short as the man's momentary joy. Tick-tick. Tick-tick. The sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. The heels must be thin, 6 centimeters or higher, otherwise there would be no such crisp sound. The fragrance arrives before the person arrives. In terms of appearance alone, Mu Xinghong and Sumuching are roughly at the same level. The difference is that one is wearing hip-hugging black stockings that dominate the world, while the other is wearing a white dress with a gentle smile that overshadows the rest. Today, Mu Xinghong was wearing a black windbreaker and a white shirt with a peak collar. The peak collar that was turned up over the windbreaker was particularly eye-catching. Her graceful figure was hidden under the windbreaker, revealing a small section of black stockings with letters on them. A pair of 6 centimeter pointed high heels, paired with her 1.7 meter height, makes her look particularly outstanding. Many teachers have reminded Mu Xinghong of her bold dressing style, but Mu Xinghong still goes her own way. Not only is she a rebellious student, but Mu Xinghong is also an outlier among teachers. I am beautiful alone and don't need to explain myself to anyone. The shoulder-length hair formed a beautiful little wave, making the snow-white goose neck look particularly slender. Dark eyebrows, starry eyes, a delicate nose, cherry lips, fair skin, and rosy cheeks. Mu Xinghong's appearance is about 40% similar to Su Muqing's. Both of them are so exquisite that people dare not touch them. It's just that Su Muqing has a little bit of baby fat and her face is rounder, while Mu Xinghong's face shape is more similar to that of Hong Kong star Joey Wong, especially her peach blossom fox eyes, which are full of spring love at first sight. Everyone said that Mu Xinghong looked alike with Su Muqing, but in Chen Qingshan's opinion, Mu Xinghong was more like a grown-up version of Li Qingqiu. Almost identical long legs, slender waist that can be held in one hand, and small and beautiful breasts. Their temperaments are also rather cold, keeping people at a distance. Everyone knows that a large number of boys have improper thoughts about Mu Xinghong, but Mu Xinghong has been teaching at by her number 1 middle school for 5 years, and no student has done anything out of line, which shows how powerful Mu Xinghong's aura is. As soon as she entered the classroom, Mu Xinghong glanced around and saw that everyone was present and no one was absent. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Class monitor Su Muqing took the lead in standing up, and the whole class greeted in unison. Good afternoon, Miss Mu. Classmates, let's talk about the test paper we took last Saturday. The next class will be full communication in English. Chen Qingshan felt like a mountain ghost listening to a spell. His head was about to explode. I had been planning to review the formular definitions from the 6 math textbooks of my 3 years of high school and English class, but just as I had settled down, I was interrupted by Mu Xinghong's voice. It's not that Mu Xinghong's voice is unpleasant. On the contrary, Mu Xinghong's English pronunciation is very standard, at the English listening level. It can only be attributed to Chen Qingshan's allergy to English. It may also be that he has not practiced well enough and is unable to calm down and focus on everything in a noisy environment. Mu Xinghong on the stage was also paying attention to Chen Qingshan. When she came to class 1 for class, the math teacher Qin Feng excitedly told her that Chen Qingshan was going to give her a surprise. Just based on Qin Feng's excited expression, Mu Xinghong really thought that Chen Qingshan had turned over a new leaf and was ready to learn English. Unexpectedly, when I entered the classroom, I was explaining the test paper on the podium while Chen Qingshan was reading a math book below. You talk yours, and I do mine. They seem to be keeping their distance from each other. Qin Feng, you old villain, you have gone too far in bullying me. I don't care that Chen Qingshan is learning math in English class, and you still want to show off in front of me. This is a bit too much. This good master and disciple pair are going further and further. When Mu Xinghong was complaining in her heart, she saw Chen Qingshan raising his hand towards her. Her eyebrows furrowed. What's the problem? Chen Qingshan. Teacher Mu, I want to go to your office to study. Did my lectures affect your math studies? Yes, a little bit. Chen Qingshan replied honestly. Har har har. There was a burst of laughter in the class. Mu Xinghong almost fainted from anger. Chen Qingshan, I have the nerve to ask, and you really have the nerve to answer. Do you still take me, your English teacher and class teacher, seriously? This is too much. You are not worthy of being a human being. How can a man endure this? Mu Xinghong glared angrily, unable to bear it any longer. Chen Qingshan, get out and stand in the corner. Before Chen Qingshan responded, class monitor Su Muqing stood up and spoke for him. Teacher Mu, Chen Qingshan just loves studying too much. Don't make him stand outside as a punishment. It's embarrassing. Su Muqing, don't plead for Chen Qingshan. Su Muqing, please stop meddling in other people's business. Mu Xinghong and Chen Qingshan rejected Su Muqing's kindness one after another. Mu Xinghong's refusal was reasonable, but Chen Qingshan's indifference was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing how to appreciate a good person. His reputation in the class was damaged again. They thought that Chen Qingshan and Su Muqing just had a minor conflict and Chen Qingshan was just venting his anger. But Miss Su has already shown her goodwill, but you, Chen Qingshan, still refuse to give in. You really don't know what's good for you. Chen Qingshan didn't care what other people thought. He wanted to completely draw a line between himself and Su Muqing, and that was something he couldn't change. He immediately packed up 6 math books and several sets of math papers and walked out of the classroom. He did not stand obediently at the classroom door as punishment, but went directly to Mu Xinghong's office. Did Teacher Mu ask me to stand in the corner as punishment? He was just using the excuse of standing in the corner to make me go back to the office to study on my own, so as to stop other students from talking nonsense. Otherwise, if everyone learns math in English class like Chen Qingshan, it would be a mess. You can test other people's bottom line, but don't cross it. Mu Xinghong's office is a teaching group, and all the teachers of 6 subjects in class 1 are in this office. The other 4 subject teachers all had classes in other classes, so the math teacher Qin Feng was the only one left in the office grading papers. Qin Feng showed a hint of surprise when he saw Chen Qingshan coming in with a book. When Qin Feng heard that Chen Qingshan had asked Mu Xinghong for leave to come to the office to study mathematics, he shouted, "Good boy," 3 times. He is really brave and fearless. Your teacher doesn't have your courage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the teacher and student stopped chatting and went about their own business. Qin Feng was busy grading papers, while Chen Qingshan was busy memorizing formulas and doing exercises. While Qin Feng was stretching his muscles, Chen Qingshan was reading a book. When Qin Feng went outside to smoke a refreshing cigarette, Chen Qingshan was reading a book. While Qin Feng was making a cup of tea to moisten his throat, Chen Qingshan was still reading. Chen Qingshan is simply a ruthless learning machine. Qin Feng was also filled with emotion. If this child didn't achieve good results, it would be a huge sin. The time for learning is always so fleeting, like the arrow of time or the shuttle of time. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The teachers of various subjects in class 1 walked into the office chatting and laughing, and were a little surprised to see Chen Qingshan sitting at Mu Xinghong's seat. Until Mu Xinghong rushed into the office and went straight to Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan looked up at her and said, "Teacher Mu, I know you want to scold me. But can you let me finish this question before you scold me?" This sincere attitude made Mu Xinghong angry and amused. You. I am really troubled and don't know where to vent. Math teacher Qin Feng also hurried to intercede, "Teacher Mu, don't blame Chen Qingshan. Next time during math class, I'll ask him to come to my office to learn English." It would have been better if Qin Feng didn't say anything, but once he opened his mouth, Mu Xinghong finally got a chance to vent her anger. With her arms folded across her chest, she said coquettishly, "Teacher Qin, is this the surprise that Chen Qingshan gave me? I used to just put up with math homework during English class. But now I don't even attend the class and I'm running to your office to learn math." This. Qin Feng was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Teacher Mu, other people's children love to learn math, and they blame me, a math teacher. Isn't he that a bit unreasonable?" But Qin Feng still had to explain the so-called surprise. "Teacher Mu, you misunderstood. The surprise I was talking about was that Chen Qingshan told me in the first 2 classes that I should study English well and improve my English grades. I originally wanted Chen Qingshan to give you a surprise with practical actions." "What? Chen Qingshan is finally willing to learn English." Qin Feng scratched his head and said, "Anyway, that's what he told me." Mu Xinghong immediately walked to Chen Qingshan and said excitedly, "Chen Qingshan." At this time, Chen Qingshan had just finished the last set of questions. "I heard Mu Xinghong calling me. Raise your head." R. It was bumped and staggered. Mu Xinghong did not have an attack. As long as she didn't make any noise, the accident was just an accident. Even the teachers of other subjects did not notice it. Seeing Chen Qingshan retract his head instantly, Mu Xinghong knew that it was an unintentional mistake. "Don't care about it." But he was still entangled in Qin Feng's words and asked, "Chen Qingshan, Teacher Qin said that you should study English hard. Did you just say it casually to please Teacher Qin?" "No." Chen Qingshan said calmly. "Are you really determined to improve your English grades?" Chen Qingshan nodded affirmatively, but... Mu Xinghong changed her tone and raised her eyes. "You are making fun of me again, aren't you? But I have to review my other 5 subjects before I focus on English." When Mu Xinghong heard this, she refused to do it. "Why? What's wrong with my English? Why did you put it last? After dinner, don't go to the evening self-study class. Come to me directly. I will test your English and prepare an intensive English training plan for you." My goodness, Teacher Mu, you are simply killing all other subjects and only focusing on English. The other 5 teachers, led by Qin Feng, cried out in grievance. "Teacher Mu, you can't be like this. The college entrance examination is for 6 subjects. It's too obvious that you are favoring one over the other." Facing the joint confrontation of the other 5 teachers, Mu Xinghong's strong personality and aura were fully revealed. She raised her eyebrows and engaged in a debate with the group of teachers. First, cut off the three categories of physics, transformation, and life. Physics, chemistry, and biology, each of which has 100 points, and my English has 150 points. Which one is more important? Do you need me to explain it? Then he mentioned two huge beams. As for Chinese and math, although his scores in individual subjects are the same as mine in English, Chen Qingshan has already mastered these two subjects very well. Next, he can just check for gaps and make minor improvements. He doesn't need to put too much energy into it. The final word. Chen Qingshan's English score last time was 50 points. Even if Chen Qingshan can get 100 points, which is the lowest in the class, there is still a huge room for improvement of 50 points. I just want to say one thing: who among you dares to guarantee that Chen Qingshan's score can be improved by 50 points? You guys take Chen Qingshan away, and I, Mu Xinghong, want to say a word. Teacher Mu, I have to refute what you said. Chinese teacher Lao Yang took the lead in protesting. Chen Qingshan was like the topic of a debate. 6 subject teachers engaged in a tit-for-tat and verbal battle around him. It's just a matter of reviewing which lesson to study first. Why are you guys fighting for favor? I was just about to shout, Chen Qingshan, will you order my sign today? This nonsensical farce was finally ended by Chen Qingshan, who first repeated his own views and put English at the end. Mu Xinghong vetoed it. English could only be moved forward. The final plan was to review the two main subjects of mathematics and Chinese first, then Mu Xinghong would give Chen Qingshan special training, and finally review comprehensive science. Wow! The total score of science and comprehensive subjects is 300? Your main subject teachers are really inhuman. Mathematics teacher Qin and Chinese teacher Yang looked at their 3 colleagues and sighed. If Chen Qingshan hadn't protected us, Mu Xinghong wouldn't have treated us two main subjects as human beings. Chen Qingshan was tidying up the textbooks and test papers on his desk. Mu Xinghong waited for Chen Qingshan to finish tidying up the textbooks and test papers on his desk. The other 5 teachers did not have evening self-study, so they left work after saying goodbye. After finishing the textbooks and test papers, Chen Qingshan looked at Mu Xinghong, who was sitting down, and said, Teacher Mu, I offended you in class today. I'm sorry. To be honest, Mu Xinghong was so angry at that time that her lungs were about to explode, but now she has calmed down. He waved his hand and said magnanimously, It's all in the past. It's enough for you to know you were wrong. It's over, but I still feel bad about it. But the time between these two classes is too precious. So I resorted to this desperate measure. Teacher Mu, I'll treat you to a meal. It's my way of apologizing to you, okay? Chapter 10, Today, a guest from the sea returns, and in the future he will be a guest in the sky. Mu Xinghong looked up at Chen Qingshan in surprise. Due to Mu Xinghong's appearance, she has been approached and asked out for dinner many times, but in school, no boy has ever dared to ask her out for dinner, which shows how powerful Mu Xinghong's aura is. In Chen Qingshan's eyes, Mu Xinghong only saw sincere apologies, not the ulterior motives of other men. If you make a mistake you must admit it, and if you are beaten you must stand at attention. He seemed to want to use the behavioral logic of an adult to get along with himself. For a moment, Mu Xinghong found it somewhat interesting. It is rare to see this kind of awareness in a pure boys' high school. Shouldn't an 18-year-old boy be stubborn and willing to die rather than repent? Unlike you, Chen Qingshan, who apologizes so easily and treats us to a meal to make amends. Want to eat in the cafeteria? Yes. Not just the two of us, I will also invite Li Honghu. In this case, there is even less reason to refuse. Seeing Mu Xinghong nod, Chen Qingshan did not show any joy on his face. It would be best if you go, but I appreciate it if you don't go. The main focus is to have a clear conscience. When they went downstairs, Li Honghu was already waiting downstairs of the teaching building, accompanied by his sister Li Qingqiu. When they saw that Chen Qingshan came down with his class teacher Mu Xinghong, the two siblings were obviously stunned. After Chen Qingshan's explanation, the two still had slightly strange expressions. They felt a little awkward having dinner with the teacher. Teacher Mu, what do you like to eat? Or are there any dietary restrictions you have? Chen Qingshan asked. You can order whatever you want. I'm fine with anything as long as it's not super spicy. Okay. Chen Qingshan nodded, and then asked Li Qingqiu, what do you want to eat? I'll listen to you today. Li Qingqiu was not polite to Chen Qingshan. He counted on his fingers and directly named the dishes. I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, roast chicken, stewed noodles, etc. I don't know if the cafeteria has mutton soup today. All you do is eat meat and noodles. You'll get fat to death. White, fat and full of hope. Li Qingqiu snorted arrogantly. I'll order you a plate of stir-fried vegetables later. Wash them for me. I won't. Not unless you feed me. I would rather feed Li Honghu than feed you at all. Li Dage, who had been silent all this time, was stunned. As expected, is this a world where I am the only one hurt? Mu Xinghong looked at the two people playing and laughing, with a smile on her face. 18 years old is truly the best time in the life of boys and girls. How long has it been since I left high school? 11? 12 years. At the beginning, I also graduated from Bihar No. 1 middle school. But when Mu Xinghong looked back on her high school years, her mood suddenly became a little bad. Because in her class, there was a girl who, like Sumuchen, suppressed an entire era. The girls in her class looked at her like a frog in a well looking at the moon. Including Mu Xinghong, standing in front of her, she was like an ugly duckling in front of a swan, so ashamed that she lowered her head. Later, as expected, she was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University as the top scorer in liberal arts. Now, he is 30 years old, just like me. But I am alone, and I don't know how she is doing. Is she married? Can she meet a good man? Chen Qingshan and Li Qingqiu were in front, Li Honghu and Mu Xinghong were behind. 4 people walked into the cafeteria of Bihar No. 1 middle school in 2 rows. There were huge crowds of people inside. But the queue for food was orderly. Everyone was wearing the school uniform of Bihar No. 1 middle school. The same style, only different colors were used to distinguish the 3 grades. The blue and white ones are in the 3rd year of high school, the red and white ones are in the 2nd year of high school, and the yellow and white ones are in the 1st year of high school. While queuing, almost every student held a dictionary in their hands and recited English words silently. This is not only true for senior high school students who are approaching the college entrance examination, but also for students in their 2nd and 1st years of high school. As soon as he entered the cafeteria and saw this scene, Chen Qingshan felt his scalp tingling. Has studying become so difficult now? Those students wearing the same style of school uniform, holding dictionaries and memorizing words in the same way, are independent personalities, but when they come together, they become a huge, self-disciplined and tireless learning machine. Mu Xinghong turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. As a teacher, even though she had seen this scene countless times in the cafeteria of No. 1 middle school, her eyes would turn red every time she saw it. Children without umbrellas can only run for their lives. Chen Qingshan took a look at the speed of serving food at the cafeteria window and calculated based on the length of the queue. It would take him 20 minutes just to wait in line, and including eating, it would be almost half an hour. Half an hour is enough to do a set of papers by yourself. He immediately said to Mu Xinghong behind him, "Excuse me, Teacher Mu, can I treat you to something else?" What's wrong? The queue is too long. I can't wait. Oh. Mr. Chen, are you so tight with time? Chen Qingshan said he didn't want to queue, so Mu Xinghong naturally wouldn't refuse and said, "It's okay, you can treat the teacher to anything you want." Although she said so, Mu Xinghong's cerebellum still shrank when she saw Chen Qingshan walking out of the supermarket with 3 bags of purple glutinous rice cheese bread. Here. Chen Qingshan stuffed 2 bags of bread into Mu Xinghong's pockets and said apologetically, "I wanted to treat the teacher to instant noodles, but instant noodles require hot water and you have to wait for them to soak, which is quite." After hearing Chen Qingshan's reasons, Mu Xinghong was quite amused. Outside of school, others invited me to eat Western food with an average cost of thousands of dollars per person, but I just ignored them. At school, when you, Chen Qingshan, treated me to a meal, the standard kept lowering, and now you can't even afford a cup of hot instant noodles. The treatment is really different. Chen Qingshan, do you know how many men want to have dinner with the teacher but still can't? Although the little woman was resentful, Mu Xinghong still approved of Chen Qingshan's attitude of seizing every second to study, and was even quite pleased. He stuffed one of the 2 bags of bread in his hand back and said, "Teacher can't eat that much. You are a boy and you have a big appetite, so eat more." Chen Qingshan shook his head and declined, "Don't eat too much. If you eat too much, you'll feel sleepy and won't have the energy to review. Hiss. Mu Xinghong glanced at Chen Qingshan with a strange expression, and always felt that her student was slowly developing into a monster. The two of them ate purple rice bread and slowly walked towards the teaching building. Mu Xinghong sipped the bread in small bites. As she passed by the cafeteria, she could still hear the sporadic sounds of people reciting lessons. Pointing at the cafeteria, he brought up a topic. Chen Qingshan, do you think this way of learning is right or wrong? It's not about right or wrong. The school has no choice, and the students have no choice. The college entrance examination in Zhongyuan province is too stressful. If you don't take the exam, there will be others who will. What if you had a choice? Would you still fight so hard? Chen Qingshan looked back, a little speechless. Teacher Emu, at your age, you can't say such childish words. In life, is there an option called if? Mu Xinghong asked sincerely, and Chen Qingshan hesitated for a moment before saying, if I have a choice, I just want to. Chen Qingshan clasped his fists and said seriously, I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. Mu Xinghong was completely confused. This seemed to be a line from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The second half of the sentence was, if you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father. This line is funny 0%. Chen Qingshan said it seriously, and it was 100% funny. In this inspirational occasion, coupled with this opportunistic line, the level of humor is 1,000,000%. Even the usually cool Mu Xinghong couldn't help but spit out the breadcrumbs in her mouth. She laughed so hard that her body shook. She covered her laughter with one hand and punched Chen Qingshan's arm with the other hand. She said with a sweet smile, don't laugh. I'm serious. Who would want to be displaced if they can be supported by a rich woman in this life? If being a rich sister is a luxury, being an aunt will do. Seeing this 18-year-old boy telling her seriously about his future ambitions, Mu Xinghong was really upset. He was grinning with joy, laughing like a ghost. He punched Chen Qingshan several times. Cold jokes are most humorous when told in a serious manner. The setting sun is like blood, the sunset is like melting gold. The two men walked against the red sun, leaving behind two long shadows. They walked to the bottom of the teaching building, climbed the stairs, and came to a fork in the road. Chen Qingshan turned left and returned to the classroom, and Mu Xinghong turned right and returned to the office. When saying goodbye, Mu Xinghong called out to Chen Qingshan, who was turning around. Chen Qingshan. Although I know you don't like teachers talking about big principles, I still want to give you a word of advice. Tonight I am a guest from the rivers and seas, and in the future I will be a guest in the sky. Chen Qingshan was distracted for a moment, then smiled and said, Teacher, you are really knowledgeable. I just can't say such nice words. You're a sycophant. Why didn't I notice that before? Go review. Mu Xinghong waved her hand and scolded with a smile. Chen Qingshan said goodbye and walked towards the classroom. Mu Xinghong watched him for a while, then walked towards the office, preparing to make an intensive English training plan for Chen Qingshan during the evening study time. Return to the classroom. There are 4 other students who, like Chen Qingshan, eat dry food and seize every minute to swim in the ocean of knowledge. Among them was squad leader Su Muqing. It's just that she is slightly different from the other 3 students who are frantically doing exercises. First, she did not choose to do exercises, but sat in her seat reading Dazai Osamu's No Longer Human, Elegant and Quiet, as if she was not of this world. Second, Miss Su never went hungry. In the past, Chen Qingshan packed her 3 meals a day. The moment Chen Qingshan entered the classroom, their eyes met for a moment. Su Muqing lowered her gaze and looked at Chen Qingshan's right hand. The place where the pink McDull thermal lunchbox used to be was now empty. For the first time, Su Muqing's face revealed an expression of resentment and loss. Chen Qingshan, you clearly know that I will have a stomachache if I don't eat on time. Even so, you are not going to bring me food. This time, are you serious? The other students in the class didn't know so many details between the two of them. It was just that Chen Qingshan had brought meals to Su Muqing for 3 years, but he didn't bring any today. In addition, Chen Qingshan's various abnormal behaviors towards Su Muqing in the afternoon made their gossipy hearts burn. Whispering to each other. 3 meals a day, for seasons a year, 3 years of high school. Chen Qingshan brought meals to Su Muqing at least 3,000 times. Assuming the waiting time was 20 minutes each time, that's 1,000 hours. In 3 years of high school, how many 1,000 hours could Chen Qingshan squander like this? Moreover, when Su Muqing was getting along with Chen Qingshan, she particularly liked to let Chen Qingshan do things that required a lot of his mind and energy. For example, taking care of her 3 meals a day. She inadvertently revealed her wish to receive 99 paper roses. In front of Chen Qingshan, she acted coquettishly in a tone of hope and envy, saying that she was very touched when she saw her best friend's boyfriend folding 1,000 paper cranes for her. But Su Muqing never asks for things unilaterally. Chen Qingshan brought her meals, and Su Muqing would also add her living expenses to Chen Qingshan's meal card, saying in a shy tone, "This is our common living fund." When Su Muqing received the 99 paper roses that Chen Qingshan had spent a month making for her, she was overjoyed. She took out her perfume, sprayed it on the paper flowers, and sniffed it. After returning to the dormitory, she would put paper flowers on her bedside, take photos and send them to Chen Qingshan. The caption reads, "It's by my side, just like you sleeping with me." A small shy emoticon was added at the end. To be honest, when Chen Qingshan saw these words, he stood up. There are so many things to say, it is impossible to elaborate on them. There is a response to everything and an explanation for everything. How could the 18-year-old Chen Qingshan stand up to girls of this level? They hooked my brother into a black base. Now, Chen Qingshan felt a chill down his spine, and was terrified when he thought about it. Su Muqing, you are time witch. You survive by greedily sucking other people's time. Chen Qingshan's guess was actually not far from Su Muqing's deepest thoughts. She just liked Chen Qingshan running around and spending a lot of time and energy to please her. There are so many boys pursuing Su Muqing, including the class and school hunk who is more handsome than Chen Qingshan, the athlete who is stronger than Chen Qingshan, the academic master who is better at studying than Chen Qingshan, and the rich second generation who is much richer than this poor boy Chen Qingshan. Why is Su Muqing closest to Chen Qingshan? It is because among many suitors, Chen Qingshan is the most affectionate, and she likes him the most for his unswerving and dedicated efforts for the so-called love. Time is money, and money can't buy time. Among so many lickers, it is you, Chen Qingshan, who licks me the most. Their eyes just crossed, but in their hearts, thousands of thoughts arose and tens of thousands of thoughts disappeared. Constantly calculating against each other. Chen Qingshan just wanted to cut ties with Su Muqing. However, Su Muqing wanted Chen Qingshan to change his mind and devote himself to her like before, so that she could get the satisfaction from the depths of her soul. After passing each other, Chen Qingshan returned to his seat. I immediately took out my math book and started to study hard. After a while, the students who had finished their meal returned to the classroom one after another. There was a little noise, but it was within the acceptable range for Chen Qingshan. Li Honghu, who had finished his meal with his sister Li Qingqiu, also returned to Chen Qingshan. As soon as he sat down, he began to complain bitterly. It was because of Chen Qingshan's departure that he had been tortured by Li Qingqiu until now. He took out all his anger that he didn't dare to vent on Chen Qingshan on his own brother. You should. If we don't pamper the little bluebird, who will? Let those yellow-haired people who use willow, the wild lights. Since he had already spoiled her in the last life, Chen Qingshan didn't mind spoiling Li Qingqiu again in this life. Pampering Li Qingqiu has almost become Chen Qingshan's instinct. Li Honghu, who was bullied from both sides, felt aggrieved like a bullied wife. In this world of 3, I am the superfluous one, right? Before Li Honghu could finish his complaints, Chen Qingshan stuffed the first volume of the high school math textbook into his hands. He said, I have read almost all of this book. Please randomly pick a few formulas to test me so that I can see how well I have mastered it. One afternoon. No, it's only 2 English classes at most. You finished reviewing a semester's worth of math? Li Honghu generally calls such people monsters. He took the math book, turned a page, and asked, what is a necessary and sufficient condition? Necessary and sufficient conditions are sufficient and necessary conditions. That is, if proposition B can be deduced from proposition A, and proposition B can also be deduced from proposition A, then A is a necessary and sufficient condition for B, and B is also a necessary and sufficient condition for A. If B can be deduced from A, but it cannot be deduced from B, then A is a sufficient but not necessary condition for B. Necessary but not sufficient condition. For example, proposition A, each interior angle of this triangle is 60. Proposition B, this triangle is an equilateral triangle. then proposition A is there of proposition B. Let's take another example. Proposition A, his name is Lee Hong-hu. Proposition B, he is an idiot. Then proposition A is the result of proposition B. Chen Qingshan, you bastard, I'll help you draw the formula, and you use me as an example. As time went by, Lee Hong-hu became more and more frightened. It was not because of how well Chen Qingshan had mastered the knowledge points, but because of Chen Qingshan's ability to draw inferences from one example and make people suddenly enlightened. He did not simply memorize formulas, but applied these theorems to small examples in life. There is a leading concept of integrating knowledge. Lee Hong-hu didn't know that Chen Qingshan's review method was called the Feynman learning method. It is also known as the most efficient learning method. 1. Learn this knowledge concept. 2. Repeat this concept to others. 3. Correct mistakes and relearn. 4. Review and simplify. The potential of the human brain is infinite. Even Einstein only developed 20% of his brain's potential, which is already so impressive that it is hard to match him. What Chen Qingshan did was nothing more than reorganizing the originally disorganized knowledge points. It's like a messy room. You want to find something. If you are lucky, you can find it right away. If you are unlucky, you may never find it even if you search for it your entire life. By organizing, storing and labeling the room, you can accurately determine the knowledge label through the question and quickly find the box that stores the knowledge point. As for those geniuses with abnormal IQs, the small room of knowledge they organized is also called the memory palace. Evening self-study is over. The time came to 9:30 in the evening. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Qingshan took a hot bath to relieve his fatigue. He stood naked in the dormitory, wiping his wet hair, and asked Lee Hong-hu, "What time do you do your morning exercise tomorrow?" "Same old routine. 6 o'clock. Lee Hong-hu carried his toiletries and walked towards the bathroom, smiling. "Why, you want to go to morning exercise with me tomorrow?" Unexpectedly, Chen Qingshan actually nodded. He said, Chapter 11, put on the heavy makeup and the show begins. Lee Hong-hu mentioned the 6 o'clock morning exercise. At 5:30, Chen Qingshan was pulled out of bed. "After getting dressed and washing up, I went to the school playground. After running 5 laps of 2,000 meters, Lee Hong-hu had just warmed up, but Chen Qingshan seemed to have lost half his life. It's not Chen Qingshan's fault that his physical fitness is not good, it's just that Lee Hong-hu next to him can't be described as a normal high school student's physique at all. 30 is a hurdle for men. In his previous life, Chen Qingshan did not pay attention to exercise. When he was working and starting a business, he often worked 996. Staying up late to work overtime was commonplace. He smoked and drank a lot, and after he was over 30, his energy declined prematurely. After being reborn, Chen Qingshan not only quit smoking and drinking, but also put exercise plan on the agenda early. Exercise is the best gas pump for men. As for the method of swallowing the magic water 3 times into the dantian taught by Aunt Yun, Chen Qingshan did practice it in his previous life, but firstly, he did not practice it diligently, and secondly, this traditional practice method was not as mysterious as some people said. It can nourish the body and the mind, but it cannot make one immortal. Chen Qingshan was still resting to recover his strength, but Lee Hong-hu was like nothing had happened. He did some back and chest expansion exercises and stretched his muscles. Then, the sports vest was taken off. For the first time, Chen Qingshan realized what a body as strong as a mountain looked like. When Lee Hong-hu took off his clothes, the pressure on people suddenly increased sharply. The strong muscles hidden under his clothes completely freed him from the shackles of the cage. Displayed in front of Chen Qingshan. After exercise, the body is filled with blood, and the muscles are knotty, hard as a rock, with distinct blocks. There were no words, but an air of pride that said, "I'm going to stop pretending and reveal my cards." Damn it. It's definitely a ghost. The 2 pectoral muscles like rocks were particularly eye-catching, and the tufts of chest hair spread from the chest to the whole body, making him look more like a silverback chimpanzee standing in front of Chen Qingshan. Lee Hong-hu's figure is intimidating to girls in China, and may even make those tender-skinned young men mock him for being big-bodied and brainless. If it were abroad, the number of women who would kneel down for Lee Hong-hu would stretch from the Eiffel Tower in Paris to the Big Ben in London. That is the ultimate worship of male power. After taking off his sports vest, Lee Hong-hu roared, and just like the Saiyans in Dragon Ball, the muscles in his arms swelled again, like mountains and peaks, with blue veins bulging, like a green dragon walking on the water, winding and dense. He lowered his right shoulder and slammed hard into the century-old camphor tree next to him, which was as thick as a man's arms. Bang! There was a muffled sound, not loud. The leaves of the camphor tree are flying all over the sky, like leaves falling in the autumn wind. The thick tree trunk also shook. Li Honghu, are you here like Lu Zhishan pulling out a weeping willow tree? Big silly Li, what are you doing? Chen Qingshan was puzzled by what he saw and asked himself questions in his soul. Morning exercise. Li Honghu turned around and answered honestly, still looking silly. You use camphor trees for your morning exercises. What's the big deal? I've used any thick tree on campus to practice. Chen Qingshan exclaimed, wow, you guys understand the green cycle. You are just afraid that if you practice on only one tree, you will kill it, right? Judging from the force of Li Honghu's sideways collision just now, if he persists, Chen Qingshan will not be surprised if one day he can break this century-old camphor tree in half. When did you start practicing this mountain support technique? 10 years old. 10 years old? That was the year when Aunt Yun came back. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My Aunt Yun, who is delicate, tender, fair, fragrant, and weak, how could she have such evil skills? It must have been the old immortal who taught Li Honghu how to practice it in his dream. Li Honghu spent an hour banging his head against a tree while Chen Qingshan was jogging and doing push-ups. When you are just starting out, you should not exercise too much, especially running. Running fast and running too much will hurt your knees. After finishing morning exercises, the two returned to the dormitory to take a shower before heading to the classroom. When they walked into the classroom, they saw someone waiting at their desks for a long time. It was Li Qingqiu who brought breakfast to the two of them, saving them the trouble of queuing. When Chen Qingshan sent a message to Li Qingqiu, asking her to help bring breakfast to the two brothers, Li Qingqiu literally jumped out of bed. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this opportunity to bring breakfast to brother Qingshan? 2.5 years. A full 2.5 years. I should go to Qingshan Lao Jun Temple to burn incense and fulfill my vow to the Taoist ancestor. Brother Qingshan finally saw through the true face of Sumuqing, the scheming woman. After all, girls understand girls best. In Li Qingqiu's eyes, Sumuqing's so-called understanding is so pretentious that it's disgusting. But Chen Qingshan just fell for it. Li Qingqiu had tried to imitate it to please Chen Qingshan, but she was allergic to green tea and felt physically uncomfortable after imitating it. I can only give up. Now that Chen Qingshan asked her to bring breakfast to him and his brother, Li Qingqiu had no complaints at all. Li Qingqiu, who usually couldn't wait to get into the classroom, came to the cafeteria early and bought breakfast. He jumped and skipped to class 1 classroom. Sat in Chen Qingshan's seat. She raised her little head, as if declaring her ownership of Chen Qingshan. Li Qingqiu's arrival also caused quite a stir in class 1. After all, among the 5th class of number 1 middle school, only Li Qingqiu could be so close to the school beauty Sumuqing. Chapter 12. You can't be equated with Chen Qingshan. In comparison, Jia Jinan only brought a bag of buns for Sumuqing. Li Qingqiu's breakfast is luxurious. White porridge, fried dough sticks, salted duck eggs, a traditional breakfast set of 3, and steamed dumplings with spicy soup. There were so many desks that there was not even enough for Chen Qingshan, as her brother Li Honghu's desk was also occupied. Chen Qingshan even wondered how the tall and thin Li Qingqiu managed to pack such a large breakfast. Could it be that you, girl, are also like your brother, hitting your head against trees every day for fun? Li Honghu was already starving. He sat down at his seat and started training right there. There are only 2 seats, but there are 3 people. Li Qingqiu patted his thigh while helping Chen Qingshan open the takeaway package. The meaning is self-evident. Ask Chen Qingshan to sit on her lap and eat. Chen Qingshan naturally refused, not because he was shy. In his previous life, Li Qingqiu had always been close to him. Little Qingqiu had also done more intimate things. But if it got out in public, it would be bad for Li Qingqiu's reputation and he would inevitably be slandered. I am fearless, but Li Qingqiu cannot bear to be wronged. There was a seat, with 2 people each occupying half of it. Li Qingqiu was not well behaved. He kept rubbing his butt against his thigh, which made him angry. In a blind corner where no one could see, he slapped her hard on the butt. Li Qingqiu moaned and her face flushed, then she behaved herself. Chen Qingshan had long understood Li Qingchua's personality. There was nothing about this girl that couldn't be cured by a beating on the butt. If so, give him 2 beatings. Li Honghu was wolfing down the food beside him, paying no attention to the little movements of his brothers and sister. Concentrate on eating. As a devil muscle man, Li Honghu has a huge appetite. Foods that would make most people full are only appetizers for Li Honghu. Li Qingqiu also knew how much his brother ate, so in addition to the white porridge and spicy soup, he specially brought him 10 fried dough sticks and 5 trays of steamed dumplings. Even so, Li Honghu still ate sparingly, only eating until he was 70% full, so as to avoid putting too much strain on his stomach and intestines by eating too much. Fortunately, Li's father is a big contractor in Bihar County, otherwise an ordinary family would not be able to withstand Li Honghu's efforts. Li Qingqiu snuggled up to Chen Qingshan, seemingly drinking some porridge, but in fact all her attention was on Sumuching in the front row. Don't be fooled by that scheming bitch who looks calm and composed. In fact, when she leaned on brother Qingshan, she wanted to kill me. Li Qingqiu really understands Sumuching. Perfectly grasped Sumuching's current psychology. Oh. I'm so angry. Sumuching, you never thought you would end up like this, did you? I used to be so jealous of you. From now on, you have to pay me back exactly what I paid for you, not a cent, not a bit, not a cent less. With this thought, Li Qingchua's body became more charming, swaying like a willow or rippling like water in spring. She fell limply on Chen Qingshan's body, so weak and delicate that she blew the wind into Chen Qingshan's ears. In a way that made all the boys' ears numb, she said, "Brother Qingshan, I want to eat Xiaolong Babo, feed me." Li Qingqiu, are you seriously ill? Chen Qingshan said with disgust, if you continue to disgust me with this tone, I will beat your brains out. Although he was cursing, Chen Qingshan's hands were not idle. With a look of disgust on his face, he picked up a steamed bun and handed it to Li Qingchua's mouth. In order to prevent the soup from splashing out, he used his other hand to catch it below. There are no romantic roses in the desert of the Northwest. Beating you to death is my most overwhelming love for you. Chen Qingshan's doting on Li Qingqiu perfectly fits this sentence. The scolding is real scolding, and the pampering is real pampering. Li Qingqiu's response was even more amazing. She was not like an ordinary girl from Jiangnan who sipped the dumplings slowly and bit them gently. Instead, she swallowed the dumplings in one gulp and licked Chen Qingshan's fingers. I eat Xiaolong Babo just for this bite. Chen Qingshan was convinced. Could you please stop playing so dirty? Li Qingqiu looked smug and raised his little head to show his attitude. If you feed me next time, I will bite your finger. I, Li Qingqiu, cannot be as pretentious as Sumuching. The way I like you is the kind of love that makes me wish I could rub you into my body. There was clearly not a trace of vinegar, but all the students in class 1 felt jealous. Chen Qingshan, get up, I want to fight you. I have a grudge against you for stealing my wife. Zhou Jinan, who was at the front, followed suit and tried to push a bun forward. With a hint of excitement in her shyness, she said, Qingqing. Before he finished speaking, Sumuching interrupted him and said with a smile, Zhou Jinan, you should call me by my full name. I am not used to this name. But isn't Chen Qingshan? Sumuching's eyes gradually turned cold, and she forced the second half of Zhou Jinan's words back into her stomach. Just because Chen Qingshan can call him that doesn't mean you can call him that too. Chen Qingshan has been pursuing me for 3 years and has put so much thought into me. How can you, who is not even an intern, ask me for Chen Qingshan's rights? Zhou Jinan, I'm just giving you a chance to pursue me. Even if you can do what Chen Qingshan did, I haven't even issued your application for regularization. If you are so impatient, I will deprive you of the chance to pursue me. Sumuching. Zhou Jinan changed the name, but he didn't take back the bun he handed out. He still looked forward to it and asked, can I feed you? Look. Urgent again. How many times do I have to reject you before you understand that Chen Qingshan is not the same as you? No. Sumuching refused decisively. Why? Zhou Jinan was immediately furious. You sent me a message last night asking me to bring you breakfast this morning. I immediately broke up with my girlfriend. What else do you want me to do? How to do it? Sumuching smiled, because you can't even bring breakfast. I can't eat meat in the morning. I feel like vomiting when I smell meat. But you brought me meat buns. How can I eat it? But you didn't tell me last night that you can't eat meat in the morning. Zhou Jinan looked confused and complained. If I don't tell you, you won't know. Chen Qingshan has brought me breakfast for 3 years. Do you think he has ever brought me meat buns? After 3 years, you still don't know that I can't eat meat. Zhou Jinan, tell me, whose problem is this? Oh. Now that I think about it, it seems like this is really my problem. Zhou Jinan looked ashamed, put down the bun in his hand, and asked, Sumuching, tell me what else you are not allowed to eat. I promise I will never make such a stupid mistake again next time. Actually, I don't have many requirements for food. In addition to not eating meat in the morning, I also don't eat pancakes, spicy soup, salted duck eggs, and black rice porridge. I don't eat salty soy milk. I can't drink cold milk in the summer. In the winter, breakfast milk can't be too hot, but it must be heated. For lunch, I usually eat rice, but I can also eat noodles. But I can't eat flat noodles, I have to eat thin noodles. I can sprinkle coriander on the noodles, but not whole leaves or large pieces, I have to eat chopped coriander. Then I eat chopped green onions, but only chopped green onions, not too big. I strongly oppose garlic. I can eat egg drop soup, but not scrambled eggs. And I can't accept too sweet food, and I hate sweet and sour food. Well. As Sumuching counted, the expression on Zhou Jinan's face became more and more varied, from confusion to bewilderment, from bewilderment to astonishment, and from astonishment to a shudder all over. Chapter 13 Get Out of the Way. 59 days left to the college entrance examination. 58 days left to college entrance examination. 53 days left to the college entrance examination. It's Saturday again. It has been a whole week since I was reborn. During this week, Chen Qingshan's life gradually stabilized. I get up at 5:30 in the morning and do morning exercises for an hour with Li Honghu. I went back to the dormitory to take a shower and refresh myself, then went to the classroom to have breakfast with Li Qingqiu. At 7:15, the day's classes begin. Lunch and dinner were basically eaten in the classroom. Only when Li Qingqiu pestered him would Chen Qingshan accompany Li Qingqiu to the cafeteria for a meal. This also once again confirmed Chen Qingshan's understanding from the beginning that women will only affect my learning efficiency. At 9:30, after evening self-study, Chen Qingshan would usually go to the playground and run for another half an hour before returning to the dormitory. If you have dinner with Li Qingqiu that day, then move up the evening exercise and play badminton with Li Qingqiu for half an hour after dinner. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I go back to the dormitory, wash up and read, and go to bed on time at 11:30. I was woken up by Li Honghu again at 5:30 in the morning. It goes on and on like this, as if entering a time cycle, but for a self-disciplined person, his life is so boring. No waves, no surprises, no accidents. Perhaps in the eyes of self-disciplined people, doing what they think is right at the right time is itself a great spiritual satisfaction. At least, Chen Qingshan enjoys it. Today is Saturday, and as a sophomore in high school, Li Qingqiu could have enjoyed a pleasant day off instead of spending it in school like Chen Qingshan and Li Honghu. But how could Li Qingqiu be willing to leave where Chen Qingshan was? Ever since Chen Qingshan and Sumuching drew a clear line between them, this little girl has become more and more attached to Chen Qingshan. He guarded against Chen Qingshan's female classmates like thieves every day, for fear that after Sumuching left, another Su Qingmu would pop up. The wary and suspicious expression that treated the girls around him like bandits made Chen Qingshan laugh and feel helpless. I have never been popular with women. Apart from Anqian who treats me like her life, only you, Li Qingqiu, cares about me a little. Why do I need you to be on guard against me day and night? Indeed, Chen Qingshan's looks are not the kind of school idol that can attract a large number of female fans, but Chen Qingshan's academic excellence has also won him the favor of many girls. The reason why I have never received a confession from a girl since I was a child. There is a reason for this, and it's all because of Li Qingqiu who was beside him. When he was a child, whenever a girl dared to show a hint of love for Chen Qingshan, Li Qingqiu would definitely get wind of it first, and he would either use reason or fists to subdue those little girls who wanted to confess their love to Chen Qingshan. The only omission was that when Chen Qingshan was in the first year of high school, she was still in the third year of junior high school. It was that year that she failed to control the people around Chen Qingshan, and Sumuching took advantage of the situation and stole Chen Qingshan's heart. Li Qingqiu almost regretted to death. Li Honghu was severely punished and he failed to complete any of the tasks assigned to him. This time, her beloved was found again. How could Li Qingqiu not cherish him? If you hold it in your hand, you're afraid it will blow away. If you hold it in your mouth, you're afraid it will melt. They even had the idea of making the matter a fait accompli. After playing badminton with Li Qingqiu personally escorted Chen Qingshan back to the classroom. When passing by Su Muqing's seat, he found that the boy who delivered food to Su Muqing had changed. We've changed 6 this week, right? 1 a day. Miss Su, you know how to treat everyone equally. Today's new favorite is the school hunk voted by you high school girls, right? His skin is so white, he looks like a sissy, and he raises his index finger. You can tell at first glance that he is a gay. School beauty Su, your taste is getting worse and worse. You put all kinds of rotten fish and shrimp on the table. Li Qingqiu stopped in front of Su Muqing's seat and looked down at her. Su Muqing was not willing to be outdone and responded with a scornful smile. Zhu Yu, Su Mu's fresh pet who just came to power today, thought that Li Qingqiu stayed for herself. After all, there were too many girls in school who were obsessed with her. She hooked her bangs in front of her eyes with her pinky finger and pulled them back, thinking she looked very handsome. She smiled tenderly and said, "Sister, do you want my contact information?" "Sister, you." Li Qingqiu quickly covered her mouth. "He said that I was not allowed to swear in the future." She frowned and said disdainfully, "Go away." Zhu Yu was embarrassed for a moment. In order to ease her embarrassment, she explained to Su Muqing beside her, "Student Su, she deliberately attracted my attention. Don't worry, I won't give her my contact information. My heart belongs to you alone." Su Muqing's answer was even more straightforward. He pointed at the classroom door and said one word, "Get out." Then, he looked at Li Qingqiu with a stubborn look and said, "Are you here to show off to me?" "How could that be?" Li Qingqiu imitated the movements in the Qing dynasty drama, bowed lightly, and said tenderly and charmingly, "Thank you very much for your help, sister. You are the best at being sarcastic and the best at killing people and hurting their hearts." Su Muqing, who had been in a bad mood these days, became even more depressed and irritable. "I really want to tear this bitch's face apart." He sneered coldly, "I discarded it like a blade of grass, but you treat it like a treasure." Li Qingqiu's smile faded, and then it bloomed like a night flower. He pointed at Zhu Yu who was peeking out of the door and hesitating, and said, "Some people take fish eyes as pearls. Some people also discard the jade." Chapter 14 Chen Qingshan, can I review Chinese with you? Chen Qingshan is really tough. It is harder than the iron poles of street lamps in northeast China at -20 to 30 degrees Celsius during the coldest days of the year. The only person in the school who dared to tell the school beauty Su to get out of the way was Chen Qingshan. "How deeply I loved you once, how deeply I hate you now. It's over. Now, these two people are completely broken up, there is no going back." Chen Qingshan breaks his classmates' perception of him time and time again. Whether it is in study or in love. You are truly Lu Bu writing Jian Wei unparalleled in the world. What Chen Qingshan wanted was never to reconcile or restore the relationship. He just wants to spend these 60 days in peace and stability. After the college entrance examination, you can go to study at Peking University or Tsinghua University, and I will go to earn my first pot of gold. They went their separate ways and never saw each other again until they died. Originally, seeing that Su Muqing frequently changed the boy who delivered meals to her, I thought she was choosing a new lover. It's time for the time witch, the time leech, to change her taste. But Su Muqing's delusion of interlocking their fingers and her explanation just now made Chen Qingshan alert again. "You're not still harboring evil intentions towards me, are you? There are so many high-quality men to choose from, but you just like to face challenges head-on, right? I have insulted you so much, please don't become addicted to being a slut. There are two pains in life, wanting something but not getting it, and having it and losing it." Su Muqing initially sneered at Chen Qingshan's departure. With a kind of person like Chen Qingshan, she could get as much as she wanted. After just 1 week, she had changed 6 people. The more Su Muqing changed, the more upset she felt. No one could compare to how good Chen Qingshan treated her. Su Muqing only saw lust in the eyes of those men. They were just greedy for her body. Unlike Chen Qingshan, his eyes were clear and firm, and he wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. Su Muqing felt like a stinky rat in a sewer. He stood on tiptoe with all his might, and through the small hole in the manhole cover with his pointed nose, he greedily and thirstily breathed in the fresh air outside. Squeaking in comfort. It's been a long time since I walked with Chen Qingshan, and it's been a long time since I smelled the soap on Chen Qingshan's body. If possible, this time I held his arm, rested my head on his shoulder, watched the boy next to me stiffen because of nervousness, and then gently kissed his earlobe. Chen Jun, are you free for evening self-study? There is a javelin competition next week and Li Honghu is training. If you are free, how about we recite Chinese lessons to each other? Okay. It just so happens that I've also been memoizing ancient Chinese texts recently. Chen Qingshan, which semester should we draw first? 6 textbooks are randomly selected. Fuck. Didn't I see you memoizing math formulas a few days ago? In the past 2 days, have you memoized all the ancient Chinese texts in the 6 Chinese textbooks? I've memoized it all before, and now I'm just reinforcing my memory. Fuck. You're such a pervert. Chen Qingshan's seat in front of him was Chen Jun, the study committee member of Class 1, and his grades were always among the best. Since Li Honghu is not around, Chen Qingshan needs to find someone to review with, and naturally he has to find someone with better academic performance. If you follow the best, you will get the middle. If you follow the middle, you will only get the lower. The entire conversation between the two people was heard by Sumuqing. After just a brief thought, Sumuqing picked up his phone and sent a message to Chen Jun. Chen Jun, can you bring me breakfast tomorrow? There is no need to explain much about Sumuqing's charm. Chen Jun already admired her, and now the goddess personally showed her kindness, which almost caused him to have a myocardial infarction and die on the spot. I immediately sent a text message to agree. I am really looking forward to tomorrow's breakfast. If it is brought by Chen Jun, it will definitely be different from others. When Chen Jun received Sumuqing's reply, he almost got diabetes. The classic illusion occurs: she treats me differently from other boys. While Chen Jun was still racking his brains over how to respond to this overwhelming love, Sumuqing's text message came again. Chen Jun, you have such good grades, I really hope we can go to the same university. The college entrance examination is coming soon, you must not associate with those questionable people. School beauties who chose me. Who else is the questionable person in the class? It's Chen Qingshan who sits behind him. His English grades are so poor, and he still has the guts to tell my goddess to get lost. His quality is extremely low. After saying this, Chen Jun tried desperately to find a topic, but Sumuqing's reply was brief and cold. Okay. I read a book. If, in a few years, men awaken, girls usually respond with these words and boys will understand. But at this time, in 2012, Chen Jun still held onto a foolish fantasy. He wanted to use his deep affection to melt the 1,000-year-old ice of Sumuqing. The warm man is behind the dog. Chen Qingshan has spent 3 years trying to warm up this woman but failed. Do you, Chen Jun, think you can warm her up in just 30 days? That confident expression, just like that day, Chen Jun held his head high and told Chen Qingshan that he was going to launch a love charge against the school beauty Su. After Sumuqing said that she wanted to read a book, Chen Jun waited and waited, sent 5 or 6 messages, but still did not receive a reply from Sumuqing. Sumuqing must have turned her phone to silent mode and didn't see my message. She is so well behaved. She reads books as soon as she says she will. I want to learn from her. As expected of Sumuqing, even the movements of turning pages are so graceful. The Joker began to hypnotize himself. Chen Jun flipped through the book, but couldn't read the words. He turned around and asked Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan, what kind of breakfast did you bring to Sumuqing in the past? Chen Qingshan raised his head and glanced at Chen Jun. Sumuqing reached out to you? Chen Jun, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I advise you to prepare for the exam carefully and don't be distracted by other things. It's okay. I'm just asking, so tell me. Porridge and fried dough sticks, you can't go wrong. Okay. Thank you, brother. If I get married to Sumuqing, I will definitely ask you to be the best man. No. I am not worthy of this gift. Seeing that the evening self-study class was about to start, Chen Qingshan said, Chen Jun, you should sit in Li Honghu's seat. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to turn around all the time. Sitting in Li Honghu's seat. Why? Chen Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Didn't I just say that we should recite ancient Chinese texts to each other during evening self-study? Oh. About this matter. Chen Jun grinned and refused, forget it. I'd better study on my own. Sumuching doesn't like me to be with you. Chapter 15 Chinese Class Representative Wang Jisun. Chen Qingshan raised his head and looked at Wang Jisun, who wanted to review with him. The girl had the most common hairstyle for high school girls, with knife-cut bangs in the front and a long ponytail in the back. This retro hairstyle alone is very youthful. Apple-shaped face, full of collagen, chubby cheeks, looks very good. He held a Chinese textbook in both hands, pressed it against his chest, lowered his body, and looked at Chen Qingshan with a pleading look. As for Wang Jisun, Chen Qingshan used to have only a vague impression of her as Sumuching's best friend. But after years of baptism, Chen Qingshan, looking at Wang Jisun again, can actually figure out some of her charm. Wang Jisun's face is not suitable for the combination of straight bangs and ponytail. For a face with baby fat, you can have bangs, but the hair on the temples must be pulled down and close to the jaw to make the face look thinner. He is fat where he should be fat, and not thin where he should be thin. Wang Jisun may still be worried about her overly prominent figure at the moment, but soon she will be able to enjoy the benefits of it. Especially after entering society, that 6-foot bellyband can no longer cover up the 7-foot big breasts. Combined with the baby fat and chubby face, it forms a for-character adjective, which will be a sure kill for some men. According to Chen Qingshan's experience, girls like Wang Jisun are no less than the supreme saint for those who like to sleep with a long pillow or a big stuffed bear. It's really comfortable, the kind that you can't put down. Chen Qingshan remained silent, and Wang Jisun became even more nervous. The book in his arms was getting tighter and tighter, and his body was bent lower and lower. My legs were crossed and I felt a sense of urgency to pee. The tone of supplication gradually turned into begging. Chen Qingshan, is that okay? Sit. Chen Qingshan pointed to the empty seat next to him. Wang Jisun hurriedly put her textbook on Li Honghu's seat, crossed her legs, and said shyly, I'm going to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore, Wang Jisun even used a crying voice when she said the last sentence. Without waiting for Chen Qingshan's response, he turned and ran away. Chen Qingshan was a little overwhelmed. If you want to go to the toilet, just go. Why do you need to report to me? Wait for Wang Jisun to come back. The bell for evening self-study has rung. Tonight is Mr. Yang's Chinese class. He handed out 2 sets of papers and asked everyone to study on their own. Seeing that Wang Jisun did not return to her seat but sat next to Chen Qingshan, Lao Yang just adjusted his glasses and said nothing. Although she went to the toilet, Wang Jisun, who was sitting next to Chen Qingshan, still sat in an inward-facing position with her legs tightly together, and was visibly tense. Chen Qingshan was somewhat doubtful whether his previous high school memories were wrong. In his memories of his previous life, his high school classmates were all quite normal. How come after being reborn, the people are still the same, but each one is completely different from what I remember? A Sumuching with Yander tendencies. A Chen Jun who stabbed someone in the back. A Wang Jisun who was too shy to speak in front of him. Oh. Only Jia Jinan is still as arrogant and stupid as ever. Is my memory wrong? Or has your true nature been exposed in this life? Wang Jisun. Chen Qingshan called softly. Wang Jisun was struck by lightning, her whole body tensed up, her arms stiffly pressed on her thighs, her hands and legs in an inward-facing position, and she replied nervously, yes. That look was just like the respectful way one answers the instructor during military training. Chen Qingshan couldn't help but feel a little amused and helpless. I can't eat you alive, why are you so nervous? Did Sumuching ask you to come over? Wang Jisun didn't expect Chen Qingshan to ask such a sharp question right away, and she was sweating profusely. I originally wanted to deny it, no. Finally, he lost his temper and nodded weakly. Why did she ask you to come here? She. Wang Jisun didn't dare to look directly at Chen Qingshan. She lowered her head and said in a whisper, she wanted me to test your opinion. If she comes to you to reconcile, will you change your mind? Can you go back to the way you were getting along before? When Chen Qingshan heard what Wang Jisun said about Sumuching, his brows immediately furrowed. He actually guessed it right, Sumuching wanted to redeem herself. What kind of crappy Jiba rebirth plot is this? The dog will never lick the girl again. The goddess regretted it so much that she came to win him back crying and shouting. Chen Qingshan really wanted to confront Sumuching in person. Are you a slut? After Huang Jusin recounted Su Muqing's question verbatim, she did not dare to face Chen Qingshan directly. She only dared to steal a glance at him from the corner of her eye from time to time. When Huang Jusin saw Chen Qingshan's face suddenly darken, her heart skipped a beat. Then Chen Qingshan's reply came into her ears. Tell her that it's impossible for her and I to be together. Tell her not to misunderstand that I'm playing hard to get, or that I'm just saying it out of anger to spite her. I really don't want to have any contact with her anymore. This is my final reply. We were classmates, and I hope we can just part ways and not end up in a mess. After listening to Chen Qingshan's final reply, Huang Jusin didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. The sadness is that my best friend might be sad to hear this answer. Happiness is. Huang Jusin looked up at the boy next to her like a thief, then lowered her head in panic, her cheeks flushed bright red. Chen Qingshan is not the kind of handsome guy that girls would fall in love with at first sight. An appropriate adjective to describe him is handsome. In Huang Jusin's eyes, Chen Qingshan's good boy image and affectionate personality really attracted her. Well, then I will go back now and convey your words to Qingqing. After saying that, he reluctantly held the Chinese textbook on the desk back to his chest. Just as he was about to stand up, Chen Qingshan said, "Didn't you say you wanted to review Chinese with me? You still want me to review with you?" Huang Jusin asked in surprise, "Didn't you ask me to sit next to you because of Qingqing?" A question mark lit up Chen Qingshan's head. "Huang Jusin, why do you think so?" "I asked you to sit next to me because I wanted to review Chinese with you." "Do you really want to review with me?" "Not because of Qingqing." Chen Qingshan didn't know why Huang Jusin always brought up Su Muqing. As the Chinese class representative, it would be a waste if he didn't invite Huang Jusin to review Chinese together. "Would you like to review with me?" "Yes. Yes." Huang Jusin lost control of her expression. She sat down hurriedly and flipped through the text in her hand. She was overjoyed and anxious and asked, "What should we review first?" "It's just a review, why are you more excited than the college entrance examination?" "Let's recite the text. You hit me first, then I'll hit you." Okay. Huang Jusin agreed excitedly, then flipped through the book, pointed to an ancient article, and said, "Chen Qingshan, preface to sending off Marshing of Dornyan, can you recite it?" "Oh. Huang Jusin, you are quite good at smoking." He cleared his throat and slowly recited the full text of Preface to Farewell to Marshing of Dornyan. "I have loved studying since I was young. My family was poor, so I had no way to get books to read. My family was poor when I was young, but I still didn't know how to make progress. After wasting time, I realized the importance of knowledge. However, flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. Chapter 16. You are no longer of any learning value to me." Chen Qingshan's words made Huang Jusin stunned for a moment, and then she felt even more ashamed. His whole body became more hunched and tensed, with his knees raised high on the edge of the stool and his waist bent, completely removing the pair of cumbersome and ugly big bears from Chen Qingshan's sight. Just like a frightened pangolin curled up into a ball, it wraps its softest part tightly without leaving any gaps. Chen Qingshan knew why Huang Jusin made such a move in front of him. At its core, it is a kind of slut-shaming. Chen Qingshan had also heard a little about Huang Jusin's nickname. Cow yellow, ball bully, these are some of the most vulgar and obscene words. This kind of insult to other people's appearance and figure is the most shameful in Chen Qingshan's eyes. Just like some women call men who are less than 1.7 meters tall third-class disabled. Anyone who can say such things must have a brain like a dung beetle's nest. On the contrary, the men's response to the insulting term third-class disabled by giving the corresponding women kinder surprise eggs is much more humorous, and not only is the image cute, but it is also a bit funny. Huang Jusin is ashamed of her name, Big Bear, which is closely related to these insulting nicknames. And not only boys call her that, many girls also call Huang Jusin by this nickname. This caused Huang Jusin to become more introverted. It was not surprising that he made this kind of chest-crossing and hunched posture in front of Chen Qingshan. "Chen Qingshan, don't look at me like that. I'm shy." Huang Jusin turned her head away, her body trembled, and she murmured softly with a hint of crying in her voice. It is said that a woman's blushing face makes her more beautiful than any other woman in the world, but Chen Qingshan has no intention of showing any sympathy to her. He said with a sullen face, Wang Jisun, straighten your back before talking to me. No. Wang Jisun pursed her lower lip and shook her head vigorously, with her ponytail jumping left and right behind her. It's so ugly. Ugly? The woman lowers her head and you can't see her toes. She is already the most beautiful woman in the world. Wang Jisun corrected him, Student Chen, my belly is not that big, it can't cover my feet. Wang Jisun, is your brain squeezed by the door? I was talking about your breasts. Chen Qingshan almost jumped up in anger. Such straightforward words made Wang Jisun feel so ashamed that she dared not breathe. She said, Chen Qingshan, you don't say such dirty words next time. I haven't even used the technical terms I learned in biology class. Chen Qingshan was somewhat speechless and said, Wang Jisun, stop pinching your chest. The more you hide it, the more my attention will be drawn to it. You are really delaying my review. Wang Jisun feels aggrieved. It was obviously you who wanted to see it, so why are you blaming me? Wang Jisun, you might as well be frank. If you don't pinch it, I won't think about it. So, classmate Chen, do you want to watch it or not? Wang Jisun's question made Chen Qingshan's facial nerves twitch, but he finally said insincerely, I don't want to. Wang Jisun lowered her head, slowly let go of the textbook, and murmured, if it's classmate Chen, I can do it. How dare this boy disturb my spiritual mind? Wang Jisun was so excited that she looked up at Chen Qingshan, who looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Classmate Chen is so cute. I lowered my head and found that I couldn't see my toes. Since classmate Chen praises it so much, this thing must be a good thing, right? A conversation with Chen Qingshan seemed to have untied the knot in Wang Jisun's heart that had been bothering her for many years. There are 46 days left until the college entrance examination. Saturday of the second week, lunch break. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the senior high school students, who have studied hard for 2 weeks, will have a rare day of rest. There was a lively atmosphere inside and outside Class 1 classroom, and the smiles on the students' faces became brighter. Li Honghu, who had not attended class for 3 consecutive days, appeared at the classroom door after a long absence. Wearing a number 34 jersey of Lakers Anil, in purple and gold. He had a basketball under his arm and was sweating profusely. A normal-sized bottle of mineral water looked like cough syrup in Li Honghu's palm leaf fan-sized hand, and he drank it all in 2 gulps. Just when I was about to go to my seat to take a rest, I saw that someone else had already taken my seat. My seat has almost become the Chinese class representative's second home. It was obvious to the naked eye that Wang Jisun had become more lively and cheerful after reviewing with his brothers these days. At least he no longer hunched over, and he even pulled the zipper of his school uniform, which was usually zipped up to his throat, down in front of his brothers. It becomes more magnificent and outstanding. This is really weird. What's going on? Is my brother a heater? Why do I feel so hot next to him? Seeing Li Honghu approaching, Wang Jisun, who was talking about polyphonetic characters with Chen Qingshan, waved at him. He stood up tactfully and gave up his seat. He picked up the textbook and said, Chen Qingshan, let's stop reviewing here today. How are you going to spend the weekend? Do you want to come to my house to review? She paused, her face pretty, and said in a soft voice, if you think it's too far, I can come to your house to review. Li Honghu tasted something wrong in it. I seem to have seen this plot in some movies. Wang Jisun, do you want to learn knowledge from my buddy instead of learning techniques? Li Honghu did not sit down immediately, but looked at the two of them leisurely, just like a bystander. He licked his lips. At this time, he was so happy to have half a chilled watermelon to eat. Facing Wang Jisun's invitation to review, Chen Qingshan closed the textbook and said, no need. I have almost finished reviewing Chinese. You don't need to come over from now on. TSK. Brother, your tone is just like that of a heartless man who doesn't recognize anyone. Oh. Wang Jisun responded softly, but with a hint of choking. He hugged the textbook tighter and tighter, and his whole body shrank. He returned to his previous hunched back appearance. This posture is like Wang Jisun's protective shield. Whenever she feels uncomfortable with the surrounding environment, she will automatically enter this defensive posture. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her big cartoon eyes were filled with mist, as if tears were about to fall in the next second. She is about to cry. Li Honghu didn't understand why girls love to cry so much. Li Qingqiu was like this in the past, and Wang Jusin is like this now, too. And they especially like to cry in front of Chen Qingshan. Using tears to get Chen Qingshan to coax her and spoil her? Isn't this a pure scammer? Chen Qingshan didn't understand this logic, and just continued to say, your English, physics, and chemistry grades are too average. But your biology grades are good. After I finish reviewing the 3 subjects of English, physics, and chemistry, let's review biology together, okay? Chapter 17, Mu Xinghong's Sweet Talk. Boom boom. Come in. Crunch. Chen Qingshan pushed open the office door, walked in, and closed the door quietly. Mu Xinghong was the only one in the office. I don't know where the other teachers went. When Mu Xinghong saw Chen Qingshan approaching, she leaned back in her office chair and crossed her legs to prevent her from being exposed. 5 snow-white fingers were inserted into the ink-black hair and pulled back. The 3,000 worldly roots were spread out behind the head like a painting in black and white. He held his chin high, had a haughty look, and spoke in a cold voice. You're here. I am coming. You're finally here. I'm here after all. You didn't have to come. I can't not come. Mu Xinghong glared with her phoenix eyes, but couldn't he help laughing out loud first, like the sound of a clear spring breaking stones, or like the gentle spring breeze shaking silver bells. It's so beautiful. After laughing, he got annoyed again and scolded, who told you to play Gu Long Feng with me? Chen Qingshan smiled helplessly and bitterly, saying aggrievedly, teacher, you played with me first. Just because the teacher can play doesn't mean you can too. Wow, Teacher Mu, your double standards are so obvious now. Chen Qingshan approached. Bow your head. On Mu Xinghong's desk, there was a copy of Ji Yulong's The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword, lying upside down. Well, it was borrowed from the school library. Following Chen Qingshan's gaze, Mu Xinghong's eyes also fell on the ancient dragon on her desk. He quickly pushed it to the front of the table and found a pile of handouts to cover it tightly. The embarrassment of being caught red-handed was very similar to the embarrassment of students being caught by their teacher. Teacher Mu, you didn't prepare your lessons well, but watched them secretly, right? Teacher Mu, you don't want the principal to know that you were peeking, right? This scene is very evil. One's own happiness is always built on the embarrassment of others. You still dare to laugh? Mu Xinghong almost hit Chen Qingshan with the big blackboard stick beside her. Back to the topic, Chen Qingshan said respectfully, Teacher Mu, I have finished reviewing mathematics and Chinese. TSK. Mu Xinghong sucked her teeth. Although she didn't say anything, the atmosphere of sarcasm was already filled. I know that if you don't finish reviewing Chinese and math, you won't have time to study English. If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. After all, my English is not as interesting as other teachers' Chinese and math. Oh. Chen Qingshan's face froze. Teacher Mu, are you reading Gu Long during the day and catching up on A Dream of Red Mansions at night? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so you should still pay some attention to your classmates. Instead of being sarcastic, Mu Xinghong was lectured by Chen Qingshan. She was so angry. Her eyebrows raised and she glared at Chen Qingshan fiercely. Then I reflected on myself and realized that I had read a lot of miscellaneous books in the past few days, and even my tone of voice had changed. It's time to quit your addiction. He immediately straightened his expression and asked Chen Qingshan to sit down next to him. Asked, have you finished reviewing Chinese and math? Then you have to improve your English. I have made a plan for you. I plan to spend 30 days to improve your English score by 50 points. 30 days. Chen Qingshan said in astonishment. Well. Don't doubt yourself. With my encouragement, it shouldn't be a problem for you to improve your English score by 50 points in 30 days. If you master it well, it's possible to improve it by 60 points. Mu Xinghong excitedly explained her grand plans to Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan shook his head, Teacher, 30 days is too long. I will give you 2 weeks for English, at most 3 weeks. I also have to review comprehensive science. 14 days 21 days. What a joke! Others who have a good command of English need this much time to review. As for you, you need at least double that. Chen Qingshan insisted, Teacher Mu, I can only squeeze out this little time. How about I go and review comprehensive science first? After I finish reviewing comprehensive science, I'll see how much time I have left and I'll give it all to English. No. Mu Xinghong refused. Who knows how long it will take you to review comprehensive science? I don't care how many points you get in comprehensive science, but your English score must be improved. I, Mu Xinghong, can't teach a student who gets 50 points. In the final analysis, it is my friend who would rather die than me. Chen Qingshan couldn't help laughing, but he was afraid that Mu Xinghong would get angry and really hit him with a stick. Mu Xinghong said to herself, 3 weeks is 3 weeks. Don't go home on your day off this week. Come home with me. We can make the most of every day. No. I haven't seen my parents and Aunt Yun for 2 weeks. You have to let me go back and see my spiritual food. Mu Xinghong had no idea of the status of Chen Weiguo, Zhang Saixia and Lin Mengyun in Chen Qingshan's heart. She only saw a rebellious student who was unruly and always talked back to him. Also annoyed. You are not happy about this, and you don't want to do that. Just learn it by yourself. I don't care about you anymore. Just learn it by yourself. I'll go find the English class representative. If the English class representative can't teach me, I will find an English teacher from another class. I don't believe that in such a big by her number 1 middle school, I have to learn English from you, Mu Xinghong. Chen Qingshan and Mu Xinghong have very similar personalities. They are the kind of people who are soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. It explodes at the slightest touch. It's like a tit-for-tat confrontation, neither of them willing to give in. Seeing Chen Qingshan turn around and leave without stopping, Mu Xinghong was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She pulled out the blackboard stick next to her and hit the table hard. Jiao shouted, "Come back to me." Chen Qingshan, who was halfway there, so that Mu Xinghong had already summoned the divine whip, so he returned to his original position. The two of them stared at each other, like a turtle looking at a mung bean. In the end, it was Chen Qingshan who spoke first. "Teacher Mu, I haven't been home for half a month." Chapter 18, Holidays and Going Home. A long-awaited day off. Hey! Chen Qingshan, your English is not perfect, right? You don't know anything at all. Mu Xinghong sighed as she marked the papers. Chen Qingshan, who was standing beside him, leaned forward with his eyebrows lowered, and said respectfully, "Teacher Mu, if you really have nothing to eat, chew 2 rock sugar baberries to relieve your craving." Chen Qingshan, what do you mean? Mu Xinghong glared again. Literally. Chen Qingshan told the truth. Be careful or I'll deduct points from your paper. Teacher Mu, you and my 8-year-old niece should be able to play together. You call me childish. What do you think? He even said that he would deduct points from my paper. What kind of score is this for a baseline test? No wonder Mu Xinghong used to do nothing but lectures and examination papers in front of students. She always had a stern face, was as cold as an iceberg, and looked like she didn't want anyone to approach her. Because once you spend some time with her, she will reveal her true colors to you. But childish. I can compete with students. Not bad, not bad. If you remove the 30 points for listening, you can still get 50 points out of 120 points. After marking the papers, Mu Xinghong held Chen Qingshan's test paper with both hands, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Mu Xinghong didn't have high expectations for Chen Qingshan to begin with, and she was overjoyed to get 50 points out of 120. As long as your starting point is low enough, every step forward will be a surprise. Even so, Chen Qingshan deliberately made mistakes in a few questions. If he could really bring out his full potential in English, it would probably scare Teacher Mu. After all, I am a man who has passed the college English Level 2 test. Half a step to Level 4. I just want to ask you, Mu Xinghong, if you are afraid. Including the scores of the questions I deliberately got wrong, my total score was 70, and I could get another 20 points in English listening. Under the careful guidance of Teacher Mu, I improved my score by another 30 points. As long as my English score reaches 120, the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University will call my house. Mu Xinghong seemed to see Chen Qingshan's pride, and immediately put on a stern face, saying in a condescending manner, "Don't be so cocky. Even if you get full marks in English listening, it's only 80 points, which is still the lowest level in the class. Chen Qingshan, you have to be humble and calm, and the teacher will give you some special training." Chen Qingshan nodded repeatedly. The deep affection between the master and the disciple was completely different from the tense atmosphere just now. At the end, both of them laughed. 3:30 in the afternoon. The school bell rang on time. Mu Xinghong did not delay the class and handed an old dictionary to Chen Qingshan. This is the English dictionary that the teacher used when he was in high school. There are also some of my notes on it. If you are tired of memoizing, you can take a look at my notes to change your mind. There is no shortcut to learning English well. The only way is to memorize words hard. If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Mu Xinghong saw Chen Qingshan's mouth twitch and asked in confusion, "Chen Qingshan, did the teacher say something wrong?" "No. The teacher is right. The path to the mountain of knowledge is made through diligence, and the boat to the boundless sea of learning is made through hard work." When Chen Qingshan walked out of the office holding the dictionary, he heard Mu Xinghong mumbling to herself. "If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. There's nothing wrong with that. This matter is indeed my fault, Chen Qingshan. Some words, once you think about them wrongly, you can never go back. I, who am filthy, seem so out of place in this pure era." The students cherished the one day of rest that they had just gotten after 2 weeks of classes. As soon as the bell rang, the teacher walked out of the classroom. When he looked back, 80% of the students had already grabbed their backpacks and ran towards the school gate. Their hustle and bustle along their way is full of the youthfulness of the young boys and girls. After school, Wang Jusin did not go home immediately. She drove her electric car to take her best friend Su Muching home first. This was not Su Muching's request, but Wang Jusin's volunteering. "Since we are best friends, we should give to each other." It's just that Wang Jusin has always given more, and Su Muching has responded very little. But Wang Jusin still enjoys it. "As long as Qingqing is happy, I will be happy too." Just as Chen Qingshan said, Wang Jusin has a serious dependent personality, or a people-pleasing personality, and gets self-satisfaction by pleasing others and getting recognition from others. It is prohibited to ride a bicycle on campus, whether it is a bicycle or an e-scooter. Fortunately, the donkey is not heavy and it is easy to push. Wang Jusin and Su Muching left the campus and put on their helmets. "Let's go." Wang Jusin shouted happily, stepped on the accelerator and drove off into the distance. Due to inertia, Su Muching pounced forward, and Wang Jusin enjoyed the wonderful experience that all the boys who admired Su Muching had fantasized about. Wang Jusin also smiled like a nympho. "Jusin. Look, Chen Qingshan." Su Muching pointed a finger and Wang Jusin turned her head to look. "All I saw was a wind-chasing boy riding a bicycle, carrying a long-legged beautiful girl, looking as youthful as a picture." Needless to say, the long-legged girl was Li Qingqiu, who was closest to Chen Qingshan. Grabbing Chen Qingshan's school uniform with both hands, he leaned his little head on Chen Qingshan's back and hummed the Jinling tune. His face was full of happiness, even the spring breeze was a little warmer. "Qingqing, do you think Chen Qingshan is really in love with Li Qingqiu?" Wang Jusin said with a gloomy look. "Whether he talks or not, what does it have to do with me? Don't you like Chen Qingshan too?" Wang Jusin asked in surprise. Su Muching seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She covered her mouth with the back of her hands and chuckled. "Why should I like Chen Qingshan? He is not very handsome, his academic performance is not better than mine, and his family background is even more ordinary. One of his parents is a textile factory worker, and the other is a worker on a construction site. Tell me, what makes him worthy of me?" Can. Chapter 19. Time is not the thief that stole my mother's youth, I am the thief. After Chen Qingshan sent Li Qingqiu home, he said hello to Li's mother, declined her aunt's invitation to stay for dinner, and turned around and rode his bike back to his community. "It's only 4 o'clock, my parents are still at work, and the house is empty." Chen Qingshan threw his school bag into his room. He took 2 steps at a time, trotted and ran to the door opposite and rang the doorbell. The wooden door opens inwards and the iron door pushes outwards. Today, my aunt was still wearing her usual grey linen shirt and black trousers. But the shoes on my feet today are a little more particular, no longer the ordinary black flat-soled old Beijing cloth shoes. Instead, it was a pair of beautiful shoes with dark blue cloud quilted pattern, with pointed and upturned toes and thick soles that made them look slightly taller. Aunt Yune's feet were hidden under her trousers, so her feet couldn't be seen clearly. I guess she must have worn silk stockings. If he didn't wear them, the 3-inch golden lotus feet wrapped in this pair of black and blue embroidered shoes would be a fatal blow to Chen Qingshan. Aunt Yun's feet are the best interpretation of the word jade feet. Lin Mengyun opened the door for Chen Qingshan. Before Chen Qingshan even walked into the room, he stared at the embroidered shoes on her feet. Her breathing tightened involuntarily. That burning gaze was like a reed, brushing her feet lightly, causing her toes to curl up unconsciously. The white arch of the foot was stained with a hint of pink. Lin Mengyun knew that Chen Qingshan was going home today. But today Lin Mengyun took off her usual black flat cloth shoes and put on a pair of dark blue cloud quilted shoes. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Perhaps, this is a little tip for Lin Mengyun to meet her little Qingshan. Chen Qingshan was still standing at the door in a daze. Lin Mengyun said angrily, "Are you coming in or not? If not, I'll close the door." "Come in, come in." Chen Qingshan swam in quickly, like a big yellow carp. "Close the door and change into slippers. My aunt's house smells good, much better than his doghouse in the dormitory." As soon as I entered the door, I felt like a fairy air was rushing towards me. A faint musk scent filled the tip of her nose. Lin Mengyun moved forward and held Chen Qingshan's thin left cheek with her right hand, like Shisha holding her heart. How come after studying for half a month, Auntie's little Qingshan has become thinner again? My heart and eyes are filled with heartache. It's really not the fault of the food in the cafeteria of number 1 middle school. It's just that Chen Qingshan is so motivated that he wants to devote 24 hours a day to studying, running in the morning and evening, eating little, moving more, and sleeping little. If the King of Heaven comes, he will have to lose weight. However, Chen Qingshan's physical fitness did not decline due to weight loss. Instead, he felt more energetic. The overall mental outlook is stable and positive. But there is a kind of thinness called, Auntie thinks you have lost weight. Xiao Qingshan, go sit on the rattan chair for a while. Auntie has stewed bird's nest. I'll give you a bowl to replenish your blood. The moment Lin Mengyun turned around, Chen Qingshan came close to her. He rested his chin on Lin Mengyun's right shoulder, rubbed her ears, and whispered with his eyes closed. "Aunt! I missed you." Chen Qingshan's sudden action almost frightened Lin Mengyun to death. It was as if she was under a spell of being immobilized and she dared not move at all. Just 5 words made Lin Mengyun's whole body go limp and she could hardly stand. "Do you think you are the only one who misses your aunt and not you? A charming lady and a young boy." Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Lin Mengyun pursed her thin lips and tried to speak several times, but when the words came to her lips, no sound came out. The red lips cover the sparrow's tongue, more beautiful than the crabapple. Until Chen Qingshan's hands came around from behind and hugged Lin Mengyun's slender waist. What does it mean that 1 pound more is too fat, and 1 pound less is too thin? This is the case with Aunt Yun's belly. Chen Qingshan's right hand grasped his left wrist, thus holding Aunt Yun in his arms. Just as he was about to tighten his arms, as if he wanted to rub Aunt Yun's body into his own, Lin Mengyun finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she put her right hand on the back of Chen Qingshan's hand, grabbing with her 5 fingers, but she didn't use any force, as she had no strength at the moment. No longer majestic, no longer sharp, like a shy little girl, like a beautiful girl crying. She cried and said, "Don't move. This is the only way." After hearing this, Chen Qingshan didn't dare to make any more moves. The young man was already sweating profusely. Chen Qingshan was reluctant to let go, and Lin Mengyun didn't ask him to do so. It seemed like a small step of Chen Qingshan acting coquettishly, but it was a big step towards the advancement of their relationship. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Weigua's voice was heard outside the door. "Mengyun! Is Qingshan here with you?" A loud shout with full energy. The couple who were reluctant to leave were awakened from their happy relationship. Lin Mengyun immediately broke free from Chen Qingshan's arms and responded. "Brother Weigua, Qingshan is here. Did you ask him to come home for dinner?" "No. I just saw his school bag and didn't see him, so I came to ask." "It's not time for dinner yet. I'm going to cook. Let him play with you for a while." After he finished speaking, the footsteps of Chen Weigua leaving were heard outside the door. "Aunt!" Chen Qingshan took a step forward. "You are not allowed to say anything, ask anything, or think about anything," Lin Mengyun said angrily. The clouds in the sky had already seeped into her snow-white goose neck, with a hint of pink in the white, winding all the way up, dyeing her peach cheeks red. Her originally crystal clear earlobes were now even redder than blood. The scenery in the sky and the people in front of you are all the most beautiful in the world. Now, no matter what Chen Qingshan said, Lin Mengyun would be so embarrassed that she would die. He took Chen Qingshan's arm and walked him out the door. Chen Qingshan weakly resisted and cried out, "Aunt, my dad told me to stay here." That's just polite talk. Can't you hear that? What father doesn't miss his son? Lin Mengyun opened the door and continued, "Go home. Spend more time with brother Weigua and sister Caixia. They haven't seen you for half a month. Auntie hasn't seen me for half a month. It's enough for you to accompany your aunt for a while." Lin Mengyun snorted lightly, not daring to look at Chen Qingshan outside the door. Chen Qingshan smiled teasingly and said, "Is that enough? Then I will." Lin Mengyun said angrily, "Come or not, love." With a bang, the door closed. This brat is getting more and more outrageous. You'd better not come over at night. If you dare to come over, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After being driven out of his home by Lin Mengyun, the homeless child turned around and went back to his own home. "Dad. Qingshan, why did you come back so soon? Why don't you stay at your Aunt Yun's house for a while? No one knows a son better than his father." Sometimes Chen Weigua and Zhang Caixia are jealous of Chen Qingshan's attachment to Lin Mengyun. "My son is not so close to them. I missed you. So I came." Chen Qingshan's words left Chen Weigua at a loss, and he stammered, not knowing how to continue. The scene is funny yet warm. Chen Qingshan was amused by this. He was afraid that if he shouted to the old man, "Dad, I love you," it would make the old man blush. Many people attribute love in a narrow sense to romantic relationships. In fact, loving your lover, loving your parents, loving your children, and loving your friends can all be classified as love. It's just that the dragon people are not good at expressing their love. Chapter 20. Just give it a try. It's okay to give it a try. What if he agrees? Sky View Garden. An upscale residential area in the center of Bihar County. Su Muqing's mother bought a large flat here to make it easier for her daughter to go to school. Tonight, Su Muqing's mother still did not return home. She seemed to have gone to another province to discuss a business deal. She even called Su Muqing to apologize. Su Muqing simply said, "Oh," and hung up the phone. Ever since the senior year of high school changed the holiday to one day every 2 weeks, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she last saw her mother. 1 month. 2 months. Oh. So the last time we met was during the Chinese New Year. It's better not to meet. When we meet, he always nags me. Besides asking about my academic performance, he also asks me if I need money. After asking the same question over and over again, Su Muqing began to suspect that her mother had become stupid because of her business. When have you ever worried about your daughter's grades? For the strong, so-called companionship is just a shackle. Comrade Xu Ren once said, "Cows and sheep live in groups, while lions and tigers always walk alone." Ching. Your pajamas are a little small. After taking a shower, Huang Jisun wore Su Muqing's light blue pajamas, crossed her arms over her chest, looking extremely shy. Everything else is fine, but it's a bit small. Are my pajamas too small? It's obviously Jisun's that are too big. Su Muqing walked around behind Huang Jisun with a naughty look. Sneak attack! Huang Jisun exclaimed. The two women were in a mess. They all fell onto Su Muqing's gums. On the bed, Su Muqing held onto him and said in amazement, "Jisun, don't you get tired from walking and running?" Ching. Huang Jisun was almost crying with shame, and she also complained, "I'm so tired. It's like hanging 2 big watermelons." But what? Huang Jisun blushed, turned her head to the side, and babbled, but Chen Qingshan said that if a woman lowers her head so that her toes are invisible, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Muqing frowned slightly, then relaxed and said teasingly, "Good for you, Huang Jisun. Are you guys reviewing seriously?" Huang Jisun begged for mercy again and again. It was a serious review. Chen Qingshan studied very seriously. He didn't peek all the time. Chen Qingshan, you are so brave now. You didn't even dare to hold my hand before, but now you dare to peek at Jisun's big bear. Su Muqing chuckled. All the past events with Chen Qingshan came to my mind. You dare to watch, but do you dare to do it directly like me? Jusin. Su Muqing called out softly. What's up, Ching Ching? You said, can I take Chen Qingshan back? Okay. Huang Jusin said with a dodgy look, don't you dislike Chen Qingshan? Why do you want to take him back now? Su Muqing chuckled, because compared to me not liking Chen Qingshan, I hate Li Qingqiu being with Chen Qingshan even more. Huang Jusin found it difficult to understand Su Muqing's train of thought. Although she likes Chen Qingshan, if Chen Qingshan and Li Qingqiu really end up together, she will only give them her blessings. Why does her best friend, who clearly doesn't like Chen Qingshan, refuse to let go and even try to stop Chen Qingshan from pursuing his own happiness? In the end, won't everyone suffer? Huang Jusin was still hesitant, and Su Muqing continued, Jusin, I want you to help me. Me? How can I help? I'm going to pursue Chen Qingshan. You, be responsible for removing Li Qingqiu, the stumbling block. Me? Get rid of Li Qingqiu. Huang Jusin's expression at this moment was like Ben Boerber hearing the Hydra asking him to get rid of Tang Seng and his disciples. Their whole brain is confused and disordered. He said timidly, just me. Su Muqing narrowed his eyes and said sternly, what are you afraid of? As long as you do what I say, Chen Qingshan will come back to me. Immediately, the voice softened, and he blew air into Huang Jusin's ear and said, Jusin, you are my best friend. I can share everything with you. Pajamas, slippers, bed, including Chen Qingshan. Boom! Huang Jusin's brain exploded. Qing, wait. Let me sort out what you just said. I didn't quite understand. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that you are my best friend. Jusin, I am so pitiful. Chen Qingshan doesn't want me anymore. I only have you now. Woo. Qing, don't cry. Will you help me then? Let me think, Su Muqing grabbed Huang Jusin's hands and pressed her under him. He pretended to be fierce and asked, will you help me? Qing, it itches. Stop. Let me help you. Isn't it okay for me to help you? Ziyun community. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Mengyun opened the door for Chen Qingshan. He took a look and then forced himself to look away. I'm a little angry that you're late, but I just don't say it. Aunt Yun is a little bit arrogant and charming. Those who are loved are fearless, while those who lack love are cautious. There is actually the same reason why women's arrogance and willfulness and men's recklessness are because they both give themselves a sense of security from the other party, and they believe that no matter how much they make trouble, the other party will not leave. The key lies in the sense of proportion. If you handle it well, it's called romance. If you handle it poorly, it's called courting death. Chen Qingshan really loves Aunt Yun for her little arrogance, willfulness and mischief, and even feels that it is far from enough. It's a pity that the arrogant Aunt Yun is destined to be a limited-time addition. After letting Chen Qingshan in, he turned back into his immortal appearance. Quiet and indifferent, neither sad nor happy. This kind of world weariness may be seen as a high-level aesthetic by others, but as someone who is close to him, Chen Qingshan, of course he likes it, and he would like it even more if it could be more human. Lin Mengyun walked to the kitchen and scooped out the bird's nest that had been delayed by Chen Qingshan. He handed the small celadon bowl to Chen Qingshan and said, here. Eat the bird's nest. I want my aunt to feed me. Lin Mengyun's hand holding the bowl trembled, and she looked at Chen Qingshan with an incredible look. You really bit the bear's heart. Chapter 21. A Night of Peace, and Chen Qingshan arrives again. Chen Qingshan's little tricks could not escape Lin Mengyun's sharp eyes. Quickly nip those messy ideas of his in the bud. Otherwise, if Chen Qingshan really became a rogue, Lin Mengyun was worried that she would hypnotize herself like she did just now and continue to lower her bottom line. It can't get any lower. If it's any lower, it's really not what I should or can do. Chen Qingshan also decided to quit while he was ahead and gave up the idea of unlocking the imported bird's nest. I have unlocked so much new knowledge today, which can be considered as exceeding my target. We also need to give Aunt Yun some time to relax. Today we seed 5 cities, tomorrow we seed 10 cities, and we can have a night of peace. And Chen Qingshan arrived again. I have to say that Chen Qingshan is good at memoizing ancient Chinese texts and he puts them into practice. I put all my thoughts into Aunt Yun. Lin Mengyun didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After scraping the bird's nest in the bowl and feeding Chen Qingshan the last bite, Lin Mengyun took the bowl and spoon, walked into the kitchen, washed them and put them in the cupboard. Walk into the living room. Asked, "Are you tired? Can I give you a massage?" "Not tired, aunt." Chen Qingshan replied with a smile. "I've been attending classes for 14 days straight. How can I not be tired?" But Chen Qingshan was more afraid that Aunt Yun would be tired. Lin Mengyun ignored what Chen Qingshan said, patted the rattan chair, and ordered, "Come here and sit down." Chen Qingshan didn't move. Just chuckled. Silly. Lin Mengyun cursed with a smile in his heart. Chen Qingshan also said truthfully, "Aunt, how about I sit on the ground and you sit behind me and give me a massage? I'll sit on the rattan chair and you stand and give me a massage. Each massage will make me lose an hour, and it really hurts me. You still have some conscience. You know how to feel sorry for your aunt." Lin Mengyun smiled with relief. He looked at the futon on the ground and frowned slightly. "How can I press it while sitting on the ground?" "Auntie, please sit down first." Chen Qingshan pulled Lin Mengyun and pressed her down on the mat. Then he took another mat and placed it in front of Lin Mengyun. "Auntie, don't sit cross-legged. Lift your knees." Lin Mengyun was like a puppet, allowing Chen Qingshan to manipulate her. Then, Chen Qingshan sat in front of Lin Mengyun, leaned back slightly, and rested his body on Lin Mengyun's knees. "No. You're still too tall." Lin Mengyun tried the distance and shook his head. "Then auntie, can you spread your legs a little? Legs apart." Lin Mengyun did as Chen Qingshan said. As the gap between her legs widened, Chen Qingshan's body lay lower and lower. "That's enough. Stop. If you pour it again, then..." Lin Mengyun called a halt urgently, and Chen Qingshan instantly tensed his body, with his back forming a 45 angle with the ground. If the angle were any smaller, they would be touching. Lin Mengyun looked at Chen Qingshan's stiff body, feeling both angry and amused. With a soft sigh in her heart, a pair of snow-white soft hands embraced Chen Qingshan's head and gently put it down. Chen Qingshan only felt that his head seemed to be buried in cotton wool. The support and softness made his mind a little blank. Lin Mengyun pointed her finger at Chen Qingshan's forehead, flicked it, and said lovingly, "Little rascal, are you satisfied now? You only know how to bully your aunt. Unfair. Auntie. I really didn't expect this to happen at the beginning. Everything seemed to happen naturally. Close your eyes." Lin Mengyun placed her index and middle fingers on Chen Qingshan's temples and rubbed them in clockwise circles. Chen Qingshan also obediently closed his eyes and enjoyed Aunt Yun's pampering. After pressing for a while, Chen Qingshan had already started to regulate his breathing and relieve the tension following Lin Mengyun's pressing rhythm. But Lin Mengyun was a little distracted. "It's all my fault for the linen clothes I'm wearing today. Linen fabric has many advantages, such as breathable and comfortable, dry and sweat absorbent, radiation protection, anti-static, antibacterial and anti-allergic, etc. There is only one disadvantage, which is that there are large gaps left when the fabric is woven. This caused great suffering to Lin Mengyun. Originally, this shortcoming was not a shortcoming at all, but the gap was just big enough for a hair to pass through. Chen Qingshan's hair is thick and hard. Those hairs looked like ants crawling. It hurts, itches and feels numb. It is true that I suffered, but it was not too much. In fact, it was quite. Did I break the law of heaven in my previous life? God sent you to torture me like this in this life. In fact, Chen Qingshan had already fallen asleep. His snoring was not loud, not much louder than his breathing. But Lin Mengyun still insisted on massaging Chen Qingshan for an hour. At the end, seeing that Chen Qingshan had not woken up yet, she wanted to let Chen Qingshan sleep in her arms for a while. But this kid is so disorderly when he sleeps, his head tosses and turns, and he really uses me as a pillow. He could only break away, hold his back with one hand, hold his legs with the other, and carry Chen Qingshan back to his bed. Looking at Lin Mengyun's relaxed steps, it was not much different from hugging a dog. When Chen Qingshan woke up again, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. "Wake up a little and clear your mind." Lin Mengyun also ordered them to leave. Hearing that cold tone, Chen Qingshan felt embarrassed even to stay in bed for a while. Before leaving, Chen Qingshan said, "Aunt, I will go back to school tomorrow morning. I won't come to say goodbye to you. If you don't want to come, then don't come." Not rare. Bang. He shut the door hard. The next day, Chen Qingshan said goodbye to his parents. Then he rang the doorbell opposite. The door opened in almost seconds. Aren't you coming? If you don't come, Auntie will be angry. Lin Mengyun gave Chen Qingshan a smug look that said, "You're smart." She kept nagging Chen Qingshan like an old mother. "Aunt, I'm really leaving this time." Lin Mengyun was silent for a while, then uttered a short and quick, "Oh." The little woman acted in every way possible. Chen Qingshan chuckled foolishly. It turns out that if you can say a few words to people close to you in the morning, you will walk with style the rest of the day. Chen Qingshan got on his bike and headed straight. Chapter 22. I'll whip you hard with a big whip. Facing Mu Xinghong's embarrassment, Chen Qingshan was very understanding and found an excuse for her. "Teacher Mu, there are more and more cars in the county in the past 2 years, and the roads in the county should be widened. This morning, on their way here, there was a traffic accident, and all the cars were stuck there, and they were not as fast as me riding a bike." Mu Xinghong bent over and poked the door lock with the key, then turned around and looked at Chen Qingshan in surprise. "Student Chen, are you teaching the teacher to lie?" Mu Xinghong stopped opening the door, straightened her back, and said solemnly, "Chen Qingshan, I'm sorry. The teacher apologizes to you for being late today." Chen Qingshan was surprised by the meticulous attitude and said quickly, "Teacher Mu, it is natural for students to wait for teachers. You don't have to apologize to me. I wasn't being sarcastic just now. I just said it casually to avoid embarrassment for both of us." Mu Xinghong shook her head stubbornly. "Chen Qingshan, the teacher knows that you are kind-hearted and are making excuses for the teacher. But being late is already a mistake, and lying and making excuses is making things even worse. As a teacher, I should set an example. So, the teacher apologizes to you. If there is a next time, you can teach the teacher a lesson." "Oh." Chen Qingshan was speechless for a moment. "Teacher Mu, you don't have to be so serious. Outside the school, you are not so serious. It's all just a smile, and the matter will be over." Mu Xinghong continued, "Chen Qingshan, your intentions are good. But the teacher thinks you still did something wrong. Whether you are a person or doing things, honesty and trust come first. Some clever tricks may delay you for the rest of your life if you use them once." Chen Qingshan didn't quite agree with the great principles that Mu Xinghong spoke of, but he was in awe of Teacher Mu's words and actions. Mu Xinghong is a little childish, with a heart smaller than a needle. She is unyielding even when she is right, and she is tough even when she is not right. But, Teacher Mu has excellent teacher ethics. As a teacher, example is more important than precept. "Okay, teacher." Chen Qingshan responded, indicating that he was taught. Mu Xinghong raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who are you trying to fool with that perfunctory tone?" "Chen Qingshan, do you have a different opinion on what the teacher said?" "No. What the teacher said makes a lot of sense." Chen Qingshan responded. "Then what's the matter with your attitude of not accepting it? Look. You are exaggerating again. I have agreed with you, but you say I am perfunctory. Teacher, when doing things, you must be meticulous. When being a person, you can tolerate both good and bad. Only when you are broad-minded can you be healthy." Chen Qingshan's twisted logic sounds so reasonable that it is impossible to refute it. Mu Xinghong said secretly in his heart. Immediately, she raised her eyebrows and changed the subject. "Chen Qingshan, your ideological awareness is very problematic. Anyway, if you do something wrong in the future, the teacher will definitely use the big whip to beat you severely. You see, even if you are unreasonable, you still have to be stubborn." Chen Qingshan knew Mu Xinghong's personality very well. What if the teacher makes a mistake? Mu Xinghong snorted, "What? Do you still want to beat the teacher?" Then he asked himself again and answered, "I don't think you would dare to do that even if you had 800 courages." Chen Qingshan behind him grinned. In the office, there are only Mu Xinghong and Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan sat at Mu Xinghong's desk, and Mu Xinghong moved a chair and sat on the side. "How far have you memoized the words?" The dictionary given by Mu Xinghong is called English Victor Word 3500. According to Mu Xinghong, as long as you master these 3,500 words, you will have no problem getting 120 points in the English test. As for going above, 130 points means about 5,000 words, and 140 points and above Chen Qingshan, forget it. If you study hard for a month and get 140 in English, I'll kill you. Oh. Teacher Mu's piker is quite explosive among piker. Chen Qingshan sighed from the bottom of his heart. Mu Xinghong almost started a fight with him on the spot. As for the Victor's dictionary, Chen Qingshan returned from Aunt Yun's place last night and rushed to finish it. In addition, he memoized some of it in front of the office during the day and had already finished reading the 2 letters AB. Are you sure you've memoized both letters? Why can't I believe it? Mu Xinghong asked Chen Qingshan to recite the words on the spot. She read out the words and Chen Qingshan wrote them down from memory. There were 30 words, and I only got 1 wrong. Mu Xinghong looked suspicious and horrified. She glanced at Chen Qingshan in disbelief and kept muttering in her heart, could this kid really be a genius? Chen Qingshan didn't think so. The reason why he memoized it so quickly was because he memoized this book when he was in college. When I touched the blue cover of Victor's book, the painful memories instantly flooded into my mind. Now, I am just pulling out the English that I memoized in college from the depths of my memory, exposing it to the elements, and consolidating it. Chen Qingshan's brain does not have a memory palace like those perverted geniuses. At best, it is just a storage room. Organize all the knowledge points and put them in a drawer, and then look through the drawer when you want to use them. He kept subjects like math, physics and Chinese better organized, even opening the drawer from time to rearrange them. English, chemistry and biology have long been covered in dust. Picking them up again now is easy to say but not easy to do. It's mental work as well as physical work. But compared to ordinary people, people like Chen Qingshan are also called geniuses. The time for studying passes by in a flash, and in the blink of an eye it is already noon. Mu Xinghong finally experienced Chen Qingshan's abnormal learning ability firsthand. In just a short while, Chen Qingshan had memoized all the words for the letter C. It seems that the goal of 100 points is still too low. Chen Qingshan, the teacher has always known that it's not that you can't learn, but that you are unwilling to learn. In Mu Xinghong's heart, she silently raised her expectations to 120. Chen Qingshan, what do you want to eat? Teacher will go outside to buy it. Mu Xinghong picked up her car keys and asked. Chen Qingshan took out the lunchbox his mother Zhang Caixia gave him from his school bag and said, no need. Teacher, my mother made me steamed buns and braised pork. Let's eat this for lunch. This is a loving meal your mother made for you. How can the teacher eat it? Chen Qingshan, the braised pork your mother made is really delicious, fatty but not greasy. This white flour steamed bun is really fragrant. Mu Xinghong grabbed the steamed bun in one hand and picked up the braised pork with chopsticks in the other hand and put it on the steamed bun. Chapter 23. In the next half month, Chen Qingshan will be mine. Women love gossip to the extent that they are like roaring sky dog equipped with radar, able to keep eyes and ears on all directions. Chen Qingshan said calmly, it has never worked out, so why break up? Mu Xinghong was stunned, her eyebrows slightly raised, her delicate little mouth flattened, and she said with some dissatisfaction, Chen Qingshan. The teacher likes your attitude of not falling in love prematurely. But the teacher is not satisfied with the pretentious way you talk. Teacher Mu, you know you are teacher. Are there any people like you who just cross their legs, eat plums, soak in hot water, and chat with students about gossip? Teacher Mu, if you really have nothing to do, go out of the school gate, turn right, and drive 8 kilometers. There is a melon seed factory over there. Go there and peel the melon seeds. At first, Mu Xinghong was listening carefully to what Chen Qingshan could say. It wasn't until he heard the word melon seed factory that his face darkened. Chen Qingshan, you? Where's my whip? Where's my whip? The two of them had lunch and chatted for a while, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Chen Qingshan asked, Teacher Mu, on Sunday, will Teacher Li go directly to the classroom to teach, or will he come to the office first? You should come to the office to prepare first. You never know. If you are in a hurry, you can go directly to the classroom. Why are you asking this? Isn't the first class physics? I asked Mr. Li for leave and I'll study English here. Mu Xinghong tutted her tongue and said jokingly, well, other subjects are your lifeblood, but you are not welcome in my English class. In the past, when you were in English class, studying math, Chinese, etc., I never saw you being polite at all. Teacher Mu, please stop lying with your eyes open. When did I not raise my hand to tell you that I wanted to go out to study? Chen Qingshan said innocently. You didn't ask for leave in advance. There were so many students watching you, and you raised your hand to say you wanted to learn math. How could the teacher punish you? Asking you to stand in the corner was a light punishment. You should have been whipped with a big blackboard stick right then and there. Mu Xinghong was just teasing Chen Qingshan at first, but unexpectedly, as she was talking, she really felt very wronged. Chen Qingshan really doesn't regard himself as a class teacher. Chen Qingshan admitted that he was in the wrong in this matter. Although he could still argue back with his eloquence, there was no need to. Admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. Just stretch out your hand. Mu Xinghong was also annoyed. The teaching stick in her hand was made of retractable stainless steel, similar to the TV antenna in the past. He grabbed the 5 fingers of Chen Qingshan's right hand and flipped them upwards, making his palm more protruding. Not to mention, Chen Qingshan's hands are quite nice, with 5 fingers that are long, thin, white and tender, just like the hands of the male protagonist described in the movie. Mu Xinghong almost slapped herself on the forehead. She had been watching too much recently, and there were always some strange contents popping into her mind. Bang! The pointer swung down. It looked powerful and strong, but in fact, by the time it reached Chen Qingshan's hands, the force had already been reduced by 70% to 80%. Even Chen Qingshan, who had prepared himself for a lesson, was greatly surprised. Teacher, don't feel bad. I have a tough skin and can handle it. Mu Xinghong frowned, crossed her arms, and said, a small punishment, a big warning. The teacher hit you to let you know your mistakes, not to punish you. These words touched Chen Qingshan's heart. His understanding of Teacher Mu was still too shallow. Maybe Mu Xinghong is not very good at dealing with human relationships. Even though she is a 30-year-old young woman, she still has some of the willfulness of a little girl. But when it comes to being a teacher, Mu Xinghong is absolutely impeccable. The teacher's influence is like light, which can lead to great results through subtle means. Mu Xinghong put away the extended teaching stick and asked, what classes do we have today? There are 2 physics and 2 chemistry classes in the afternoon, and biology in the evening. Don't go ask the 3 teachers for permission. I'll help you with that later. Teacher Mu, can you please ask for leave for me personally? Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Qingshan said a little embarrassedly. He really didn't have the nerve to ask the head teacher to help him ask for leave. You know it's not good to ask for leave, don't you? Mu Xinghong glared at Chen Qingshan. Although several teachers can understand your review plan of focusing on a single subject, they still feel a little unhappy. Since you have invited too many teachers, they can't help but complain that you are partial to some. Mu Xinghong's words are based on her own experience. Over the past 3 years, what Chen Qingshan has done in her English class is too numerous to list. Not strangling Chen Qingshan to death would be considered as her kindness. But if you help me, then the other teachers will blame you. Anyway, I'm used to being domineering. I've borrowed from every teacher's class, including PE, music, and art, and I never return them. It's time for these 5 to take their turn. Mu Xinghong said viciously, revealing a small fang. This little thing is quite cute when it looks fierce. Even though Chen Qingshan was as thick-skinned as a city wall, his face turned red after hearing what Mu Xinghong said. Among the 6 teachers, I feel the most sorry for Mu Xinghong. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Teacher Mu who gave everything he had without reservation. I feel guilty about this. As expected, the 3 teachers of physics, chemistry and biology strongly accused Mu Xinghong of taking Chen Qingshan for herself. Chen Qingshan is not just your English teacher Chen Qingshan, he is Chen Qingshan to all of us. Although Chen Qingshan's English scores have improved, he does have a chance to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. But without our 300 points in comprehensive science, he couldn't even get into a junior college. Resistance is futile, lululu. Anyway, Chen Qingshan is mine for the next half month. After half a month, I will return Chen Qingshan to you. Teacher Yang, Teacher Qin, don't laugh. For the next half month, I will requisition Chen Qingshan's Chinese and math classes. When I don't have classes, I will tutor him in English in the office. When I have classes, he will do my papers in the office. Hey! 5 sighs were heard in the office. After all, Teacher Mu is the head teacher of Class 1. What can they do? But the person who lent it will return it one day. The three teachers of physics, chemistry, and biology had already started thinking about how to serve Chen Qingshan when he fell into their hands. Class 1 classroom. After 2 physics classes, there is a 10-minute break between classes. Chapter 24. If you don't like her, don't give her hope. Sumucheng laid his hands flat on the desk, sleeping with his cheek against the back of his hands, facing Huang Jusin. Looking at Huang Jusin with her eyebrows furrowed and worried, it was pretty, interesting and funny. I couldn't help but say, I have Chen Qingshan's phone number. Do you want to give him a call and ask him what he's doing? This isn't a good idea. Wouldn't it be too offensive? Huang Jusin said with a bit of fear. What's the offense? Sumucheng had never seen anyone as timid as Huang Jusin. But this cautiousness is also a good thing. After all, Chen Qingshan is the man you will never get. Chen Qingshan's heart has been with me for 3 years, and now he just wants to go out and get some fresh air. After all, after eating too much delicacies from land and sea, you should occasionally try some vegetables and tofu like Li Qingqiu. Change your taste. After a while, it will come back. Sumucheng took Huang Jusin's iPhone and entered Chen Qingshan's phone numbers one by one in her address book. Huang Jusin couldn't help but ask curiously, Qingqing, you have Chen Qingshan's phone number, why don't you call it yourself, then what are you doing with mine? Sumucheng's smile froze and disappeared in a flash. In Mu Xinghong's office, Chen Qingshan, who was doing an English test paper, felt his cell phone vibrate in his trouser pocket. I took out my cell phone and saw a call from an unfamiliar number. It seemed that not many people knew his phone number. Chen Qingshan was still wondering who was calling, but his hand had already slid towards the answer button because of the habit from his previous life. Hello. Hello, who are you? A very business-like opening. When Huang Jusin heard the voice coming from the other end of the receiver, she almost dropped the phone while holding it in both hands. Her body shivered, and her chubby baby face turned as red as a flower. Yes, is it classmate Chen? The timid voice was very recognizable and Chen Qingshan recognized it immediately. Huang Jusin. Yes, it's me. Huh? When did you become a stutterer? Huang Jusin's hesitant and stumbling way of speaking made Chen Qingshan feel a little irritated. He frowned and asked, Huang Jusin, do you have something to talk to me about? Aye. Huang Jusin was already nervous, and Chen Qingshan's voice turned cold, so she couldn't even finish her words. Sumucheng felt worried for her when she saw her embarrassed look. She bit Huang Jusin's ear and taught her how to reply word by word. Chen Qingshan, I just saw that you didn't come to class, and I was worried that something might happen to you. Where are you now? Are you at home? Are you coming back for class today? I asked for leave from my physics teacher. I have to review my English next and I'm doing a test paper in Teacher Mu's office now. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll hang up now. I have to do the test paper now. Oh, I'm doing the test paper. I hope nothing happened. Huang Jusin stroked her big bear, and her uneasy heart finally settled down a little. Just as I was about to ask Chen Qingshan to continue doing the test paper, I hung up the phone. Sumucheng continued to teach. Chen Qingshan, are you free tonight? Can I treat you to dinner? Huang Jusin mechanically repeated the words Sumucheng taught him. When he finished speaking, his pupils shook as if an earthquake had occurred, and he looked at his best friend in horror. Why did you ask me to have dinner with Chen Qingshan? He would definitely refuse. Sumucheng still smiled as gently as the spring breeze, with an innocent look on her face. She knew that Chen Qingshan was angry and she would definitely not be able to make an appointment. What's more, with her pride, she couldn't bring herself to say it even after Chen Qingshan said he wanted to draw a line between them, and she went to ask Chen Qingshan out for dinner with a flattering face. He then asked Huang Jusin to ask Chen Qingshan out. After Chen Qingshan shows up for the appointment, she will kick Huang Jusin away, and then talk to Chen Qingshan in private, act a little coquettishly, or something. The original Chen Qingshan came back naturally. However, imagination is always beautiful, and reality is always cruel and ruthless. Chen Qingshan rejected Huang Jusin's invitation without even thinking about it. I'm sorry. Huang Jusin, I'm not free tonight. Oh, by the way, I won't have time to have dinner with you in the future. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I hope you can focus on it and stay away from your best friend Sumucheng. Don't learn every word she teaches you. Getting too close to her is not a good thing for you. That's all I have to say. I'm hanging up now. You should study hard. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Only a burst of blind sound was left. Wang Jusin's mind was blank at this moment. Chen Qingshan's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing her heart and making it chaotic. Is this what it feels like to have your heart broken? Even breathing hurts. The military advisor Sumuching next to him was also confused. I never expected that Chen Qingshan would be so heartless and reject me so bluntly without leaving any room for maneuver. Just like he treated himself, he also completely drew a line between himself and Wang Jisun. Chen Qingshan, are you going to erase all those who have had contact with me from your life without hesitation? What have I done to make you hate me so much? Wang Jisun had a blank and confused expression as she stared at her phone, the screen still stuck on the call history interface. The string of numbers at the top is what I think about day and night. Snap. The numbers on the phone screen gradually blurred. I said I wouldn't fight. I knew he would refuse. He said that after he finished reviewing other subjects, he would review biology with me. Obviously, I just want to be friends with Chen Qingshan. We can talk to each other once a day. No, just once every 3 days will be enough. You've already lost Chen Qingshan. So, you want to destroy my Chen Qingshan too, right? Murmuring, the cuckoo is crying. This stung Sumuching, who was standing beside her, and even her calm heart was wrenched. Did I really do something wrong? Is it wrong that I just want Chen Qingshan to return to the Chen Qingshan he used to be? In the office, Mu Xinghong watched Chen Qingshan skillfully add this strange phone number to the blacklist. I couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Almost biting his tongue, he said in surprise, Chen Qingshan. Was that Wang Jisun's call just now? Chapter 25. Teacher Mu is in trouble. Chen Qingshan entered learning mode, concentrating his attention without any distractions. Mu Xinghong felt ashamed of herself for not being able to match this level of concentration. Unlike her, when preparing lessons, she would look up for a while. When marking papers, she would make a cup of hot tea and eat some plums. Unfortunately, her favorite author, Shan Lin Qingmeng, has not started a new book yet, 1 month after the last one was completed. Mr. Qingmeng, please open a new book soon. I feel itchy all over as if ants are crawling on me. Just give me 1 chapter and stuff your latest chapter into my hungry brain. She was forced to read Jiu Long and Hong Lu. Hey! Talent is really willful. R. Chen Qingshan stretched his body and finally finished this little test paper. I looked at the time and it was almost time for the 4th class in the afternoon to end. Chao Mu Xinghong asked, Teacher Mu, are you going to review it now or after dinner? Let's go have dinner first. It's time. Okay. I'll ask Li Qingqiu if he's eaten. Chen Qingshan turned his phone back on. There is 1 unread text message, 1 missed call, and 1 message on QQ. In 2012, Prestige has not yet been widely popularized, and its audience is very small on campus. When chatting with Li Qingqiu, Chen Qingshan mainly used QQ. But they rarely chatted. In essence, Chen Qingshan is a rather boring person. I can talk some flirty words, but not much I can chat, but I can't talk flirtatiously. Li Qingqiu sent him a message. Chen Qingshan knew it without even reading it. It was just to ask him where he was. He should have gone to the classroom to look for him but couldn't find him. Chen Qingshan didn't waste any time and just made a call. Then, Mu Xinghong watched a Sichuan opera face-changing performance at close range, which was extremely vivid and lifelike. The Chen Qingshan in front of her was mature beyond his years, resolute and decisive, like a ruthless learning machine. However, the next second after answering Li Qingqiu's call, this serious boy bared his teeth and smiled like a dog's tail flower, and even his voice became much gentler. Okay. It's up to you. Their helpless, humble tone, coupled with the infinite doting in his eyes, made Mu Xinghong envy the little girl Li Qingqiu. Oh! There is no such thing as a heart of stone or a lack of affection. In the final analysis, it is just that I don't like you. Mu Xinghong and Chen Qingshan went downstairs from the teaching building, and Li Qingqiu was already waiting downstairs. The 3 of them finished their dinner. Chen Qingshan accompanied Li Qingqiu to the playground for a walk to digest the food. Mu Xinghong was too lazy to move and went straight back to her office. After walking slowly with Li Qingqiu for more than 10 minutes, Chen Qingshan said goodbye to Li Qingqiu and returned to the teacher's office alone. Prepare to start the review plan for evening self-study. As I approached the door, I heard Mu Xinghong's voice coming from inside. Zhao Jiajin. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to date or get married for the time being. You don't need to waste your time on me. Go meet your next blind date. Judging from the tone, Mu Xinghong was probably on the phone. Chen Qingshan immediately stopped and chose to wait outside for Mu Xinghong to finish the call. No feeling means no feeling. There is no reason in this world that I must like you just because you like me. My mother forced me to go on a blind date. After our first meal, I felt that we were not suitable. I was wrong not to tell you right away. I wanted to handle it coldly. But it seems that I gave you the wrong impression. I apologize for this. It's not that I've fallen in love with someone else. It's just that today I learned a lesson: if you don't like someone, don't give him hope. Okay. That's it. Zhao Jiajin, don't be so unreasonable. Even if you come to my house, I won't see you. Hang up. See you forever. Teacher Mu, you really learn and apply what you have learned. Chen Qingshan waited outside the door for another 3 minutes before knocking on the office door. Come in. Chen Qingshan opened the door and walked in, looking calm. Mu Xinghong, on the other hand, showed a hint of panic on her face and asked cautiously, Chen Qingshan, have you just arrived? Yeah. I'll be right back after taking a walk with Li Qingqiu. Teacher Mu, have you finished grading the papers? Not yet, not yet. Mu Xinghong blushed, feeling a sense of dereliction of duty. Okay. You can review them slowly. I'll memorize their words. After saying that, Chen Qingshan picked up the dictionary, sat down next to Mu Xinghong, and recited silently in a low voice. Chen Qingshan had no desire to get to the bottom of Mu Xinghong's phone call just now. Chen Qingshan is most afraid of trouble, let alone asking for trouble. The next day, Chen Qingshan came to Mu Xinghong's office early to report. The other 5 teachers were angry but dared not say anything about Mu Xinghong's arrogance in taking Chen Qingshan for herself. But they all hoped for the best for Chen Qingshan. After all, as Mu Xinghong said, her English was the only subject that could help Chen Qingshan improve his score by 50 points. It's not that I can't afford to review physics and chemistry, but English is more cost-effective. It's just that Mu Xinghong's mental state is very bad today. In the past, Mu Xinghong only put on a little makeup. Relying on her good foundation, she put on a little blush and lip gloss, and looked very lively. Once she wears black stockings and red high heels, she is the #1 female demon on campus who will kill anyone who stands in her way, including booters. But today, when Mu Xinghong entered the office, she looked as haggard as a college student who had stayed up all night in the internet cafe for 3 days in a row. With thick dark circles under the eyes, the originally exquisite and beautiful bags under the eyes can now be called fat-eye bags. While touching up her makeup at her workstation, she scooped up a large spoonful of concealer and applied it to her face. She also picked out a bright red lipstick and smeared it on her lips, just to make herself look better. Chen Qingshan, how is it? Does the teacher look better now? Mu Xinghong's sudden question made Chen Qingshan a little at a loss. He looked up and looked once, twice, for a moment, and for a long time. Then he lowered his head, said respectfully, Teacher Mu looks beautiful with or without makeup. Mu Xinghong covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, Chen Qingshan, although your praise was perfunctory. But you didn't choose to be perfunctory at the first time, and the teacher is still very happy. Chen Qingshan remained silent. It was not because he could not respond, but because he felt that some of the jokes should not appear in the conversation between the two of them. Mu Xinghong didn't think as deeply as Chen Qingshan thought. She was narrow-minded, but she was also thoughtful. While drawing eyeliner on herself in front of the makeup mirror, she said in a teasing tone, Chen Qingshan, if a girl you like asks you this question in the future, you should answer like this again. Although it is better to praise than not to praise. But if you praise, you should put some thought into it. When you compliment a girl, you can't just say she's pretty and that's it. You can praise her face. This face is like a well-written first chapter, which makes people want to read on. You can compliment her on the details. Even your fingertips have a beautiful color. You can compliment her temperament. Between the color of the moon and the color of the snow, you are the third kind of beauty. You can even describe the feeling she gives you. Since the moment we met, you have been my star that never sets day or night. Mu Xinghong's voice was very soft, and she spoke in a leisurely manner, like the sound of mountain water, clear and pleasant. At first, Chen Qingshan thought Mu Xinghong was just going to talk nonsense again, but he never thought that this time it would be unexpectedly useful. I'll tell Aunt Yun tomorrow. Mu Xinghong caught a glimpse of Chen Qingshan's thoughtful expression and asked, "Are you planning to tell Li Qingqiu about this later?" "It's not her." Chen Qingshan shook his head and denied. Mu Xinghong immediately caught the small loophole in Chen Qingshan's words. The heart of Bagua suddenly burned fiercely, as hot and vigorous as the eternally burning lamp in the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Excitedly, Chen Qingshan, "Do you have someone else you like?" Just tell the teacher." "Who do you like?" "Haven't you got the one yet?" "The teacher will teach you." With Mu Xinghong's experience of being alone for 30 years, you are still a love mentor? Aren't you afraid of misleading students? No. Mu Xinghong screamed, very resentful, "Chen Qingshan, you are so boring. You are so straight, you can't find a girlfriend. It's no use trying to provoke him. If he doesn't want to say it, he won't say it." Even though Mu Xinghong racked her brains and used all her tricks, facing Chen Qingshan, who was unyielding to any persuasion, she was like a tiger trying to bite a hedgehog. She had no idea where to start. A fleeting moment. After a day's classes, teachers who did not have evening self-study began to go home one after another. Today, the math teacher for Class 1's evening study session is Qin Feng, who has already gone to the cafeteria to eat. The other teachers also set out on their journey home. Mu Xinghong showed a trace of difficulty and glanced at the Chinese teacher Lao Yang, who was tidying up his desk. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Teacher Yang, are you free? I have something to say to you." What's wrong?" "Teacher Mu." Mu Xinghong glanced at Chen Qingshan, who was doing the homework next to him, pointed to the door and said, "Teacher Yang, let's talk outside." Old Yang nodded and followed Mu Xinghong out of the office. Mu Xinghong also closed the door. After a conversation, the two returned to the office. Old Yang looked solemn. Mu Xinghong walked to Chen Qingshan, bent her knees, and lifted a strand of long hair that fell on her chest behind her. She said with a guilty look on her face, "Chen Qingshan, the teacher has something to do at home. I can't review with you in the office today." Chen Qingshan raised his head and glanced at Mu Xinghong, who looked even more ashamed. "Didn't we agree that day that the next half-month would be intensive training? Why did you back out first, teacher?" "I worked so hard on the test paper just so you can correct my wrong questions later." But Chen Qingshan knew better that it was a favor for Mu Xinghong to help him with his studies, and it was her duty not to help. The teacher could have gone home if there was no evening self-study, but Mu Xinghong completely sacrificed her own personal time to help him with his studies. "If I hold a grudge against you for this, I would be truly heartless. In this world, apart from your parents, no one is supposed to be nice to you." He smiled and said, "It's okay. Teacher Mu, you go ahead and do your thing. I've almost finished reviewing today. I'll use the evening study time to memorize the dictionary. I'll try to finish reading the entire Victor dictionary in the next few days." "Thank you. Thank you for your understanding, Chen Qingshan." Mu Xinghong clasped her hands together. She felt extremely guilty towards Chen Qingshan. She was very sad that she did not do what the teacher promised. The next few days, Mu Xinghong's complexion was getting worse and worse, to the point where no matter how thick the foundation or concealer was, it couldn't hide her tired and haggard look. It was as if he was entangled by a male fox demon. His energy was depleted day by day and night, and his whole spirit and energy collapsed. "I go home from get off work with Lao Yang every day." Chen Qingshan was never given extra lessons during evening self-study again. Of course Chen Qingshan would not think that Lao Yang went to Mu Xinghong's place together. Regardless of whether Mu Xinghong was so hungry that she was not picky about food, she could do this to old Yang, who was already fat and had Mediterranean skin. As old Yang is nearly 60 years old, facing Mu Xinghong, who is in her 30s, he is probably powerless and can only sigh in despair. Even if we put aside all logic, the two of them really became a couple in an incredible way. But there is a saying that describes the matter between men and women very well: there are only oxen that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. No matter how unrestrained one is, it is impossible for him to have the look and expression of Mu Xinghong. Teacher Mu, you are definitely in trouble. Moreover, it's not a small matter. Chen Qingshan had some clues, but he didn't want to think too deeply about it. The more you experience, the more you realize how precious calm waters and peaceful winds are. I just want to review seriously, pass the college entrance examination with confidence, and get into a top university in China like C9 or Huawu. Why is it so difficult? Chen Qingshan was also very distressed by the decline in Mu Xinghong's teaching level in recent days. He had originally planned to finish his English review within 10 days, but at the current pace, half a month might be enough. To cut off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. To block my path to study is also to be killed. Today is Friday. It's Mu Xinghong's evening study session. At the end of get off work, Lao Yang and Mu Xinghong were talking in low voices outside the office. Teacher Mu, your sister-in-law is not feeling well, I have to go home to take care of her. Today is evening self-study, how about I ask Lao Qin to stay for a while and ask him to take you home? Mu Xinghong sighed inwardly and forced a smile, saying, Teacher Yang, you go back first. I will go home alone tonight. But your people downstairs. It's okay. He only dared to stay downstairs. You've been sending me off for several days in a row. He should have been scared by now. But, why don't I call your sister-in-law and wait for you to get off work together? No need, Mr. Yang. Just go back without worry. If anything unexpected happens, I'll call you. After Mu Xinghong finished speaking, she went into the office without giving Lao Yang a chance to speak. Chapter 26. The smile outside the window. If you like to play, I will play with you. On the way, the two did not communicate much. Chen Qingshan is not a talkative person to begin with. As for Mu Xinghong, who is usually quite talkative, she is not in the mood to talk much these days. The atmosphere was silent and a little depressing. After 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Mu Xinghong's community is called Jinlan Yuan. The name of the community is very fancy, but there is not even a guard on duty. In 2012, housing prices in Bihar were not too high. For example, even after the sharp rise in 2008, the housing price of Jinlan Yuan, where Mu Xinghong lived, was only 3,000 yuan per square meter. In the eyes of Chen Qingshan, a reborn person, investing in real estate in a small county town is not a wise choice. Even if it is demolished, the rate of return is too low. There are no fixed parking spaces in the community, and first come first served, and the last comer will park in the flowerbed. After finally finding an open space and parking the car, Mu Xinghong took Chen Qingshan towards her home. When they reached Building 3, Mu Xinghong's body stiffened and she tightly grasped the handbag in her hands. Because she was holding on too tightly, veins on her slender hands bulged. His face showed horror. Chen Qingshan followed Mu Xinghong's gaze and his eyes stopped on a sapphire blue Jaguar. The car was parked quietly downstairs of Building 3, with a privacy film on it, so the situation inside the car could not be seen. In 2012, Jaguar was not yet the future 50% off Jaguar. Chen Qingshan was not sure whether he was a rich second generation to be able to drive a Jaguar in this year, in this small county, but his income was definitely several levels higher than that of ordinary people. This should be the reason why Mu Xinghong has been so distraught these days. Chen Qingshan even knew the car owner's name. Zhao Jijun, Teacher Mu's blind date. Although Chen Qingshan didn't know the whole story, he could probably deduce about 70% of the whole incident through the few pieces of information he knew. A glimpse of the leopard reveals their whole body. Tracing back to the source, the cause lies with oneself. I have to say, it's quite dramatic. Mu Xinghong just took a quick glance and didn't dare to look again. Seeing that Chen Qingshan's eyes were still on the Jaguar, she panicked and hurriedly dragged Chen Qingshan into Building 3. If she stayed for one more second, she would be worried about an accident. The community elevator goes straight to the third floor. Turn left after exiting the elevator and you will see Mu Xinghong's home. However, Mu Xinghong did not take out the key and go out immediately. Instead, she bent down and stared at the door handle carefully. When Mu Xinghong took a long strand of hair off the handle, Chen Qingshan truly realized the seriousness of the problem. Mu Xinghong's method of wrapping her hair around the door handle is similar to the method of Light Yagami in Death Note, inserting pencil leads into the door hinges, using the integrity of the object to observe whether any outsiders enter when they are away from home. The fact that Zhao Zhijin could force Mu Xinghong to this point proves that he had entered Mu Xinghong's room. Being monitored and ambushed at the doorstep is already terrifying for most women. When that person also breaks into your home illegally, it's enough to cause a mental breakdown. Chen Qingshan had a better understanding of Mu Xinghong. When Mu Xinghong saw that the hair was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest lightly. Then he opened the door and invited Chen Qingshan in. Teacher Mu's nest is not big, it is a typical single apartment. As soon as you enter the house, you can see the whole place at a glance: the entrance hallway, the bathroom on the left, and the kitchen on the right. In the middle is a set of sofas and a large aqua blue bed. Although small, the sparrow has all the organs. The end of the road was covered by curtains. Chen Qingshan just took a look outside and found that this building had no external balcony. The area covered by the curtains should be half wall and half window. The lighting is good during the day. When the curtains are opened, the sunlight shines through the window and falls on Mu Xinghong's big bed. Good luck in spring, peace in summer, comfort in autumn and happiness in winter. I don't have extra slippers at home. You can wear my winter slippers. Mu Xinghong bent her knees and placed a pair of pink rabbit plush slippers flat in front of Chen Qingshan's feet. As a woman, even at the age of 30, I still have no resistance to the fluffy pink rabbit. Chen Qingshan was not polite either. He took off his sneakers and put his feet into pink slippers. Even after returning home, Mu Xinghong was only slightly calmer, but her nervousness could still be seen from her tense body. The two walked into their house, and Mu Xinghong was about to pour a cup of hot water for Chen Qingshan. Suddenly there was a bang. Mu Xinghong felt as if struck by lightning. She trembled with fear and got goosebumps all over her arms. The sound of banging continued, slowly and rhythmically. It wasn't the sound of knocking on the door or hammering on the wall, but the sound of smashing the window. If you listen more carefully, you can hear the collision of the forehead and the window. Chen Qingshan quickly locked onto the source of the sound and stared at the curtain. Mu Xinghong also looked towards the curtains almost at the same time. It's just that the two people's eyes were completely different. Mu Xinghong was horrified and afraid, while Chen Qingshan was impatient and annoyed. When Mu Xinghong saw Chen Qingshan walking towards the curtains, she suddenly grabbed his arm and said in fear, "Chen Qingshan, don't go over there. We didn't hear anything." Chen Qingshan was not affected at all by Mu Xinghong's pleading. His steps were still firm and his brows were tightly furrowed.